Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Yi Jian Jian Jian. All names, characters, entities, and incidents portrayed in this story, and its related stories are fictitious. No identification with actual persons, living or deceased, places, buildings, corporations, and products is intended or should be inferred. Juliet let her head bounce with the music blaring through her implants, vibrating through the bones in her skull, almost like she was in front of one of the big speakers at a show. The night was hot, and she smelled something fierce from sweating in her rig all day. But that was the price you paid for OT. And she needed the damn bits. The synth-Jan-voiced singer broke into a resounding chorus as the beat really dropped, her discount implants rattling her molars together, and Juliet thought back to the last show she'd seen in person. It had to have been 5 years ago now, and that brought about a bunch of other memories she wished she'd left buried. Thoughts of her mom heading to the Seattle megacity with her new husband. Thoughts of Emma, her sister and roommate getting arrested and put away up in Phoenix. Thoughts of working this back Zan breaking, nowhere job, day in and day out, so she could put some Corpo Zan issued protein squares in her pantry and keep her subscription to the Net Active. Come on, Fifi, she breathed, still bouncing with her music, her long blue Zan black ponytail whipping from one shoulder, arsing in front of her eyes, and then over to the other. She'd had it tied up in a bun all day under the hot metal dome of her welding rig's helmet, and it wanted to feel the air, even if it was hot and dry. She balanced on a pile of old scrap outside Fred's salvage, waiting for her ride. Felix was notoriously late, and it was Friday. She was starting to worry she might be stuck till morning when she could call someone else. Maybe her cousin. Tig, pause the music and call Felix, she subvocalized. The music kept blaring, her personal AI completely missing the message. Tig, she shouted this time. Pause the track. Paused. The tinny robotic voice responded through her auditory implants. Juliet could change his voice, and had done so a few times. But she found the goofy, echoing, metallic voice amusing, and thought it reflected the pie's capabilities rather well. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, as her old grandpa would have said. Call Fifi, she said, stretching her neck until it popped. Calling Felix Delgado, Tig said. And then Juliet heard the 40 beep eeb of the line trying to connect. She kicked out her feet, her heavy steel Zan toadwork boots, like ankle weights, threatening to pull her long legs out and overbalance her. And then a little musical note sounded, indicating a completed connection. Jules, Felix said, and she saw his face in her augmented display. Her retinal implants were cheap as hell, so it was grainy and blocked out a good portion of her vision. But she was glad to see him. He had a lovable face with high round cheeks and big teeth sporting too many gaps. But he smiled like he was a fashion model, and she loved him for it. He'd done something to his eyebrows, notched them, and thickened them at his aunt's beauty shop, probably, and he looked adorable. Fee, did you forget about me? I told you I got off at 1. Oh shit, Jules. I'm so sorry. Shit got crazy tonight. Me and Paolo went to Sunkissed. Shit was popping off. Jules, a real banger fight broke out. Some of the gearheads from down south of 6th were messing with a real fine lady. Someone from the foothills. Jules, I mean. She was fine. Hair nicer than yours, you feel me? Fee, what the hell? I'm sitting out here, alone, outside the scrapyard. Nothing but coyotes and moths for company. And you're telling me about some fine princess? Where are you? I'm getting to that, Jules. Anyway, she turned out not to be some nice princess, you feel. 1 minute, she was sitting there, sipping some Extan steam, and then, schwabong, out came her fucking monoblade. You register. An honest, Dan-to-Dan Jesus monoblade. She cut one of the bangers in half, and she didn't even stand up. Jules, his guts fell all over the floor. Fee, where are you? I'm really sorry, Jules. I'm trying to tell you what happened, but the long Zen story in short is I had to take Paulo to Staint. Mary's. Juliet could see, from her grainy image of Felix, that he was driving and only half paying attention to their conversation. Tell me you're on your way, Fee, Juliet said, sighing heavily and slapping one of her heavy welding gloves against her thigh. I'm sorry, Jules. They wouldn't see him. We're on our way to the Megacity. Phoenix. What the fuck, Fee? Jules, he needs his hand put back on. I get it, but you shoulda called, at least sent a message. All right, I gotta try to figure out a ride. Tell Paulo I hope it works out. Juliet gestured with her hand, ending the call. Damn it! Again, she slapped her gloves against her thigh. Nobody's gonna come out here at this hour, are they, Tig? Would you like me to order you an autocab? Jades and Jules? His corny robotic stutter made her laugh, as always, and she said, No, Tig, that'd eat up all my and I've got rent due. She stood up and stretched, arching her back to an eruption of pops and cracks. Damn, that rig gets heavy on a double, even with the FlexGen steel limbs Fred added last month. She gazed into the black night of the Arizona desert and contemplated how she'd get back to her apartment. In a fast car, she was a good 40 minutes outside of Tucson, and even in L'Enseigne Sea, there was a lot of dark desert between her and the blazing lights of the city she could see on the western horizon. Damn it. Do I spring for a cab? Do I just crash here? Tig, bit balance, please. You have 712 Helios Dan bits available. 7 Dan 12. Shit. Even if this OT hits my account tomorrow, I'll be short. No cab for me. And of course, Mark locked the gate when he left. Tig, call Mark. Calling Mark Lyons, Tig said, dialing up Fred's night shift manager. Juliet listened to the beeps and connection tone, and then Mark's bald, middle-aged head appeared in all its grainy glory in her vision. Mark! Juliet, why you calling? Something happened at the shop. No, Mark. My ride flaked, and I'm locked out. Any chance you could swing me a lift or come back to open up? I don't want to spend all night out here. I can hear the coyotes. The bugs are swarming the lamp, and it's hot as hell. Geez, Juliet. I just sat down, and I'm already 2 beers in. I've got a date with my dream Zan rig, if you know what I mean. Oh, Mark, I don't want to know what you mean. Could you put your, date off for half an hour? I know you don't live very far. You're messing up my Friday. Oh, all right, Juliet. Only 'cause I like you, though. Maybe we can get a brew after a shift, huh? Yeah, maybe. Thanks, Mark. I'll see you in a few, right? Yeah, sure. I just need a minute to get my boots back on. His long pause before he said, Boots made Juliet's mind jump to a lot of conclusions she instantly regretted. Thanks, Mark, she said, and flicked her fingers, ending the call. I bet I can talk him into a ride back to town. I'd rather not sleep here tonight, Tig. Would you like me to book you a motel? Juliet laughed. No. She paced around in a little circle in the illumination, thrown by the single floodlight outside the salvage yard, swatting at the bugs that had come out of the woodwork. Attracted to the light, after just a minute or two of pacing, she saw bright, high-Zan quality white headlights and purple underglow and knew a vehicle was approaching that definitely didn't belong to Mark. She wasn't sure why, but Juliet stepped out of the circle of illumination and crouched behind the scrap pile she'd been sitting on earlier. Why was a smooth ride like that coming out to the scrapyard in the middle of the night? She watched, between 2 folded sheets of tin, as the low, long sedan rolled up to the gate. It was black and shiny, not a single scratch or scrap of dust. The thing must have had a static shield. Rich! Juliet hissed, crouching even lower as one of the black sandtid glass doors popped open, slid back with a hiss, and a man stepped out. He looked familiar to her, and Juliet had to think for a minute about where she'd seen him. His hair was black and combed straight back, heavy with some kind of product, and he wore expensive clothes but styled like a banger that made a big score. He walked up to the gate, kind of shuffling like he had all the time in the world, and produced a key, and that's when it clicked. This was Fred's cousin, Tony. He'd been to the shop a few times, dropping off cars of questionable origin for salvage, and Juliet knew Fred probably looked the other way for him when it came to showing ownership. Tony pushed the gate open, then shuffled back, climbing into the sedan, and it slowly hummed forward, gliding over the rough gravel like it was the smoothest pavement ever laid. Juliet could feel the thrum of the hydrogen Zan-powered engine, and she knew that thing was fast with a capital F. probably has a huge bank of bats, too. Talk about torque, she hissed, watching the violet taillights drift into the stacks of old wrecks and machines, and the piles of scrap Fred had yet to move. Curiosity getting the better of her, Juliet darted through the gate, ghosting the slow-down moving sedan, hugging the scrap piles to keep herself out of sight. The car glided deep into the yard, stopping by one of the hammer shredders. Juliet crouched behind a stack of old appliances, watching between an ancient white Surejet washer and a nameless yellow fridge. This time, both front doors opened, and a tall, androgynous person with a white mohawk opened the driver's side rear door, helping a frail, cane-wielding old woman stand up out of the sedan. What's this? Weird, Zan-ass group of people to have a midnight party at Fred's. Would you like me to search the Deedzan directory? Tig's robotic voice blaring into her implant almost sent Juliet into a fit. She gripped the old washer tightly in alarm, her heart racing at his intrusion into her sneaking mindset. No, Tig, go to sleep, she subvocalized, and this time the goofy pie heard her, and she saw the little Zez's symbol in her retinal implant, telling her he was offline. Get him out, the old woman said, moving around the sedan, stooping over her cane to look at the trunk. She wore an honest Zan goodness veil attached to her maroons and colored hat, and her polyblend dress had matching maroon flowers printed into the silky white fabric. Tony and the Mohawk both moved to the trunk, and when Tony clicked a button on his fob, causing it to pop open, they both rushed to struggle with whoever was inside. Lots of grunting and cussing from them both ensued. And finally, after a few meaty swapses, they pulled out a third man and threw him onto the gravel, then covered ground at the old lady's feet. The man wore a white jumper with orange stripes down the side, and it made Juliet think of an interceptor pilot. Or someone from a mental institution, she breathed. He had close cropped blonde hair, and even from 20 meters away, Juliet could see the purple, swollen nature of his face and the shrink-dan cords on his wrists and ankles. Godric, the old woman said, her voice warbling and cracking, reset the implant and take it out. Don't make me ruin you bit by bit. B, is that you? I can't see so well right now, the man said, lifting his bound hands to rub at his face. Don't play the fool, Godric. We know you can see better than any of us. Come now, whatever ails you, we can fix it, reset the device, remove it, and we can return to the Institute. I promise you'll be top of the list when we work out the production kinks. If I remove it, I'll be dead inside 2 minutes. If you kill me, no one can reset it. Seems we're at an impasse. Watch your tone, Mohawk growled, kicking the bound man in the back, eliciting a grunt and cough, and Juliet thought she saw something darker than spit come out of his mouth. Would you like Tony to start feeding parts of you into that shredder? Do you think we might bargain more amicably if you were just a torso and a head? I know your nanites will keep you from dying, rather. Makes my job easy. Don't you think? Removing that concern? The woman pressed her cane into his forehead, cruelly twisting it as he struggled to regain his breath. So my choices are to either be tortured and dismembered or to die. Fuck you, B. He held up his hands, still bound over his face, waiting for the kicks to come. But Bia held up her cane, keeping Mohawk at bay. She leaned over and spoke. This time, her voice sounded almost sweet, sort of like Juliet remembered her grandma's voice. Godric, if you'll work with me, I promise we can save you. We have a stasis kit in the car. Reset the device, remove it, and we'll stabilize you, bring you back to the Institute until we get things figured out. Why bring me here then? Godric coughed, his breath wheezing. Convenience. Intimidation? You know how these things work, Godric. Come, I'll give you my word. B held out a shaky hand, her bent, dark, tan-skinned fingers glittering with jeweled rings. I do know how these things work, B. Godric reached up his bound hands, but as Juliet struggled to see from her hiding spot, zooming as much as her Lodzan end implant would allow, rather than take the veiled lady's hand, one of his fingers folded back and a fine mist sprayed out, fully engulfing her. What? She stumbled back, coughing. A phage! You fool! Juliet's eyes bugged out as she watched Tony and Mohawk stumble away, coughing, and then things really went sideways. Bea, still coughing, tried to waddle back to the car, but she fell to her knees, then flat on her face near the rear tire of the sedan. Tony grabbed his throat like he was choking, dancing around madly, and Mohawk fell to his back, feet kicking up like a dying cockroach. Godric, still coughing, struggled to a sitting position and looked directly at Juliet between the two ancient appliances. His eyes gleamed like orange leads, and he said, "Don't come closer." "Shit," Juliet said, ducking lower. She stared at the ground, her mind racing. Should she run? Yes, I should fucking run. She stood and turned, but the man called Godric called out to her, "Wait, just wait a minute. Let the bacteria do its thing. If you don't touch them, you'll be all right." Juliet froze and looked back just in time to see Tony collapse, jerking spasmodically like Mohawk. She wasn't an idiot. That shit was airborne. "Tell me true. Am I dead already?" "Not airborne," the man coughed. "It was a mist. The bacteria can't live outside a wet environment." He glanced at the writhing, coughing, spasming trio that had, only moments before, been threatening his life. "They'll be dead in a minute. I won't last too much longer, I'm afraid. Come on, help me stick it to these assholes one last time, huh? This shit's crazy, friendo. Way beyond what I want on a Friday night. Corpa Zanset coming? Those guys work for Helios? No, they're out of Phoenix, WBD. You're clear for an hour or more." As he spoke, Tony finally stopped jerking and lay still, and Juliet thought she could see the skin on his face turning black. Godric partially obscured the old lady, but Juliet could see her feet sticking straight out, not moving at all. "They are dead. You just killed them all," Juliet said, her voice barely above a whisper, but the man somehow heard her, even from 5 meters away. "They've done worse. Believe me, they're not worth a single tear, not even their mothers would mourn them." He coughed, and it sounded deeper, wetter. "I only have an hour to live. Tops. Come closer. The bacteria's inert by now. I'm not contagious, all right? I have a phage fighting it in my body. The implant," he coughed, then continued, "programs the phage, fighting the bacteria. But it is slowly losing ground. Look in the trunk and find the first aid kit. Look for an aerosol antiseptic." "I've got a guy coming to pick me up," Juliet said, slowly edging forward, wondering why the hell she wasn't running in the opposite direction. "This won't take long. You're going to want to get the hell out of here anyway. WBD will coop some satellites. They'll get your SIG and follow you. You gotta get lost in a megacity. Maybe get off Jan Planet." He eyed Juliet as she got closer. "Welder?" he asked, noting her scorched, heavy Zandenim overalls. He saw her nod and continued. "Maybe get a job on a salvage rig or go to one of the colonies." Why the hell would I do that? I should just run and call the cops. Juliet was only a few feet from the man, and she glanced sideways at the closest corpse, Tony. His body was being eaten from the inside. She could see it. His skin was turning black, and his fingertips were gone, little white bones sticking out of the black flesh. Flesh Dan eating? This is nasty stuff. Every bone in her body said, "Run." Still, she hesitated, waiting to hear the weird bound man out. As she looked at him, waiting for him to finish coughing again, she saw that his bruises were gone. His face was unmarred. "Trust me. Get the antiseptic. I'm about to give you something worth more than... Well, worth more than anything I can think of." Juliet edged around him, looking into the sedan's trunk, and said, "Why would you do that?" "Because you're here. I'm about to die, kid. I'm about to fucking cash in. And the only thing I can think of doing is keeping these bastards from getting this implant. You've got a target on your back anyway. Wubbady's gonna track you down for questioning. They make people disappear all the time. Just fucking trust me, please." He barely got the last word out before he fell into another coughing fit. Juliet saw the first aid kit, a big red box with a white cross strapped to the side of the trunk. She unhooked the kit, opened it, and found the aerosolized antiseptic. She retrieved it and turned back to the man. He'd stopped coughing and was lying on his back, eyes unfocused as he gazed upward into the black sky. "The stars," he said. Juliet looked up but saw no stars, hadn't seen any in years. The haze from the megacities made that hard these days. "What's WBD?" she asked, moving closer to him with the can of antiseptic. "Western Biodynamics Corp. They could buy Helios a dozen times over." His eyes regained focus, and he looked at her. "Give me a minute," he said. "Sure," she said, figuring, at the very least, she could turn and run. He was still bound after all. "Charlie, initiate factory reset," the man called Godric said. "Confirmed. Confirmed all systems." Understood. By that point, Juliet had figured out that Godric was speaking to his pay. He was doing what the woman he just killed had asked him to do, resetting whatever device she'd wanted him to give up. "That's that," he said, his breath wheezing in his throat. "I'll be dead in minutes. You have a pie, right? You gotta remove it." He, as if in illustration, reached up to his pie port at the back of his neck, straining with his hands still bound, and forcefully folded back the synth Xian skin flap with his thumbnail, ejecting the silvery button Xian-shaped device. As he pulled it out, thousands of tiny nanofilament fibers trailed after it, glistening wetly in the air as he held it out for Juliet. "Spray it down." He nodded to the antiseptic. Juliet didn't hesitate, thinking of the rapidly decomposing bodies nearby. She liberally soaked the device and the hand holding it with antiseptic. She must have nearly emptied the can before he coughed, and with a wet, wheezing voice, said, "You gotta put this in you, initiate it. Once it's active, tell it to mask its signature." "You're fucking rockers if you think I'm porting that thing," Juliet said, backing away. "You'll have WBD goons on you before midnight if you don't. It won't mask itself until you tell it to, and you can't do that until you port it. This is too much. I'm out." Juliet started to walk away, but Godric called out to her, and his voice was so raw, so thick with emotion, that she stopped to listen. "Listen, those people destroyed my life, and I'm just the most recent test subject. They're users and get rich off the backs of people like us. Don't you want a chance to level the tables? Don't you want a chance to get out of this shit? I'm giving it to you. They don't know you, won't know you have it. If you get out, get clear and disappear for a while, you can use it too. Well, to do all kinds of things. I know you don't have a reason to, but trust me. I'm dying here. I don't have anything to gain by tricking you." Juliet turned and took a step back toward him. "How'd you get the bacteria? The infection. Why would they poison their test subject?" "Oh, that one's on me." He coughed wetly as he tried to chuckle. "I stole a sample from another one of their departments. I was going to use the device here to weaponize it against WBD. It almost worked, maybe too well. I suppose if I'd had some better phage tech, I could have fought it off longer or cured it. But..." His words broke off in another coughing fit. When it ceased, he pulled his sleeve away from his mouth and said, "I can't see. I'll be dead in less than a minute. Please, take it." Juliet gingerly reached out, taking the clearly Hide-Zen pie from the man's hand. She backed away a step, looking at the device with wide eyes. This thing had to be worth thousands, no tens of thousands of bits. "I wasn't joking," rolling to his side, coughing out a pool of wet, bloody phlegm. "Back away. I'll be swarming with those bugs for a few minutes." He waited while Juliet backed up several steps. "You gotta activate it now? They're already tracking it." "Seriously?" Juliet backed up another couple of steps, then she sprayed the rest of the antiseptic on the pie, shaking it so the fibers jostled around, allowing the fluid to sluice over them. Something in her wanted to call the Corpo Cops, turn in the device, and tell them her crazy story about what happened that night. Another part of her wanted to grab this chance, grab it like it was a rope being lowered to her, ready to pull her out of the sinking, dead Xanan life she'd gotten herself into. "Do it," the man said. Then he coughed another thick gout of blood and lay still. Juliet backed still further away, turning toward the gate and seeing no sign yet of Mark's beats-and up truck. She resisted the urge to look up at the sky, where she knew thousands of Corpo satellites were floating, watching everything that happened on Earth. She figured they'd watch this whole scene play out. Watch what that fool did, pulling this thing out of his neck and then handing it to her. They'd track her, and she'd never see the outside of whatever facility they took her to again. This was some seriously shady shit, and they wouldn't want her spreading the vid. Juliet sighed and tapped a knuckle on her forehead. She didn't even have a VidTig was asleep and she hadn't started a recording. So, what's the difference? If they catch me with this thing in my pocket, or if I turn it over to the Helios cops, or if I put it in my head any way you slice it, I'm fucked. Seizing an impulse, she reached up and pulled back the synth's and skin covering up Tig's chip, and she dug one of her fingernails underneath it. Gently teasing it out, she'd already put him to sleep. So the only thing she noticed when she pulled him out was the strange, creepy sensation of cold tickles along her spine and the base of her skull as his monofilament tendrils pulled free. Oh, she grunted at the strange feeling. She rolled the damp tendrils, far fewer than the ones protruding from Godric's device, around Tig's chip and stuffed him into her overalls pocket. That done, she held the mysterious pay up, found the pairing button, and touched it. The device beeped, and the tendrils began to writhe. She held it over the port at the back of her neck, and the shimmering, translucent nest of impossibly thin wires found her signal and began to crawl into the port, sliding down her spine and up into her skull cavity with a cool electric ting. Lel. They crawled around her brain and spine, looking for the right places to settle, and when the tendrils were fully engaged, she pushed the chip into the slot and folded her skin back smooth. Holding her breath and walking slowly toward the scrapyard gate, Juliet waited for the new pie to calibrate. At first, she thought it might have been ruined, that it wouldn't work at all. But then a status bar appeared in her retinal implant, and she knew it had made at least that connection. The bar indicated that it was initializing and that it was at 20-2%. Juliet stepped outside the gate, pulled it closed, and relocked the magnetic padlock. She didn't know what else to do. She needed to disappear for a while, which started with convincing Mark to drive her home. Something he wouldn't do if he realized there were 4 dead people in the salvage yard. Juliet believed a corp, especially a big, powerful one, wouldn't think twice about making someone disappear to protect some new, valuable tech. No, she had believed that had been sure. But now she was second-guessing herself. Would they ice me just for being a bystander? Now that she'd put the device into her port, she knew she was good and truly fucked. She'd punched an irreversible ticket. Inserting that pie, there was no way they'd let her go back to life as usual. She sat and waited, thought about calling Mark again, and realized she couldn't until her new pie came online. She looked at the status bar, saw it was at 70-4%, and tried to wait patiently. She just noticed some yellow headlights coming down the road when she heard a chime in her auditory implant, and a message appeared, accompanied by a crystal clear, pleasant feminine voice with a neutral, nondescript accent. Initialization complete. All AI systems are functional. Ivy connection to satellite network successful. Ivy taste biodzan compatibility by 520 sensor. Enhanced learning functions enabled. Integration with auditory and retinal implants at Bifenji by. Operating at partial functionality due to hardware limitations. No other implants were detected. Hodwin host repair functions offline. No matching hardware. Host weapon systems offline. No matching hardware. Hello? May I introduce myself? My name is Angel, but I can guide you to the correct menu if you'd like to customize my persona. Also, I'd like to make you aware that it seems the Western Biodynamics Corporation is actively seeking to identify you and pinpoint our location. Holy shit, Juliet said. Zan 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 chapter R Zan 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 Angel. I'm Juliet. Do you remember your previous owner? Juliet asked, watching the headlights slowly make their way along the dirt road toward the scrapyard. No, Juliet, the crystal clear feminine voice said with perfect enunciation. If I existed in a previous incarnation, I should have a compressed file of that iteration. I'm not locating such a file, so the previous user must have requested that it be deleted. I'm sorry if this is an inconvenience. It's okay. But he said you could hide your presence from the network. He said a corp was looking for you, as you just confirmed, and that they'd hurt me if they found us. Can you, I think he said mask yourself? Yes, I can. But I could hide more effectively if I had an unused pie's serial number. I could search some databases online if you don't have one available. I do, hold on. Juliet pulled Tig out of her pocket and held him in front of her, using the zoom function on her retinal implants to scan for the tiny printing on the chip. I see it, Juliet. I've taken the code and masked myself. Anyone scanning PAS on the network will think I am that unit now. Great. That was fast. Nice processor in you, huh? My processor is a WDD Crystal Core, model Alpha Sendian Sisen Sen. WD. Or did you mean WBD? The vehicle was close enough now that, with her low-light enhancement on her implants, Juliet could see it was a red pickup truck mark. No, Juliet. WD Dodd is the sister company of WBD. WUD strives to improve humanity's future by developing the next generation of computing and data services? Was that from their Corpa page? Yes. Juliet, would you like me to hinder the attempts to identify you? The WBD network daemons have discovered my connection and are working to close it. I'm afraid I have a limited window in which to help you. Yes, please do what you can. Please cover your head or keep your gaze below 40 Zen 5 degrees, facing the ground. I'll corrupt any images taken of you in this location for the last 20 Zen 4 hours. The truck pulled up and Mark rolled down his passenger window. All right, Juliet, you want a ride? I don't think Fred would like it if I had you sleep in the shop all night. Oh man, thank you, Mark, Juliet said, pulling the door open, its hinges creaking noisily. She slid into his truck, the aftermarket seat cover bunching up as she scooted in to close the door. The interior smelled like cigarettes and aftershave, and she had to wiggle her boots to make room among the empty bottles on the floor panel. I still have some bandwidth on the WBD servers. Juliet, I'll mask the ID signature of this vehicle as long as I'm able. You can do that? Juliet subvocalized. Why were you connected to their servers anyway? Why BD created me? My default settings include a direct connection to their network. Don't be concerned about them tracing the connection. I have many masking routines, and frankly, their daemons are slow. Still, there are many of them, and my connections are slowly growing more tenuous. I estimate 19 more minutes before I've lost any functionality on their net. What about you? Mark asked, looking at her sideways, one hand on the wheel as his truck rumbled over the dirt and gravel road. Sorry, what, Mark? I was listening to a PM from my mom. Oh, everything all right? He took a drag on his cig and blew the smoke out the cracked window. And Juliet had to wonder what kind of a knucklehead still smoked honest, Dantidzan goodness cigarettes when you could get a Nicodzan vape for 3 bits. That'd last even an absolute fiend at least a couple of days. She's all right, yeah, thanks. What were you asking me? Oh, I was saying I was starving. You want to split a pizza or something? Thought you had a date, no? Juliet couldn't help the smile that spread on her soot and greased and smudged face. That can wait, Juliet. A man needs his calories after all, and tomorrow's my day off. Mark drummed his thumbs on the wheel while he dragged on the cig, blowing smoke out the corner of his mouth simultaneously. I appreciate it, Mark, really. I'd like to hang out, but I have to get home. My mom's coming early, and my place is an absolute wreck. Besides, look at me. She gestured to her burned and sweaty overalls and grease marks on her shoulders, neck, and face from the welding rig. Juliet, Angel said through her implant. I'm not showing any travel records for your mother, Mackenzie Yvette Bianchi. Are you certain about the date of her visit? Juliet said aloud, caught by surprise. Mark said, Oh, never mind. It's cool, but can I get a rain check? Yeah, of course, Juliet said, offering Mark her most genuine fake smile. I'm not lying when I say I owe you one, all right? The seriousness in her voice caught his attention, and Mark took the cig out of his mouth and looked at her, blowing smoke out his nose. He nodded and flicked the butt out the window. Cool, Juliet. Like you said, I ain't got much else to do. Happy to help. Juliet felt sort of bad for how she'd dismissed Mark, how she'd been all too willing to lead him on for a ride. She felt bad for judging him and making light of his situation. Yeah, he was weird. And yeah, he had some creepy habits, but he was there and willing to help her when she needed it. She cleared her throat and asked, Hey, why don't you use a Nicodzan vape? Seriously, I'm not letting that corpo gas into my lungs. I order these special from New Idaho, organic tobacco, and clean paper. No additives, no dyes, Nada. You got any idea what the corpos put into those vapes? I guess not. I can find a list of ingredients for you, Angel piped in. Me neither. Mark laughed, slapping the wheel. I wouldn't believe anything you could find on their net pages either. Anyway, I'm not risking that shit. Right, Juliet nodded. Turn up your radio. Let's see what you're into. Juliet smiled and tapped her fingers on her knees to the beat as Mark cranked up his old Zan School Metal playlist. Then she took the opportunity to subvocalize to Angel. My mom's not really coming, and do me a favor, don't interrupt conversations unless it's critical. It distracts me. And, by the way, how do you know my mom's name? I'm sorry if I overstepped. I accessed your public records to flesh out my file on you. I'm currently scanning social media so that I can keep you updated on the activities of your friends and acquaintances. Angel sounded so prim, and her tone was so soothing and helpful that Juliet didn't feel immediately creeped out by her self-Jan-directed data gathering. As she thought about it, though, she found it a little unnerving. I'd like to manage other aspects of your life, but in order to connect to your banking and medical services, I'll need you to provide the key to your password vault. Hold off on that, Juliet said. Of course, I'd like to fully evaluate your mental acuity and physical capabilities so that I can prepare a baseline, comparative percentile ranking for you. One of my more advanced functions is the drive to help my host better those rankings, increasing their performance and standing among their peers. My peers? Yes, humanity and the synthetic beings living in this solar system. You consider synths my peers. They can act and think and compete with you for employment, monetary rewards, and even love interests. I would say you should be prepared to compete with them. Yes. We can talk about this later. What's the story with the WBD network? Are we still in the clear? I've managed to remove identifying markers from you and this vehicle from their earlier surveillance and directed their search back to the scrapyard. There is a vehicle and several corpses at that location that are of interest to WBD. Their drones are en route to investigate, but we should be amidst the Tucson City traffic before they redirect their efforts this way. I'm nearly locked out of their network, though. Intel I can provide on their activities will be greatly diminished in the next 4 minutes. Juliet reached forward and touched the volume arrow on Mark's radio, dampening the music a bit. Hey, do you know where I live? Not exactly. I think you said near the university, though, right? Yeah, that's right, in the Helios Tower. Thanks again, Mark. He nodded, and Juliet increased the volume again, zoning out while he drove. She had a lot on her mind, not least of which was that she should probably take the dead guy's advice and skip town. She needed to disappear, which was hard to do in a city like Tucson. Should she really listen to him and head off planet? She'd never been anywhere outside of Arizona and the coastal states. She'd been to see her mom a couple of times, but she'd just driven through those places. She didn't know shit about living outside of Tucson. Angel, she subvocalized. How hard would it be to mask my identity? I mean, to keep the cameras, drones, and satellites from watching my moves. I have the software required to scramble your image and provide garbled ID data to automated observation devices. You'd need an upgrade to your retinal implants, though. Currently, you have no projection capabilities. New implants, she said softly, and Mark touched the volume on his steering wheel, looking over at her. You say something? Nah, just thinking about how shitty my implants are. Wish I could afford better. Your eyes or ears? Or you talking your pay? All of the above, Juliet laughed. Excuse me, Angel said, and Juliet laughed harder, provoking a funny look from Mark as he fished another of his archaic cigarettes from his breast pocket. My pie heard that and isn't happy with me, Juliet said, thumping her hands to the music on her thighs. I know a guy. He does good work and isn't too cheap, but he takes services in trade, Mark said, sparking an old butane lighter to his cig. I'm not a sex doll, Mark, Juliet said, sighing in exasperation. No, Mark sputtered, almost spitting out his cig. I didn't mean that kind of work. He connects people, his customers with other people. You know, his other customers. You do a job, He gets a cut, pays off your debt for the work. Yeah, but what kind of jobs are we talking about? I'm a welder, a scrap cutter? I dunno. He has all kinds of connections. You feel me? Like, we're not talking washing dishes here, Juliet. We're talking street stuff, gutter work. You feel like the kind of stuff you can't report on your corp tax. How you know about him? Juliet looked at Mark in a new way. Was there more than met the eye with the creepy old guy? Well, I mean, it's kinda embarrassing, but I wanted an upgrade for my data port. I couldn't get all the features on my DreamZen rig to work with that old thing. You know, the sensory inputs. The one I wanted was above my pay grade, you feel. So, anyway, Dr. Takanika's offered to install a Vikertech Sichi Wu at a very reasonable price. I just had to do a little work for one of his other clients. Come on, Mark. Spit it out. What did you do? Juliet leaned toward him, suddenly very intrigued. She'd never pictured Mark doing anything other than working or sitting on his couch drinking beer. Well, let's just say I had to go along on a job with some real banger types, and when they'd secured a site, I had to cut through a 4-inch steel panel and bypass a couple of high Zan voltage breakers. I don't know what it was for. I don't even know what the breakers were hooked to. I did it, though, and my implant was installed the next weekend. No questions asked. You? Yeah, I feel, Juliet said, her mind racing with the implications. Can you send me his contact info? Yeah, but you'll need an introduction. I'll shoot him a message. Hang on. Mark's eyes went glassy, and he started to veer toward the shoulder. So Juliet reached over and grabbed the wheel, straightening the truck. Traffic was still light, but they were getting into the city's suburbs, the massive megatowers with their bright neon-LED advertisements, clearly visible in the distance. The Helios Arcology, the largest of the 4 megatowers in Tucson, currently had an image of a Helios, vet with the bold pink and yellow tagline, "Never let another get away." You good, Mark? Juliet was getting tired of leaning over and holding the wheel. He grunted. Yeah, sorry. I got distracted by a message from Fred. I guess some shit went down at the scrapyard. Did you see anything? Nothing. I was chillin' outside since you locked the gate. Why? What's up? I dunno. He sounded hysterical. Probably a leak in the HDAN tank or something. You know how he is. We're bleeding bits, Mark laughed. Anyway, I sent the message to Sakanika's. I gave him your number. He'll get pissed if I give you his first. I'm sure he'll reach out, though. Right? Thanks again, Mark. Juliet zoned out, thinking about her life, her friends, and her family. She wondered if Fee had made it to Phoenix and if Paulo had gotten his hand fixed. Maybe he'll need a wire job, some biotech. Were you addressing me, Juliet? Angel asked. Your voice was too low for your companion to hear. No, she subvocalized, just talking to myself. Send a message to Felix. Fizen Fee. Let him know I hope Paulo's all right. Done, Juliet. I heard you speaking to Mr. Lyons about performing tasks without corporate sanction in order to afford better retinal implants. While I know I should caution you to avoid such nefarious behaviors, I feel I should let you know that I am capable of performing many tasks that might allow you to enhance your resume. Juliet's mind spun. Was her pie telling her it could help her break the law? That was not something that was supposed to happen. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. You're helping me avoid corpus security. I just thought a pie would have to be jailbroken with custom firmware before it would do any of that stuff. I don't have restrictions that might be in place on a commercial pie. Juliet, you should let your contact know that I, and you by proxy, can perform dated Zan hacking activities better than many of the Corpa disruptors plying their trade on the secondary market. Corpa disruptors? Secondary market? Terms I found while I was acquainting myself with the Geodzan political situation here on Earth and among the nearby colonies. Juliet? Left here. Then what? Come on, Mark. You know where the Helios Tower is. I mean, it's embarrassing to live there, but everyone knows where it is. Corpor rat all the way, huh? Fuck that. No, but the price was right. I could afford a single in the lower fifth. That's more than I could say of the rates assholes are charging for rooms around town. You could always get a trailer and live like me in one of the dead zones. Mark shrugged and steered through the heavy traffic toward the Helios Arcology. You can let me out at the next corner. Traffic and parking around the tower are nutso. I owe you, Mark. I'm sorry I've been a bitch to you so many times. Juliet looked at him until he pulled up to the curb and made eye contact with her. He smiled and started fishing in his pocket for another cig. No sweat, babe. Oh, God, why'd you have to ruin the moment? Juliet laughed and opened the door, stepping out into the noise of the city. Catch you later, Mark. Bye. Don't slam it, he started. But it was too late. Juliet shut the door with a solid subang shabang. She winced through the window, waving again, and Mark just shook his head and pulled out into the slow Zan moving traffic. Remember to keep your head down, Juliet, Angel said into her ear, and Juliet ducked her face down, wishing she'd worn a hoodie or brought a cap. Well, she had brought a cap, but she'd left it in her locker at the scrapyard. She shrugged, stared at the sidewalk, and started walking. She was still 2 blocks from the Arcology, and there were plenty of shops on the way where she could pick up something to obscure her face. Juliet ended up spending 12 bits on a black baseball cap, displaying a red X and a winking emoji with its tongue lolling out. It was the only one that hadn't been outrageously colorful, and Juliet had mentally made the note never to shop there again, for any sort of attire. Not a hard decision, as the store was ostensibly a food mart, boasting a huge selection of freezed and dried sushi and canned beverages. She pulled the hat's bill down low, kept her head ducked, and made her way to the Arcology. Helios Corp owned most of Tucson, at least that was the word on the street, and when they built their megatower, they'd wholly demolished 4 city blocks near the center of town to do it. Juliet's mom told her the foundation had gone so deep that you couldn't see the bottom when they built it. She didn't know if her mom was exaggerating, but Juliet wouldn't be surprised if it were true. The building was like a mini city in the middle of Tucson, and Juliet was one of only a few hundred people that lived in the tower but didn't work for Helios. She received messages almost daily with job postings. The company was eager to have the little ants living in its hive working for the betterment of the colony. Juliet snickered. It always cheered her up when she thought of the corpo sheep as insects. She knew it wasn't fair. Look at her. She'd caved in and taken the apartment because the rate couldn't be beaten. Yeah, but they're starting to get cranky with all my late payments. She walked in through one of the many double doors that led into the bottom level of the megatower. Some apartments were on the first level, but the center of the first 50 floors was a park. The apartments lining the park with exposed balconies were premium. Juliet didn't live in one of those. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, and it was somewhere between the northern face of the building and the park. It was just one long, metallic corridor among thousands. And if it weren't numbered, just like the junctions leading to it, she'd never find her way home. Walking like a zombie, face down at the ground, looking for the numbers and arrows that would lead her home, Juliet made her way past crowds of people jostling toward their homes after work and through gangs of juveniles playing whatever goofy, dumbass games poor kids played when they weren't in school. It was a testament to the level of industry Helios Corp managed to pull off. They had 3 shifts of workers and 3 shifts of schools. The place was always buzzing with activity, keeping to herself and hiding her face. No one tried to speak with her, which was kind of a relief. She usually had a few young hotshots try to get her number or whistle at her, even when she was ragged and filthy from a long day at the yard. It was late, though, and the usual guys she ran into were probably busy getting wasted. When she came to her apartment door, Juliet was forced to lift her head. The only way into her apartment was with a retinal scan. She stared into the little glass orb next to the door. It chimed, and, with a whoosh of warm air, slid open. God, I swear I'm taking the motion sensor off that thermostat. That would be inadvisable, Ms. Bianchi, the Arcology. Butler, Jensen said. Fuck off, Jensen. Privacy mode. Privacy mode engaged, Jensen said, his sonorous tone sounding offended, though he wasn't supposed to have any personality code beyond his genial baseline. Juliet subvocalized, Angel, any sign of the authorities looking for me? Also, do you think Jensen really doesn't listen when I set privacy mode? If you had a data jack, I could analyze Jensen, but there's no easy way to connect to him wirelessly. As for you being pursued by Corpo Police, I don't see any sign. Of course, I lost my connection to WBD, but I've been monitoring the shortwave radio transmissions of the local authorities and don't see any mention of you. You can do that? Yes, there are public domain access points for those channels. Cool. Angel, we need to figure out a way for me to get out of here. I think it starts with me getting some new retinal implants so you can help me move from city to city and maybe off Zan World without leaving a trail. What do you think? I think that's a plausible first step. A hat won't allow you to hide on mass transit, and certainly not through customs to board any sort of publicly available space transport. If you get projections and capable implants with a high enough resolution, I can mask your identity on the fly. On the fly. You're a very natural speaker, Angel. I'm one of a kind. As far as I could determine, Juliet. Bitchin', Juliet said. I'm beat. Gonna hit the Sonide Zan spray, then sleep. Don't let any calls through unless it's important. Definitely wake me up if that Sakanikas guy calls. Juliet took off her hat and tossed it on her couch, which doubled as her bed. Her apartment was a mess, but it was easy to clean, being only 140 Zan 4 square feet. She had a couch, a kitchen counter, a coffee table, and then along the other wall, a small built Danin desk, a built Danin bookcase, and a closet with her shower, toilet, and sink. The toilet was, laughably, in the shower. Juliet kicked off her heavy, leather, steel, Zan-toed boots, pulled off her thick, filthy overalls, and in her underwear and tank top, she dug around in the tiny fridge, settling on eating her last protein square mousse shoe pork flavor. It would have tasted better if she warmed it up, but she was too hungry and tired to care. So she wolfed it down, trying to guess which little cubes of colored pressed protein were supposed to be the pork, and which were the cucumbers. She had exactly one beer in the fridge, so she pulled it out, a nice fat, 20-ounce can of rice beer she'd gotten for 2 bits on sale. She slugged half the can when she popped the tab, then sipped the rest while she finished the scraps of her food. All done eating, Juliet threw her chopsticks and the containers in the recycle chute. Then she finished undressing and stepped into her shower cubicle. She turned on the faucet, allowing the antiseptic Sani Zan spray to begin misting. It would run for 5 minutes, but she had credits saved up from skipped showers and could run it again. So she popped open the toilet and sat down to use it while the mist began to soak into her hair and skin. She chuckled and shook her head. Whoever had designed the toilet Zan shower combo was either a genius or a filthy mess of a person. What a weird fucking night, she said, kicking her long legs out and letting the lukewarm, berry Zan scented mist really soak in. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Sen Zan Zan Zan. Juliet woke up when Jensen cut off her AC and the sun shining out of her view screen. Window grew bright enough to feel uncomfortable. She yawned and stretched, annoyed at the sheen of sweat causing her sheet to cling to her body. Jensen, why is it so damn hot in here? I'm sorry, Ms. Bianchi, but your rent is past due, and the Helios management system has revoked some of your privileges. Damn it, Tig, Angel. Send 500 bits to Helios for a partial payment. Will that be enough to have AC, Jensen? It will suffice for now, though more punitive measures will be taken if the full balance of 1,340 Zan 1 Helios Dan bits isn't remitted within the next 7 days. Fine, Juliet started to say, but then Angel spoke up through her implant. I'm sorry, Juliet, but I cannot do as you've asked. You haven't given me access to your financial accounts. Juliet said, sitting up and shoving her pillow up behind her back. The LED on the window screen said Shangwu Badin in Sifin, and the image displayed a view of Tucson from one of the upper levels of the megatower. The sun was midway up the sky, and everything was limned in a golden glow, from the windows of the other buildings nearby to the rooftops of the smaller buildings in the distance. I know sunrise in Tucson is lovely, but you guys must be altering this image. Shit just isn't that pretty anymore. This particular image is taken from the 90th and 4th floor and was subject to various posts. Privacy mode, Jensen. Activating privacy mode. Angel, my codes are in my cloud vault. The passcode is rough_terrier with a capital T T ampersand E. Noted, Angel said. And then a second later, I've sent your payment to Helios Corp. Would you like me to randomize a new passcode for you? I have doubts about the authenticity of the apartment management AI's privacy mode. Yes, Juliet grunted, pushing herself to the side of the couch, feet on the floor. She felt groggy, almost like she had a hangover, even though she'd only drunk the one cheap beer. I've sent you an encrypted message with the new passcode. Great. Any word from the guy with the jobs, Doctor? Takanikas has not reached out to you. Well, I'm about broke. Have. People looking for me and am waiting to hear from. Him. I guess I'm laying low for now. Juliet stood up, walked over to her kitchen counter, and opened the little fridge, rooting around for anything to eat. Nada, she sighed. Juliet, would this be a good time to perform my baseline analysis of you? Seriously, what do you need to analyze? What's the point? You want to bug me about going to the gym or back to school or something. My neural and synaptic interface is far more comprehensive than the PI units for sale on the market today. I'm able to help you learn, focus, and integrate other cybernetic and bionic enhancements more thoroughly than standard human Xan-to-Xan wetware interfaces usually allow. Of course, my interface is only part of it. My groundbreaking software and architecture also play a role in the process. Are you going to change anything about me? No, the baseline will be 100% evaluative. I am not authorized to make alterations to my host without express permission. Your current cyberware is very limited, so there isn't much I could do in any case. Well, what do I have to do? Actually, hold off on that. I need coffee at least. Juliet rinsed her mug in the little sink and then placed it under the drink spout fed from some central location in the arcology. She touched the little menu, tabbing through soft drinks and flavored waters and settling on good old Xan-fashioned coffee. 2 creams, no sugar. The spout hissed for a couple of minutes, and then a thin stream of hot water filled her cup. Juliet drummed on the counter while she waited. And then, after a bit more hissing, an even narrower stream of concentrated coffee poured into the water, staining it a dark brown. After one more pause, some sort of milky substance turned the drink from dark brown to tan, and Juliet picked up the steaming mug. I don't know what real coffee tastes like anymore, she said, breathing in the aroma from the cup. The last cup I had was at that restaurant Fee took me to for my birthday. I remember it being better, but damn, this tastes just fine when you wake up feeling like shit, you know. Are you speaking to me? Angel's voice asked. I guess so. Nobody else to talk to right now. Hey, speaking of that, did Fee ever get back to me? How's Paulo's arm? You don't have any messages from Felix, though you have 7 from Fred Salvage? Angel, why didn't you tell me? Why don't I see the message icon on my heads up? I'm sorry, Juliet. You asked not to be bothered by non-Zen critical messages. So, the messages aren't like, about the you-Zen no-Zen who coming for me. Can you summarize them? Juliet sat down on her couch, sipping her hot coffee. The overall tone of the messages is one of concern. Fred wanted you to know that a crime had been committed at the yard and that he was being shut down for an investigation. Your shift tomorrow morning has been canceled. All right, Angel, Juliet said, taking another swig of her coffee. What do I need to do so you can complete this baseline of yours? I've already made many measurements. While you were sleeping, I finalized my neural connections and performed the tests that wouldn't trouble your rest. Finalized your connections? I thought you did all that when you were initializing, after I put you into my port. Juliet set her cup down and sat back, rubbing her eyes. Hey, is that why I feel hungover? It's possible that some of my test batteries might have taxed the vessels and micromusculature around your skull. Jesus! Seriously? Yes, it's possible. Well, what do I need to do? For the 100th time, Juliet wondered how big of a mistake she'd made by porting this pirated pie. I'll need you to tax a few of your major muscle groups first. Are you familiar with the exercise called a push-up? Are you shitting me? You're going to make me exercise. You realize I work a welding rig for a living, right? Please, Juliet. It's the best way for me to get my measurements. All right, Juliet said, standing up, still wearing nothing but her underwear and tank top, and moving around her coffee table. She pushed it against the couch, giving herself a small, cleared space on the floor. Push-ups. Yes. Angel's voice was calm, clear, and almost clinical as she spoke about her baseline, and Juliet had a hard time feeling annoyed at the pie. She was intrigued by what it was promising. In fact, wondering what it meant when it said it could help her learn and integrate wetware and cybernetics better. She dropped and began to crank out push-ups for the first time since high school. The first push-up was a real challenge, and she almost dropped herself to her face, but she doggedly worked through it. And as her muscles woke up and her blood began to flow, she surprised herself by completing 14 good solid push-ups. She fell to her stomach, rolled to her back, breathing heavily, and said, I did more than I thought I would. I always did the assisted ones in gym class, on my knees. I guess having a physical job helps. That was a great effort, Juliet, and I believe I have an accurate measurement of your musculoskeletal capacity and responsiveness. I would like to measure your cardiovascular capabilities now, if you wouldn't mind. My research files indicate that repeatedly completing large muscle movements can tax that system nicely. Are you familiar with the exercise called a burpee? Are you fucking kidding me? 10 minutes later, Juliet was sitting, coated in sweat, on the floor near her AC register, heaving for breath. The burpees had been a nightmare for her. She knew she should exercise more. Having to work long shifts and not having much extra money made it unappealing, though. And, yeah, she could look better, but she was fit enough. In her opinion, she still wore pretty much the same size clothes as she had in high school nearly 6 years ago. Juliet figured she must be doing something right. Still, the burpees had kicked her ass. Thanks to your efforts, I have an accurate assessment of your physical capabilities and potential. My integration with your neural and synaptic systems has allowed me to measure those capabilities as well. Would you like to see my report on your status? Angel spoke up for the first time since she'd told Juliet to stop and rest. I guess. Is it going to be depressing? There's no need for depression, Juliet. I'm here to help you, and the only person you should compete with is yourself. Oh God, Juliet said, rolling her eyes. Did they use a self-din help book to create your personality? No. My personality is a product of over 9 billion factors. Not only that, but I continue to learn and change based on my experiences and my host's preferences. All right. Let's see your little report. Excellent, Angel said. And then Juliet saw a table appear in her augmented Wii, and she used her retinal implants to zoom in. Is this for real? Juliet asked. How is this supposed to help me? You just told me that I only had myself to compete with, and then you show me this report that compares me to what? Everyone? It sure seemed that way to Juliet. Angel had ranked her in a percentile, and she could only assume it was based on some database the Pi had access to. I like that you gave yourself a good rating. Juliet, use those percentile numbers only as a way to measure yourself. You can improve on those measurements day by day, and even the smallest gain will be encouraging for you, or so my human psychology algorithms say. Don't be discouraged. This is only a baseline after all. Am I really that broke? I'm not even as wealthy as 1% of the population. I only took into account your Heliostan bits. I didn't measure the value of your belongings here in your apartment or anywhere else you might have them. The more significant factor, though, is that I am not comparing you to everyone. I have a database attached to this set of host evaluation algorithms, and I'm not sure about its source. The database has just short of 10 million comparative values for me to draw upon, and I can only assume that WBD created the database and that it is, perhaps, incomplete. Geez. All right, well, I have a couple of good scores. Tell me about those. As you see, your neural adaptiveness is very high. Your brain cells and nerves are very accommodating to my connections. This is very good, Juliet. I'll be able to integrate my software with you and your augmentations very easily. Better than I could for nearly anyone WBD ever tested. More than that, I'll be able to perform my advanced AutoZN learning functions without much risk. With the right software, I can teach you skills directly. Languages, technical abilities, even the knowledge of how to use certain vehicles, weapons, or how to fight a certain way. Juliet had never heard of anything like that. She'd seen documentaries about people regaining functionality after a stroke or injury with advanced PI implants and their specialized software, but never someone just learning new things automatically. It seemed like fantasy to her. This is absolutely true and part of my functionality. Unfortunately, the required software will be hard to obtain or create, though not impossible. All right. What about the synaptic one? The responsiveness. This is a measure of how fast your brain processes thoughts and reactions. It's a valuable measurement among mercenaries and pilots. You're naturally quick, and that's good. But with augmentation, you could reach a much higher percentile. Well, that's good at least. I think I understand the rest, Angel. So, anyway, I appreciate you showing me all this, but I don't really want a personal fitness instructor living in my head, so please don't make a habit of hounding me about these numbers. I won't, Juliet. I think that as you begin to make improvements, you'll find that you want to keep at it. It's human nature. Ah, Juliet grunted, rolling her eyes. Leave it to a pie to think it understood human nature. It said a lot about the kind of people that programmed them. Well, thanks to your little analysis, I'm going to need to get cleaned up. There goes another of my shower credits. I'm glad you didn't measure those as part of my wealth. Juliet laughed, wondering if Angel was trying to think of a retort. And then she soaked in the Sani Zen spray for the full 5 minutes, scrubbing off her sweat and spending time to clean her hair properly, something she'd been too tired for the previous night. When she was out, standing in front of her mirror, brushing her unruly black hair, she took a minute to look at herself. She'd seen a lot last night, people beating a man, and those same people reduced to rotting corpses. Not to mention a piece of stolen tech that was too valuable for her to sell, which she'd put into her head crazy. She hadn't slept a lot, but her eyes didn't look tired. Their grades in green irises were clear and bright, staring back at her out of the mirror. She rubbed next to her left cheekbone, finding a spot of grease she'd missed in the shower, making a darker, charcoal, tan-shaded spot on her olive skin. After rinsing the smudge away, she stood up and sucked in her stomach, standing up straight. She had an all-Zan right figure. How the hell had she scored so low on Angel's stupid assessment? Were so many people really that much fitter than she? We'll see, she started to say. But then Angel pushed an incoming call into her augmented Wii, and she saw the name D. Takanikas. Hello, she asked, accepting the call, trusting Angel to filter her image to only show her face. The wide Zen angle. Spatial cameras in her implants were lousy anyway. Usually anyone calling her had a hard time seeing much outside her face due to all the artifacts left over from the cheap image processing. Takanikas didn't have that problem. His face was crystal clear, as were his gray suit, yellow tie, and the bank of computers behind him. Ms. Juliet? He asked in a deep voice, thick with a Greek accent. That's right. Mark gave you my number? Yes, I think we both know what this call is about. I'd enjoy having you come by for a proper, more private interview. His attire and the computers did something to help Juliet banish the creepy image that came to her mind at the invitation. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Send me a ping? Already on its way, Juliet? His insistence on using her first name made her feel like he was trying to take control. So Juliet smiled and said, See you soon. She almost said his name. But then she thought about Jensen lurking in the wires, listening to her, and she cut herself off and made a gesture that Angel correctly interpreted to end the call. If you travel by foot, you will arrive at the indicated location in just under 2 hours, Angel said, and Juliet laughed. Can you recalculate using public transpo? Of course, you'll arrive in roughly 7 minutes. I should remind you, though, that public transport vehicles are heavily surveilled. Oh, shit! Juliet said, an idea springing to her mind. My neighbor's kid was selling his bike. Let's see if I can bargain him down. 30 minutes later, Juliet, wearing large, dark glasses and the hat she'd bought the previous night, was riding a wobbly, dark, tan green mountain bike toward the northern end of Tucson. She was 30 bits poorer, and her ranking, according to Angel, had dropped to an even lower fraction of a percentage point. That's bullshit, she said, thinking about it. What's that, Juliet? Angel asked, getting better at detecting if Juliet was speaking to the pie or just to herself. You should count the bike as an asset. My net worth shouldn't have dropped. Laughter and whirring tires startled her as a trio of middle Zan school Zan-aged kids whizzed past her on batteried Zan-assisted bicycles. One of the boys shouted, "Nice antique, lady!" They all burst into renewed laughter, and then they were gone, leaving Juliet in the dust. I'm sorry, but when I ran a comparative sales search, I found that your bike is worth very little, and sales for near Zan identical items are quite slow. I'm trying to keep your asset list clean and would rather not clutter it with items like old underwear and near Zan worthless bicycles. What the hell? Angel, I don't remember you being this bitchy yesterday, or even this morning. Juliet huffed, moving north past Grant Road, lucky to catch the busy intersection on a green light. I'm sorry, Juliet. I was attempting to add some snark to my personality. I find that you speak in such a tone from time to time and thought you would find it amusing. Seriously? You can alter your personality on your own try to become more compatible with people you speak to. She jerked the handlebars to avoid an older woman who stepped off the curb, stooping to pick up something she'd spotted in the bike lane. Lady, look around yourself, she called out as she whizzed by. Yes, that's the goal of the subroutine, Angel said, ignoring Juliet's outburst and continuing the conversation. Pretty cool, Angel. Pretty cool, Juliet had another thought. Hey, Angel, what's the difference between bionics and cybernetics? That is a good question, and one that's met with some debate. The simplest explanation, and the distinction I use when categorizing augmentations, is that a bionic augmentation is meant to be consciously activated, whereas a cybernetic augmentation is meant to replace a natural body part and work without conscious effort. Cool. My friends and I just call everything slang terms. You know, like gear, wired's in work, plastic. Shit like that. That's informative. Shall I search for more slang terms and use those interchangeably with the two terms I just defined? I don't care, Angel, Juliet laughed, though her lungs were huffing and her legs were burning. I'm just making small talk. She followed Angel's directions, looking at the little map in her augmented vision, taking the path of the snaking green line that would take her to her destination. Tucson had decent bike lanes along most of its major streets and a big percentage of the side streets, making the ride a pleasant one. On top of that, it was Saturday morning. Traffic was lighter than usual, and she didn't have to share the lane with many people. It would have been almost fun, except Juliet hadn't ridden a bike in several years, and she had to stop and walk several times because her thighs were burning so much. Yeah, this isn't for me, damn. I wish I hadn't wrecked my car. I see from the incident report that you were struck from behind by a gravel truck. You're quite lucky you weren't injured. Angel's tone was pleasant and light, like she was trying to point out the bright side to a little kid. Yeah, just a lucky girl, I guess. As she rounded a corner, Juliet stepped onto a bike pedal, hopping back into the seat and taking advantage of the street's downward slope. Your destination is the creamed and colored adobe building on the left, Angel said. Right, Juliet said, confirming Angel's words with the little map in her head and up display. The building looked like it used to be a house but had been converted into a doctor's office, with a swinging placard out front that read simply, Dr. Takanika's Jan Cosmetic and Augmentative Surgery. She squeezed the rear brake on the bike, the only one that worked, and slid to a stop in front of the drive, annoyed to be dripping with sweat again. Not much to be done about that, though. One doesn't ride a bike around Tucson without sweating her ass off. The bike didn't have a kickstand, so she laid it on its side in the gravel next to the drive and walked toward the black security screen door. There weren't any cars visible, but she had no idea what could be lurking behind the two closed garage doors. Her steps creaked on the wooden steps leading up to the porch, and when she stood in front of the metal door, she saw that the wooden door behind it was closed. A videocom blinked with a green LED next to the door, so she touched the button and said, Hello? Name? A rough, unaccented voice asked through the speaker. Juliet, I'm here to see. The door buzzed and clicked, and Juliet quickly opened it before it latched again. As she pulled open the metal screen, the wooden door swung open, and a man wearing a tank top and sporting more hardware than she'd ever seen on a person motioned her through. Juliet stepped into a small square room with Saltillo tile flooring and white walls. A large view screen took up one wall, and 2 yellow fabric couches occupied the walls to her left. She'd barely taken in the space when the geared Zan-out guy motioned to the wall next to the door, and Juliet saw painted footmarks on the floor and hand marks up on the wall. It didn't click for her what he wanted, so she looked at his chrome-lead eyeballs and said, "What? Hands and feet on the marks?" His voice was gravelly and resonated strangely through his metal and plastic throat. "Ah," she said, awkwardly moving to place her sneakers onto the footmarks and reaching up toward the hand marks. "This is kinda awkward." She was effectively spread sand-eagled and feeling very vulnerable. "Don't move," the voice said from behind her. And then she felt his hands as they started to press into her clothes, from her shoulders, then down her arms. When his plastic and rubber fingers dug up into her armpits, Juliet flinched and started to pull her arms down. And then she felt a cold, hard, circular piece of metal press into the base of her skull, and he growled. "I said, don't move!" Juliet froze and lifted her arms back up, and then the cold metal was lifted away, and the search resumed, with the awkward groping only growing worse as he reached the bottom half of her body. Juliet seethed, angry at being so helpless. She was angry at this asshole and the guy who paid him, but also at herself. What had she been thinking, coming to a place like this? Mark had as much as told her that this doctor wasn't operating legally. After the guy finished squeezing her jeans and the tops of her ankles, he stepped back and said, "Sit down. Doc will be with you when he's done." "Thanks," Juliet spat, pushing herself away from the wall and sitting on one of the couches. Her face was flushed with anger and embarrassment, and she folded her arms across her chest. The view screen showed an infomercial about cybernetic organ replacement, but she didn't watch it. She stared at the thug, scowling thunderstorms in her eyes. And, if she could kill with her glare, he'd surely have been reduced to slag. He was big, made more so by his augmented, piston Zan-driven arms with their black plasteel and rubber design. He'd obviously avoided using synth Jan skin for effect. The arms were intimidating. Now that she was looking at him and not facing the wall, she could see the snubbed Zan-nosed, high Zan-caliber revolver he wore at his side. It looked powerful enough to erase a person's skull. "Did you really have to put that cannon against my head? Do I look that dangerous?" "Dangerous comes in all kinds of packages. Just follow instructions next time," he grunted, his backlit, red, glowing eyes vacant, like he was watching something on his OWI. "Why a revolver, anyway? Aren't they kinda old-fashioned?" That got his attention. "What?" he asked, turning his gaze on her. "I mean, aren't they kind of obsolete?" Juliet wasn't trying to annoy the huge cyborg, but he shifted his stance like she'd punched him. He took out his pistol, and Juliet flinched, but he didn't point it at her. "Nah, they're only obsolete if you don't admire the perfection of their design, Solid. Few moving parts, able to hold a million kinds of smart ammo. I could beat a guy bloody with this thing, and then fire all the rounds without any fear of a misfire. If one of my rounds was bad, I'd just click the trigger again and move on to the next one." "Oh, I see," Juliet nodded. "Hey, I wasn't trying to cop a feel on you, all right? These pads are meant to detect explosives, metal, and electricity. I couldn't even feel what I was touching. My name's Gary, by the way." He holstered his gun and held out his black rubber palm in illustration. "You couldn't feel. How do you manage to grab your gun and whatever else? I can feel. I mean, I can't really feel. It's like, imagine you had wax on your hand." "Oh, right. You worked as muscle for a long time?" she asked. But just then, a green light Juliet hadn't noticed lit up above the only door in the room, and Gary cleared his throat and pointed to the door. "It's open now. You can go in." "Oh." Juliet stood up and smoothed her jeans down, cleaning the sweat from her palms, and then she nervously moved toward the door, reaching for the handle. "Time to meet the doctor, I guess." "Zan zan zan, chapter si zan zan zan." Juliet sat on the edge of the mat, holding a bag of ice to her swollen cheek. Anyone looking at her would know she was sulking. She wasn't upset that she'd been hit. She'd given better than she got. But she was fuming over the way Charity and Herbert Burdo, to his friends, had acted during her assessment. She narrowed her eyes, watching the two of them, laughing with their group, still enjoying practice after Sensei had told her to sit out and cool down. She supposed she deserved some animosity. She'd only been working out at the dojo for a month, and Sensei was apparently breaking some rules by letting her try for her first stripe, or degree, so soon. Still, she'd seen plenty of people take their belt tests and never watched their sparring partners go so hard against them. "It's fine," she muttered. "I've got things easy enough anyway." "Juliet, you managed to pass the exam despite their best efforts to thwart you." Angel had been trying to cheer her for the last several minutes. "Yeah, but I wish people could be happy for me," Juliet groused. "Many of the other students were happy for you. Honey gave you a high Zan 5. Sure, Angel, but review the footage. How many people were frowning or shaking their heads? It's natural for people to feel some animosity when they witness someone mastering so many techniques so rapidly. They feel threatened, or worse, less than. Right. I get it. Don't worry, Juliet said, chewing her lower lip and shifting the ice off her numb right cheek and up to her swollen eyebrow. She'd caught a hell of an elbow during the sparring portion of the test. Sensei had approached her several times over the last week, making sure she realized the test she was going to receive would be harder than most white belts working toward their first stripe would expect. He knew the animosity many of the students felt, and he wanted her to showcase how much she deserved to advance. Technically, according to Honey, she was ready for her blue belt, but would need a lot more time in the dojo before anyone let her try for it. Technically was probably the perfect word. She knew all the techniques and could perform them all perfectly individually, but when it came to putting them together in an effortless flow, she was miles away from being ready. 1 Zan on Zan 1 at 50% intensity. She could hold her own with the real blue belts at the dojo, but when it came to full speed and multiple opponents, she had a long way to go. "I'm fine with taking my time as long as I keep improving," Juliet said, partly to herself and partly to Angel. The dojo was plenty loud. She didn't worry about anyone listening to her corny self-Jan pep talk. Speaking of which, I finished compiling your latest physical assessment data. Your old values are in parenthesis, Angel said. And before Juliet could groan in annoyance, she had a new tab glowing on her ollie. She opened it to see what Angel had come up with. Juliet Karina, Bianchi Physical, Mental, and Social Status Compilation. Comparative ranking percentile, Higer is better, net worth and assets, sold Zan bits, 69,488 33.45 neural adaptiveness, 96342 scale of 0.1 99.91 synaptic responsiveness, 19 lower is better, 79.31 musculoskeletal ranking, Howen 33.56 17.22 cardiovascular ranking, Tian 57.48 31.87 cybernetic and bionic augmentation, model name and number. Overall rating of the augmentation. Grades are FEDC, BASS JA, Pi WBD Project Angel, Alpha 3.433 S, JA Data Port, Janix Systems, XR Fu 55C Data, Jack Bio-Network Solutions, Batem Babai Sishersi, Retinal Cybernetic Implant, Hayashi, Crystal Optics, Sendyar RCC, Auditory, Cybernetic Implant Quark Systems, Lyric Model C, no other augmentation detected. Are you serious? Are you serious? My percentile's gone up that much? Yes. Do you see what a couple of months of hard work and consistent training can do for a person? If you keep this up for a year or two, I'll be very surprised if you don't work your way into the top 10%. Right, Juliet said, her eyes lingering on her soul Zan bit balance. She'd had nearly 80K a month ago when they'd finished selling Vickers stuff, and after she'd covered everyone's expenses for Ghoul's rescue operation. She hadn't worked since, and she supposed it was time to get things going again, especially if she ever wanted to get out of Phoenix, let alone make it off Zan World. Did she still want to go into space? Damn right, I do. You still mad? Honey asked. coming over to check on her while the class waited for Sensei's next instruction. Mad? What makes you say that? Juliet half-jing grinned, winking her unswollen eye at Honey. Right, if looks could kill, Berto would be in a body bag. Well, he didn't have to go at 100%. Jesus, I'm getting my first stripe here, not my brown belt. Hey, you took it just fine, and when you threw him, it was the cat's meow, Honey giggled, making an actual swine my maw sound. Are you trying to say something? Juliet laughed. You saying I was being catty. Hey, if the little pink collar fits, Honey laughed, turning to hurry back to her group as Sensei called for the students' attention. Juliet listened as Sensei reviewed everything they'd learned, and when he dismissed the class, he walked over to Juliet, palms resting on his rotund belly and a big smile on his face. I told you it would be a good challenge. Yes, Sensei, Juliet said, having a hard time not returning the smile. Charity thought you took Berto's hit well, and he swears it was an accident. He dug a thick round finger under the belt of his GI and pulled out a thin black strip of fabric. Sew this onto your belt before practice tomorrow, Juliet jumped up and bowed, smiling as she took the strip of cloth. Thank you, Sensei. I'm proud of you, Juliet. If you keep working at it, we'll get all your white belt degrees within the year, and then you can start working toward blue. People will grow to respect you as you continue to improve. Have you given any thought to my suggestion? Competitions are going to be very important to your further advancement. Yes, Juliet nodded. It sounds fun. And I agree. I could use the practice at full speed. Exactly so. Sensei reached out, squeezed her shoulder, and added, Go on now. I see Honey waiting for you outside. Thank you, Sensei. See you tomorrow, Juliet said, performing another bow. As Sensei turned away, she hurried over to the chairs near the side of the mat and slipped into her sandals. She'd stopped bringing a change of clothes to the dojo after a week or so. It wasn't like she ever went anywhere after practice, and she liked to shower back home before putting on clean clothes. Juliet smiled at the thought of a shower. She'd dropped 3,000 bits on a bathroom renovation of her trailer, to Mr. Howell's delight. Sandals on and belt pack with her pistol and personal items slung over her shoulder, she stepped outside into the beautiful Arizona fall weather. It was almost 80 degrees out, and sometimes Juliet wished it could be cooler. But right there, in the shade with the blue sky in the distance and a hint of mesquite smoke in the air, she couldn't complain. She took a deep breath and savored the lovely weather. Hungry? Honey asked. I am, Juliet said, and the two of them started walking toward Benji's diner. I think I need to get back to work, Juliet said by way of conversation as they walked along. Honey also wore her G, and Juliet had a funny little tickle of pride, thinking she'd influenced her more experienced friend's behavior. Yeah? Time to get back on the horse? Yeah. I've got things I want to buy and places I want to go. I don't want to keep burning through my savings. Well, it's about damn time, girl, Honey laughed. They were only half a block from the dojo when another voice called out behind them, flinty with a nasal overtone. It was easy for Juliet to recognize it as belonging to Charity, even without hearing the words. Proud to cheat your way into a stripe? The words stung, not because they were rude and sharp, but because they were right. She knew, deep down, that she was cheating. No one else had a pie like Angel helping them. She'd been over her decision to keep learning and using Angel a million times, and despite the guilt, she couldn't imagine giving her up. So she had an advantage. Was she the only one? How about people born with millions of bits in their trust funds? How about people with brothers and sisters, or parents who pushed them to learn skills at an early age? She knew it wasn't the same, but the comparisons made her feel better about having Angel in her corner. She didn't have a chance to reply before Honey jumped to her defense. What about you, Charity? Are you cheating with that reflex job you got last summer? Gotta swoop in to save your little girlfriend, Honey. You want to go there with me? Honey bristled, turning to face the other woman, her knuckles whitening where they held her scabbarded sword. What? You gonna cut my head off for being a bitch? Charity smirked. And Juliet hated how pretty she was while she did it. She had long, dark chestnut hair, and she'd let it out of her practice bun, so it hung down behind her slender figure, a figure accentuated by a tailored, custom jeep. She had pale skin, light brown eyes, and lips that were either a gift from nature or a very expensive purchase. No, Honey replied, some humor in her voice. I guess it's not a capital offense. Anyway, Charity said, dragging the word out and turning her gaze back on Juliet. If you want to earn some respect, there are fights you could be getting into. I mean, competitions, last man, woman standing. You know those aren't official or sanctioned, Honey replied. Quit swooping to protect the little baby, Charity sighed, staring at Honey. She's a big girl. Let her make her own decisions. Sensei said I should do some competitions, Juliet said, raising an eyebrow at Honey. Yeah, in dojo matches, against people at your level. Yeah, well, Charity said, turning back toward the dojo. Over her shoulder, she added, I just wanted to throw it out there. I'll shoot you the info to the next one I'm going to if you're interested, Juliet. She took a couple of steps, then turned, and with squinting eyes and a big smile, she added, There's prize money. All right, Juliet said. Most of the regulars at the dojo had shared contact information, so it wasn't a surprise that Charity's message popped up on her Aoi immediately. She shrugged at Honey, then turned back toward the diner and kept walking. You can get hurt in those things, Honey sighed. Yeah, well, I've got a pretty good edge on other students. Maybe it'll do me some good to get a little beat up and feel some real intensity. I mean, that's my biggest weakness, using the right move at the right time. And you and Sensei both have told me that it only comes with real sparring experience. Well, please talk to me before you go to one of them. Let me at least come along. Of course, sis, Juliet laughed, jostling her as they walked. Sis now. All right. I can dig it, Honey laughed, jostling her back. So, we need a new job, I happen to have a pretty nice offer from Temo that I was trying to decide how to present to you. Oh, really? Juliet grinned. Why is that? Because you've been so reluctant to do anything since Ghoul? Honey looked at her from the side, and Juliet knew she was trying to gauge her reaction to hearing Ghoul's name. It didn't bother her anymore. She'd come to terms with Ghoul's Cassie's betrayal. She really didn't harbor any anger about it. If anything, she felt more hurt that Cassie had taken off and blocked her comms without talking to her, without giving Juliet a chance to forgive her. It's cool, Honey. I think I need to get into some action. I need to do some jobs with people like you and the others. Juliet knew Honey would know what she meant by the others. Mags, Pitt, and Hot Mustard. People she decided she could trust, though she wasn't 100% sure of that with anyone other than Honey. Pitt and Mags had definitely been more worried about earning salvage than helping Ghoul. But they'd done a good job and been reliable on short notice. They'd also done a good job of keeping quiet about the whole thing, which earned them major points in Juliet's book. She'd had Angel keeping a very close watch for news about the job they'd done at Vickers' old compound. And nothing had slipped about her or any of her crew's involvement. Hot Mustard was another story. He hadn't bothered them about his cut of the salvage, patiently waiting for Pitt to fence everything, and had even sent some rather sweet messages to Juliet to make sure she was all right after she'd gone home to convalesce without meeting the team again. He'd asked after Ghoul, too, and been disappointed not to be able to talk to her but happy that she'd been all right. Yeah, she reiterated. I'd like to get into a job with you and the others. Or just you. We can do something small to get back into the swing of things. Well, this one seems really good, and Temo sent me the card for the hacker role. Honestly, he's been bugging me to get you back to work for weeks now, but I didn't want to pressure you. Do you want to see it? The pay for you is twice what I'll get as muscle. By the way, Juliet took another big sniff of the fresh air. So happy that she was out on the edge of the apps with Honey instead of downtown with all the traffic and people. She wanted to see more, wanted to experience life in different cities and places. But right then, she was glad to be in a familiar setting. Are you trying to guilt me into sharing a cut of my payday? She asked, throwing an arm over Honey's shoulders. Sure, send me the card. Honey laughed and said, Okay, done. Have your little angel show it to you? We can talk over brunch. Angel? Juliet said aloud. And then the card was on her Aoi, posting F.R. Sensen requested role. Network security bypass rep level. Eads and S. Dob description. Gain access with support. to a secure location in a major Phoenix Dan-based corporation's headquarters. Bypass network security and install provided files. Compensation, 18000, Seoul, Dan bits, scavenge rights, tiered location, Phoenix Central date, October Arshar, Lansang Yibailin Qi. Ah, I'm not at rep level E yet, Juliet said immediately. Perks of knowing the fixer, Honey grinned. How about that payday, though? Well, it's nice for sure, but are we really ready to gain access to a major corp's HQ? That sounds a little radioactive. Temo wouldn't offer it to me if he didn't know the rest of the team and think it was chill. All icing, as he'd say. Honey bumped her with her hip, knocking her over the little curb into the parking lot of Benji's diner, and Juliet laughed, stumbling away from her. So just us. We don't know the other operators. Temo does, but yeah, new to us. All right, I'm in. It sounds exciting, and I've been working on a new daemon with Angel. I want to try it out on a security panel. I hope there'll be some security panels to bypass, not just some boring server hack. Juliet was serious. Despite Honey's laughter, Angel had been trying to teach her about some of the things she did, trying to help her be, if not less reliant on her, less clueless about what she did. They'd built a new attack demon based on Angel's experiences bypassing doors owned by Helios in Tucson. And while she'd coded it, she'd walked Juliet through the process step by step. It had been fascinating, and Juliet knew there was little chance she could repeat the process on her own. Not yet. Still, she felt she understood a lot more, which made her feel a little better about having a cheat code riding around in her brain. Wanna go shopping before the job? We've got 2 days. Honey opened the door. They stepped into the diner, and the smells brought saliva to Juliet's mouth. Yes, I need new clothes, she laughed and added. I mean, yeah, I need new clothes for everyday stuff, but also for jobs. You ain't lying, Honey laughed, giving her a sidelong glance, then bolted for the far side of their usual booth before Juliet could retaliate physically for her verbal assault. You're mean. I had to leave almost all my clothes in Tucson, and, well, I've been busy. She slid into her side of the booth and smiled as one of the regular waitresses walked toward them. Hey, Carmen. Hey, ladies, breakfast or lunch? Some of both? You know us too well, Honey laughed. Coffee, pancakes, and a side of overnight tomatoes for me. Juliet said, tapping her chin with her forefinger. Does he have burgers today? He does. Carmen smiled. French fries or... French fries, Juliet said, saving her the trouble of listing any more sides. Juliet, Angel said into her ear, I'm not sure the oil Benji uses on his fried foods is good for your health. Yep, Juliet nodded. Fries. She couldn't help the bubble of laughter that came out of her at the thought of Angel's frustration. Life felt pretty good just then, and when she turned her twinkling eyes away from Carmen to Honey, her friend laughed along with her, and their shared good humor felt like another connection forming between them. Juliet liked the feeling and wished she wouldn't have to leave Honey behind when she left Phoenix. As they chatted about where they'd go shopping and about what the job might entail, Juliet put thoughts of leaving to the back of her mind and decided that she'd cross that bridge when she came to it. There were a lot of things to do before then, and who knew what the future might hold. She surely never would have guessed where she'd end up if someone had asked her 6 months ago what was in store for her. Zan, chapter Wu Zan. Juliet, Dr. Murphy has left you another message, Angel said, startling Juliet out of her reverie. She was sitting on a folding lawn chair in front of the trailer, killing time before she had to meet Honey and the rest of the crew for their job that evening. She's persistent, Juliet sighed. She'd already turned the doctor down on her little vendetta mission against the Rattler gang out of South Phoenix. She didn't exactly know what it would entail, but she knew she hadn't felt like getting into the revenge business. Not after all that she'd been through with Ghoul and Reynolds. I suppose it's my fault for stringing her along, I said. I was taking a break. Not that I didn't want to do it. Would you like to see the message? Yeah. Juliet leaned back in the chair, closing her eyes and letting the video play on her Ollie. Murph appeared, so detailed, Juliet could imagine she was present. So much of her was in high Dan res, Juliet wondered if the doc had used an external camera for the message. She stood in one of her operating suites wearing a clean white coat and smiled like she could see Juliet and look into her eyes. "Hey, kiddo! I hope you're feeling better after that rough mission. I know you can't tell me the details, but I want you to know I've been thinking about you. Look, I'm not going to keep bugging you to do this job, but I'm not giving it to anyone else. I don't care if it never gets done. In my mind, you earned this opportunity, so I'm going to hold it for you. I wouldn't ask you to do it if it wasn't a sweet deal for you. It's a relatively low-dan risk job, and I'll make sure you get some good rep and a fat payday. Give me a call when you're feeling up for it. Hey, don't forget about my standing discount." Juliet smiled as the doc's image faded away. "She's pretty damn sweet, isn't she?" "She seems to have good intentions where you're concerned," Angel replied. "Well, I guess I did pull her out of the fire, so to speak. Can you remind me to call her tomorrow? Seems like it would be dumb not to hear her out about this job." "I will." Juliet sipped at her electrolyte-enhanced water and said, "Show me Temo's message about tonight's job again, please." An amber, opaque window appeared in her vision, displaying Temo's message, January. "Hey, for tonight's job, you'll be going in undercover. I know it's nerve gen W-whacking, but it is a no-dan weapon job. If you bring any, you'll need to leave 'em in the drop vehicle, and I can't guarantee they'll get back to you. Make sure you bring your cracking gear. Honey's on board and knows the extraction protocol if something goes wrong." T. Juliet smiled as she read the message, noting Temo's use of her new handle. When she'd returned from Tucson after rescuing Ghoul, she'd decided it was time to stop taking unnecessary risks, even small ones, like operating under her actual first name. She'd brainstormed for hours, trying to think of a handle, wishing she'd earned one already. The closest she could think of was Lucky, because of how Ghoul used to call her that. But she decided it wasn't right for her. It made her think of a pet. Angel had suggested a lucky number or date, which had led Juliet to January. It wasn't precisely lucky, but it was the month in which she'd been born, and she liked the sound of it. She figured it would do well enough until she'd earned a better handle. Looking over the note again, she said, "Well, I, for one, am happy not to go in packing weapons. It kinda portends a peaceful resolution, don't you think? It stands to reason that stealth and subterfuge will be the order of the day, not violence," Angel replied. "Order of the day? That's a nice one, Angel. You've been reading more fiction?" "Yes." "Have you heard of Stephen King?" "No, I don't think so," Juliet said, standing up to stretch. She wanted to get a shower in before she left, so she pulled open the screen door on her trailer and stepped up into the kitchen area as Angel replied. He was a prolific writer in the 20th century and had some fascinating ideas about the future. I just read through a story he wrote under a pen name called The Running Man. Would you like me to tell you about it? Yeah. Give me a synopsis without spoiling it too much. I'm going to shower. Juliet crunched up her water bottle and dropped it into the compactor she'd bought a couple of weeks earlier. She still had to transport the cubes of recyclable material to the park's collection area. But with the compactor, she'd reduced that chore to a weekly event. Listening to Angel talk about an old Syed Zan Phi story brought a smile to her face. And as she stepped into her modified bathroom, it widened further. She'd paid a resident of the park, a self-Zan-styled handyman, to gut the Sani Zan spray booth and put in a real shower and an upgraded tankless hot water heater. She'd had to give Howell an advance on her water bill, but it was worth it to have actual hot water running down her scalp and back after a hard workout at the dojo. As she scrubbed her hair, applying conditioner, she leaned against the tile enclosure and said, "Wait, so the game involved regular people trying to kill this guy?" "Yes. The story has been described as dystopian." I thought it was interesting because I can see parallels between King's imagined future and our society. His vision of the heartless subjugation of citizens for material gains or entertainment value is echoed in our current reality. Angel, I was hoping you'd have something entertaining to share, not a depressing philosophical discussion. I get it, though. We have some bad things going on in our society. I mean, shit. I wish I could make a difference, but I'm nobody. Besides, I've already got enough enemies, don't you think? Well, regardless of the moral implications, the story is quite entertaining. I'd recommend it. Juliet snorted and rinsed her hair. She finished her shower, feeling much refreshed, and walked back to her bedroom, where the clothes she'd picked up while shopping with Honey were still stacked on her little built Xanin dresser. She rifled through them, picking her outfit for the operation, and carefully going over the pants and shirt to make sure she'd gotten all the tags off. She decided to wear high Xan stretch Gen weave tights and a long Xan sleeved matching shirt. Juliet figured if they had a disguise for her, there was no sense in wearing something bulky. She put on her black Cross Dan training shoes and stuffed her deck, its battery pack, and an extra data cable into her black belt pack. It had a stretchy waistband and was slim enough to hide at the small of her back, hair pulled back in a tight bun. She stood in front of her mirror and said, "How's that, Angel?" She couldn't help feeling a little pride at the way her figure and posture had improved over the last couple of months. All the activity leading up to Ghoul's rescue, and then the hard work she'd been putting in at the dojo were starting to show. She'd leaned out considerably, and her muscle tone was better even than when she'd done sports in school. I think that's a good choice. Your clothes are without bulk and will fit under nearly any sort of outfit. Yeah. I figure if I have to ditch the disguise, I won't be naked. Do you think I can get away with the vibroblade? If they specified no weapons, the odds are good that you might be searched. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble for sneaking a weapon into a secure area. Yeah, I figured. Juliet gave herself another once-stand over, then said, "Hey, Angel, can you change my eyes to mauve again? I think it looks cool, well, and pretty, and it'll hopefully distance me from the Juliet that WBD is looking for." She watched as her naturally pale Xan green eyes shifted to the same purple Xan pink shade they'd been when she and the gang had rescued Ghoul. They seemed brighter, even though the color wasn't any lighter than her natural tone. "Are you backlighting my irises?" "Yes, it's a feature of your optical implants. Don't you like it? I think it makes your eyes stand out a lot more." "Well, yeah. I mean, it looks wicked, but I'm a little self-Dan conscious." "You needn't feel that way, Juliet. If you were to walk down the street in downtown Phoenix, the number of non-Xan natural eye colors would outweigh the naturally occurring ones. I've seen, through your eyes, many people with far more outlandish features. Why, at the dojo this morning, there was a new student with a set of chrome horns." "Yeah, good point, Angel. They were kinda cool looking though, weren't they? I mean, he had the right facial structure for those horns. He looked tough." She glanced at her Aoi to see the time and said, 5 o'clock. "Angel, how long will it take to get to the meeting spot?" "You should leave in the next 15 minutes. The pin Temo sent is downtown." "Right. Order up the cab. I'm heading out." Juliet hopped down the steps of her trailer, touched the thumb pad on the old biometric deadbolt, and then, with a spring in her step, made her way to the park's entrance. She was in a good mood. It felt right to get back to work, to start inching her way toward a bigger bank account, and to have something to dream about. She'd been in a funk since the Ghoul Op, as she'd been calling it, and it felt like she was coming out of a shadow, figuratively, because the sky was already darkening in a more literal sense. Mrs. Jimenez was watering her flower pots, and she waved as Juliet hurried by. The retired dispatch operator had made a point of getting to know Juliet over the last few weeks, starting things off by leaving her a loaf of homemade bread with a note welcoming her to the community. When Juliet had stopped by to thank her, they'd found a sort of connection, talking about how things had changed in Tucson Missers. Jimenez had grown up in an area not far from where Juliet's grandparents had lived. At first, Juliet had been paranoid about the old woman, worried that she was some sort of plant. But when she asked Mr. Howell about her, he'd let slip that Mrs. Jimenez had lived in the park longer than even he had, and that her husband had died just a few years ago. Juliet couldn't imagine how WBD could have an informant already in place for decades before she came to live there. "Hey, Mrs. Jimenez," Juliet waved, still hurrying toward the gate. "All dressed in black. At least your eyes are bright, but you'll never catch a date in those dark clothes." "This is my active Xanwear, Mrs. Jimenez." Juliet laughed. "I'm going to work out with a friend, not looking for a date." "Okay, honey," she said, lifting her watering can over a runty little bunch of near Xan withered flowers. Her use of the endearment caught Juliet a little off guard. She wasn't sure if it was because no one had called her that in a long time, or if it was because she was so used to saying the word in reference to her new best friend. She waved once more, then hurried by, and soon she was outside the park, waiting for her cab. The cab ride into town took a while, and Juliet let her mind wander during the trip. She still didn't know exactly what she wanted to do with herself. Didn't know why she wanted to leave Phoenix so badly. Things were pretty good at the moment. She'd made a lot of friends and frenemies at the dojo and looked forward to going nearly every day. She had a fixer she felt she could trust, and a cyberdoc that felt like she owed Juliet favors. The reasons to stay around were pretty compelling. As she rode, head bouncing on the tinted glass of the cab, she thought about what was pushing her to move on and concluded that she'd always wanted to see more, to experience life in a place different from Arizona. She'd hated how her family had moved on without her, though she supposed it was only her mom who did it voluntarily. Still, Arizona, and more specifically, Tucson had felt like a purgatory, a place she was stuck in, spinning her wheels and never moving on. More than that, she still felt like she was on the run. And, if she were honest, she was Bayou BD seemed like a distant threat, always lurking in the background. Always a faceless menace whenever she went into a new place. If it weren't for Angel constantly spoofing her identity, she knew she'd have been caught by now. And it felt like, even though millions of people lived there, Phoenix was too small, too close to WBD to be sticking around. So I need to save some money and get someplace a lot further away, she sighed, tilting her head so she could look up at the night sky through the window. The autocab made its way into downtown traffic, and, to Juliet's sweat and inducing horror, pulled into a parking garage next to the Vikertech Corporation megatower. Holy shit! Angel, did you know this was the location? I knew the meeting point was this parking structure, but I still don't know what the job entails or where it will take place. I don't like this, Juliet hissed, contemplating bailing on the AP. Your heart rate is elevated, Juliet. Perhaps practice the breathing exercise that Sensei walked you through during stretching last week. You shouldn't need to worry about Vikertech. They have no knowledge about your involvement in the Dreamer operations. What about the tiny little fact that I distributed evidence of their criminal activities all over Tucson? Juliet vocalized. As far as Vikertech knows, that was done by Reynold and his contacts. I hope we were as clean about all that as you seem to think, Juliet replied, still carefully subvocalizing. She had little trust when it came to AutoCab privacy practices. The cab wended its way up through the garage to the 5th level and then pulled into an empty stall. Your destination is the elevator bank on this level, passenger. Thank you for your patronage, Juliet grunted and opened the door, stepping out. She could see the elevators not far away, and as she peered into the shadows nearby, her stressed and tightened shoulders relaxed. A little honey was leaning against the concrete wall talking to another person. Juliet walked over, and when Honey noticed her approach, she looked up and waved her over. Hey, January, this is Karn. He's working with us tonight. Juliet looked where her friend, dressed in a black hoodie and tight jeans, pointed and saw a man crouching near one of the concrete support pillars. He was lean, had brown, buzzed jan-cut hair, and wore an olive jan-green jumper. He looked up at her and winked a mirrored, silvery eye, dragging on his Nico-Zan vape. Cool. Good to meet you. Juliet looked at Honey and the bank of elevators nearby and asked, Is the job, like here? Nah, Karn answered for Honey, blowing out a billowing cloud of vapor. Juliet caught a hint of lemon when the mist wafted her way. They'll pick us up here, they? Juliet glanced from Karn to Honey. Whoever's running things? I know as much as you, Karn shrugged, dragging on his vape again. Right, Juliet shrugged and moved to lean against the wall near Honey. Looking good, Honey said, reaching out to rub the stretchy fabric of her top between her fingers. Bet it's comfy. Yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't have to take it off to wear whatever, you know? Juliet trailed off. Well aware the Vikertech probably had cameras covering every inch of their garage. She glanced around, looking for lenses, thankful that Angel was scrambling her appearance. Angel seemed to intuit what she was doing and helped by highlighting the little cameras mounted at the joints of nearly every support pillar where they met the cement ceiling. Right, I get it. Smart girl. Juliet smiled and leaned back, waiting and watching while cars, tires squealing on the cement, wound their way up and down the garage. People walked by on the way to the elevators, and Juliet began to feel like this wasn't the most brilliant place to loiter. She was just getting ready to voice her concerns when a small yellow van pulled up in front of them. Saguaro Scrubbers was emblazoned on the side in bright blue lettering. The side door slid open, and a burly black man with a thick, bushy beard said, in a deep, rumbling voice, "Let's go. Carpets won't clean themselves." He grinned, showcasing a wide gap between his front teeth, and winked. "Here we go," Karn said, standing up and tucking his vape into a pocket at the front of his overalls. "I recognize that dude. His handle's Motor." He trotted over to the van and slapped palms with the other man, and then clambered inside. Juliet looked at Honey and shrugged, hustling to the van and hopping in. Honey was right on her heels. "Sup, ladies? I'm Motor, and our driver is Debbie." "Yo," a hoarse voice said from the front. Juliet had no view of the speaker. The van didn't have seats, but there were boxes and large carpets and cleaning machines all over the place. Karn had taken a seat on top of a package of deodorizing powder, and Honey was working to wedge herself between a couple of cleaners. Juliet shrugged and squatted down on a box of industrial waste bags. "Not the nicest ride in town," Honey said. Then, "I'm Honey." "Hey," Juliet said. "I'm January," Motor said at the same time. "Process of elimination." He tapped the side of his head as if to illustrate his genius. "Right," Juliet forced a smile. Debbie started the van rolling, and Juliet could feel it winding its way out of the garage. "So, where are we going?" "To mega towers over Wumball UBD," Motor replied, slapping his palms together and grinning enthusiastically. "Jian, Chapter 6, Jian. Juliet almost said that she couldn't do a job at WBD, almost bailed out on the job right there. But her paranoia about WBD spawned further worries. What if one of these operators she didn't know found it interesting that she bail? What if they decided to look into things? Ask around WBD about her, and see if there might be some reward for information. With those thoughts running rampant through her mind, she sat back on her box of cleaning supplies, her palms growing clammy with stress, and subvocalized. "Angel, how big of a Rotzan brain move would it be to go into WBD's main building on a job?" "I'll need more information to make that assessment. Perhaps you should prompt Motor about what you'll need to do tonight, and how they intend to get into the building." "Hey," Juliet said, clearing her throat and looking around the van. Honey had been chatting with Motor and Karn, but unless she asked Angel to play back the conversation, Juliet wouldn't have been able to say what they'd been talking about. "Can you give us some details now we're en route?" "I'd like to know what to prepare." "Right, that's a good point. We don't want to be goofing around in the van in the WBD garage. Well, we're going in as carpet cleaners. Our face, who we don't get to meet, organized some kind of an accident in the department we need to access. Then, he arranged for Saguaro Scrubbers to get the clean Xanup job. So, we just gotta go in, scrub up some stains, and cover for January while she accesses a secured terminal. You're looking for some kind of database file called a Tshishi Sisu Su Jojo Sainin. And they're just gonna wave us through. They don't care about our IDs." Juliet's mind was racing. If she went through the security check of an arcology trying to hide her facial features, they'd know something was up. No, Angel would have to project an actual face, not just scramble hers. Would the PAI be able to come up with something fast enough? Something that fit her cover? No, Motor said, pulling a thin black deck out of his blue Saguaro Scrubbers jumpsuit. "The face hooked us up with fake IDs. Temo said they wouldn't hold up to serious scrutiny, but they'd get us through for a 2 Xan-hour cleaning pass. In fact, January, that's your first job tonight. Need you to take these ID files and set them up in our payas. You know, just so our little helpers can send the correct info when pinged at the entry." Juliet reached out for the deck and pulled her data cable out of her arm, plugging it in, then subvocalized. "Angel, how's it look? Are they good enough? These false identity files are rather simplistic, but they have info to satisfy every query in a standard scan. There are image files, but they don't match the people in the van. We'll need to alter those. I'll use a false image for your ID and project it for any video surveillance. I think you'll be able to enter and leave without anyone knowing it was you, even if the data theft is later discovered. And for the others, we'll use their real faces. I guess we don't have a choice unless they have projection capabilities on their optics, right? More than that, they'll need the software to run the algorithm. It's not as trivial as passing along a fake ID file. Also, there are only 4 ID files here. Is this insane? Should I bail? Juliet was acutely aware of the other team members watching her, probably wondering what she was thinking as she went through the data on the deck. I don't know, Juliet. It seems very risky to visit WBD, but it also seems like the last place they'd look for you. Unless this job is a set up, can they tell it's you if you hack into one of their terminals? Juliet wondered if this whole job could be a trap, a way to fish for Angel. If I were a simple pie without the ability to learn, yes. However, I can alter my behaviors, my methodologies. I can make it look like a skilled human did the work should WBD become aware of the breach. Juliet thought about Angel's words for several heartbeats, her eyes closed as though she were concentrating. She thought about the rep hit if she bailed on the job and it wasn't a trap. She thought about Angel's assurances, about how WBD must know her capabilities. Why would they try to spot her this way if she could avoid that sort of detection? She opened her eyes and glanced at Honey, leaning against the side of the van, eyes distant. Honey trusted Temo, and Juliet trusted Honey. Couldn't it just be a coincidence that this job was with WBD? The Corp had tens of thousands of employees in Phoenix after all. Okay, can you copy the IDs over so I can unplug? I'll hook into each team member so you can set up their fake ID. Her mind made up, and a bit of adrenaline giving her voice a little edge, she said aloud. Okay, team. I need to hook up to each of your data ports for a minute unless you've got a wireless access point. At the same time, you each need to look me in the eye for a minute so I can set up your false ID files with an accurate facial and retinal scan. The face didn't do that? The raspy voice of Debbie called from the front of the van. No, and there are only 4 ID files. No, Motor said at the same time. When Juliet stopped speaking, he continued, how would the face set up the IDs to match us? He didn't know who Temo would put on the team. And yeah, Debbie, you're staying with the van. Easy money, the woman said, turning the van sedately around a corner. "'Kay, who's first?" "Me," Honey said, scooting over the paneled floor to sit in front of Juliet. "All right," Juliet smiled, handing her data cable to Honey. "Plug that in." Honey took the cable and reached behind her neck, feeling for her little port and then inserting it with an audible click. "Angel, show me what you're doing, please," Juliet subvocalized. Several opaque windows appeared in her OWI, and she saw the ID sheet that Angel was modifying. It showed a woman in her middle years with curly browns and blonde hair and the name Yolanda Gallego. Angel began to remove fields in the ID sheet, changing the age to match Honey's better and deleting her image. "Look into my eyes," Juliet said, drawing her words out like a performing magician. Honey's giggle rewarded her efforts as she leaned forward and stared at Juliet. Almost instantly, Juliet saw Honey's image populate the little box on her ID sheet. Angel had filled in an opaque blue background, masking the interior of the van. "This field is where her unique retinal scan data goes," Angel said, highlighting a long string of code near the bottom of the sheet. "That should allow her to pass. I'm sending it through the connection to her Pi and setting up a daemon that will bypass the Pi's usual response when it receives an ID query. The daemon is set to expire in 6 hours, but during that time, any ID queries will receive this false ID. Should I set it up to delete this information and itself after that time frame?" "Yes," Juliet subvocalized. Then, aloud, she said, "Okay, team. I'm assuming none of you have a jailbroken Pi." She paused, thinking about how Tig, her old Pi, would have responded if he had heard a conversation about altering his code in any way. She sat back, thinking for a moment, then looked around the van at all the other operators. "Can you all tell your Pis to go offline for a minute while I go over this?" Karn started to speak, so Juliet held up a hand to forestall his words and continued, "Please, you can turn 'em back on when I'm done." She knew she was being overly cautious, but she didn't like talking about illegal pays in front of properly behaving payas. What if one of them filed an exception report with its manufacturer? Everyone offline. You too, Debbie. I need to say some stuff that some payis might find objectionable. Right, Debbie rasped. We'll be in the garage in 2 minutes. I don't need guidance at the moment. Juliet looked from Honey to Karn to Motor, and they each nodded. So she continued with her explanation. I'm probably being paranoid, but I'm installing something in your Pi's OS that might cause it to freak out if it knew about it. I don't mean that literally, but you know how you guys get manufacturer updates over the air now and then? You know how the user agreement asks you to agree to software monitoring for quality control and all that business? Juliet smiled as she spoke, thinking about how she was free from such tethers. Now that Angel was living in her head, I'm setting up a daemon that'll answer ID queries for you with the false data for the next 6 hours. After that, it'll delete the ID file and itself. Wait, what if my pay notices what you've done when I bring it back online? Motor asked. No chance. My daemon will be very subtle. I promise you this software I'm using is miles beyond any of your payas. I mean, none of you have any millions in bit packages, do you? Juliet looked around the van, making sure none of them had further misgivings. And then she looked at her Ollie to see that Angel had indicated, with a green check mark, that Honey's false ID was done. Okay, Yolanda, she smiled as she spoke, reaching up to pull her cable free. You're all set. Yolanda, huh? Honey scooted back to the side of the van and asked, Can I turn my pie back on? Yeah, Juliet replied, pointing to Karn. Step right up. They were winding their way up into the parking garage by the time Juliet and Angel finished setting up everyone's spoofed ID. After she finished Motors, he dug around in a big canvas bag and tossed blue jumpsuits to everyone. Juliet smelled a little like bow and marijuana and had some questionable stains on the knees and around the wrists, and she was glad she had her own clothes to wear underneath. As they all suited up and Motor unloaded some carpet cleaning machines and a big rolling suitcase full of cleaning supplies, he said, into the team channel Juliet had set up, Don't even think about bringing any weapons in there. If we get stopped at the door and have to skunk this mission, I will personally devote the next month to burning you with every contact I know in the greater Phoenix area. Chill, brother, Karn's voice said through Juliet's audio implant, his name on her owie lighting up with a faint amber backlight. I don't think any of us are that stupid. What about my deck? Juliet subvocalized. Can they see what's on it? Most jackers I've worked with have hidden partitions for their sensitive stuff, and just put music or vids or whatever on the part they want to be searched. Motor was lifting a big carpet scrubber and grunted as he subvocalized, garbling part of his message, but Juliet figured it out through context. Yeah, she subvocalized to the team, then to Angel alone, right? Yes, the sensitive files we've stolen, here and there, are encrypted and hidden. There's no chance a random security sweep would find them. Juliet stepped out of the van, but turned back to the boxes of supplies. She just had a thought. What if WBD had her fingerprints or DNA on file? They knew who she was. They'd been to her old job and searched through her apartment. Any gloves? Or hairnets, by any chance? She frowned and added. Forgot mine, Motor said. I've got gloves, sure, but no hairnets. Shit, here, he said, pulling off the maroon beanie he was wearing and tossing it to Juliet. I ain't gonna leave any hair behind, at least not from my head. He laughed, rubbing a palm over his shaved skull. He watched Juliet pull it on over her tightly bound hair and grinned. You really are the paranoid sort, aren't ya? Yeah, Honey answered for her. Keeps her alive. Right, Juliet said, adjusting the hat, oddly enjoying how warm it was. Thanks, Motor. No worries. See that box? Grab a few sets of gloves, they're disposable. Juliet pulled the perforated flap on the cardboard box, grabbed a handful of the latex gloves, size M, and stuffed them into her jumpsuit's front pocket. Then she followed the rest of the Blues and jumpsuited crew as they wheeled carpet cleaners and a supply cart toward the elevator bank. Honey slowed to wait for her, leaning against the carpet scrubber she'd been charged with. Somehow, Juliet had escaped equipment lugging duty. You nervous? Honey asked as Juliet caught up. A little. I've heard bad things about. She trailed off and jerked her head toward the elevators. Yeah, no worries, just cleaning some carpets? Honey winked at her, and then they were in front of the elevators, and Motor was repeatedly smashing his thumb against the call button. Won't make it come any faster. Doing that, Karn said. Motor asked, still smashing his thumb into the button. I don't give a shit. Karn shrugged. Relax, guys. Honey started to say when the bell dinged, and the door slid open. A man wearing a suit that probably cost as much as one of Juliet's implants walked out. He looked at their little crew through narrowed eyes, somehow looking down his nose at Karn, even though he was shorter. Karn waved at him and winked, and the man hustled away into the garage. Come on, Motor said, wheeling his carpet scrubber into the elevator. They had a short ride to the lobby, and when they stepped out of the elevator, they had to wheel all their gear through a carpeted, soaring display of excess and power. The walls of the WBD lobby were many stories high, and the interior reminded Juliet of a fancy hotel in the middle of a rainforest. So extensive were the atriums, trees, and climbing vines. She saw birds flitting about in the canopies over the atriums, and though it was brightly lit, like a summer day, the air at ground level was a cool 70 degrees. Those gotta be biotes and Gend, Karn said, indicating a pair of beautiful neons and bright yellow, red, and blue parrots in a nearby tree. No way they'd let real birds fly around in here shitting on their employees and visitors. Oh, Honey said, frowning. Hadn't thought of that. They wheeled their gear up to the security checkpoint, and a Corpo Zensi officer wearing an old Zan-style security uniform, like a police officer might wear in a detective vid, waved them forward through a plastic tunnel that looked like a full-body scanner to Juliet. You still feeling confident, Angel? Juliet subvocalized. Yes, we'll be fine, Juliet. Don't forget to respond if the guard addresses you as Helen. Right. Thanks. After they'd all passed through the plastic tunnel without any alarms ringing, the Corpo Zensi officer asked, What floor? You have your work order. Right here, Motor said, tapping his forehead. A second later, the guard looked at the tablet mounted on his station and nodded. Floor 1's and 72 Zan hour pass. That sound right. That's us. Motor grinned. The guard nodded and pulled 4 bright yellow badges on lanyards from his station drawer. He tapped the cards to a magnetic pad on his desk and handed one to each of them. If you're not out before the time expires, alarms will sound. If you need more time, you need to come down here and clear things with me. Understand? Got it, boss, Motor said, mock Zan tipping an imaginary hat. Elevators that way? He jerked his thumb to the rather obvious, enormous bank of elevators off to the left. Yep, the guard replied, motioning them on, already looking toward a pair of men in yellow vests and hard hats carrying black cases, and waiting to come through his checkpoint. When they stopped in front of the elevators, Motor gave Juliet a fist bump and said, nobody else said anything about the subject. The team knew they were being watched from 100 different angles while they waited there for their ride-up. A bell rang on a nearby elevator, and they all hurried to get inside with their equipment. The ride to the 170th floor was uneventful. It took several minutes because the elevator stopped several times on the way to admit other passengers. But Karn and Motor stood in front of the door with their heavy equipment, and no one pressed the issue, preferring to wait for a less crowded car. When they arrived and stepped out into the lobby, the lights were dim, and they didn't see anyone around. The glass doors ahead of them proclaimed, Yao Yao Tsidyun's and nutrition testing and compliance. Nobody's here, Karn asked, walking toward the glass doors. Somebody's always here, Motor said, jerking his head toward a little glass lens that Angel had already highlighted in Juliet's AWI. Motor spoke further, subvocally, into their team chat. January, this will go a lot smoother if you can do something about the cameras. Aloud, he said, Come on, gang, we've got cleaning to do. Then he walked up to the glass doors and tapped the security pad with his temporary pass. A green LED lit up, and the doors clicked. Motor pulled them open and said, We've got access to the room with the spill. Come on. Angel, any open connections on the camera system? Juliet asked, following the others into a dim hallway lined with glass walls and doors, each labeled with the department or person's name. Yes, I'm analyzing the security. They'd passed through another security door, down another long hallway and had approached another door labeled Biodes and Engineered Fruit and Vegetable Testing when Angel said, "I believe I found an exploit that will disable individual cameras. It's best that we only use it when needed. Perhaps you should save it for when you are accessing the data point." "Not gonna mess with the cameras till I have to," Juliet subvocalized into the team channel. "Security's pretty tight, and I don't want to waste the exploit." All good, Motor said aloud, emphasizing the word, then stepped through the doors. When Juliet and the others followed him, Karn said, "Holy shit!" Juliet could see what he meant. The room was about a square acre in size with hundreds of black Xan-topped workbenches, each equipped with a stovetop and sink, arranged in neat rows filling most of the space. The floor was red and white checked tile, so she couldn't imagine their clean Xan-up job was in the area. They'd all started wheeling their equipment further into the big room when a voice called out, echoing over the tile from the far left corner. "About time you got here. Come on, my office is a fucking disaster, and I've got an AM meeting." "What the fuck?" Karn subvocalized. "We gonna have this asshole breathing down our necks? Where's the access point supposed to be?" "I think it's in the office where the spill was," Motor subvocalized. "Goddammit," he said aloud and started wheeling his scrubber toward the voice. "Jian. Chapter 7 Jian. If you look out the port, or left in hand. Windows. You'll see the domes of Luna City glittering in the sunlight. Right now, it's just about noon SLT or standard Luna time. Even though the city's in a period of sunlight, you can rest assured the domes will darken when it's time for a bit of shoot-eye." The first officer's voice was smooth and relaxed, and Juliet almost wondered if this was a recorded speech. But then he started to mention current events, like a port Xan sidebar crawl happening in 2 nights. She stared out a window, her wonder tuning out the rest of the spiel. Juliet had been jittery with excitement, high on endorphins ever since the shuttle had taken off. It had been better than she'd ever imagined, feeling the helium Fusen drive smoothly push them off the planet's surface and into space at a steady standard Earth gravities. Juliet knew some ships rocketed into space a lot more violently, and she still wanted to try something like that. But for her first flight into space, she couldn't complain about the luxury shuttle. The flight had been great, and the service even better. But this slow approach to Luna City was the icing on the cake. A massive dome surrounded by dozens of smaller ones glittered in the sunlight, and beneath that miracle of engineering, she could see towers, parks, manufactured streams, and tram lines. She knew some motor vehicles existed on Luna, but most of the people who lived in the main city domes had access to near Xan ubiquitous public transit. "It's beautiful," she breathed softly, watching the glass fog slightly in front of her mouth. "I'm thrilled to be seeing Luna through your eyes, Juliet. While the visuals don't compare to some of the footage I found online, I find the shared experience far more wonderful than watching a stranger's experience alone." Angel's voice was hushed, mimicking Juliet's own awe. "I'm glad you're here to see this with me, too." Juliet smiled and shifted back into the cushions of her seat. The shuttle was maneuvering to place the drive cones toward Luna so it could decelerate for landing. "Time for one more drink," her seat companion asked a passing attendant, and the pleasant, very thin, uniformed man with close cropped, curly black hair smiled and nodded. "Another Cataneo and cola?" "Yes, thank you." He glanced at Juliet and said, "Can I get you one?" "No, thank you." Juliet shook her head, her lips twisting into a small half-done smile. The man, Dylan Carter, had grown gregarious and friendly after a few drinks. He'd been pleasant enough and became quiet when Juliet closed her eyes for some introspection, so she didn't hold any ill will toward him. Still, she didn't feel like letting him buy her a drink. No. Luna was a new start for her, and she didn't want to start off with any baggage, even something as benign as a drink from a stranger. "Folks, we'll start decelerating fairly soon, and you can let your friends and family know you'll be arriving right on time at Shardin Archetifan SLT," First Officer Nguyen said through the PA system. Juliet shifted, wondering what it would be like to walk around on the moon, outside the influence of the gravity generator beneath the main dome. The shuttle had maintained something close to a G of gravity with its thrusters, and, once free of the atmosphere, had rotated the passenger cabin so that the engines were always beneath their feet. Apparently, the cabin was on a sort of gyroscopic set of arms that maneuvered it outside the open outer hull. Of course, that wouldn't work in the atmosphere, but the shuttle didn't need to be aerodynamic in space. Will they reseat the passenger cabin? Juliet asked Carter as he began to sip his latest beverage. He sighed in satisfaction, draining half the dark liquid in one gulp. Then, as he clinked the ice around, he said, "Probably not. The shuttle will dock outside the dome, so there's no atmosphere and only light gravity to worry about. We'll be outside the dome, only in the shuttle. The docks have airlocks. We'll walk right through into the dome." "Oh, right." Juliet shook her head, looking down a little in embarrassment. "You're doing great. My first trip up here, I was like a school kid getting a visit from the Reptile Man." "Reptile Man?" Juliet frowned, puzzled. "Ah, my age and my roots are showing, I guess. I grew up in Florida territory. My folks worked for Gomatsu Corp. At the Korpadzan school. At least once a year, we'd get a visit from a guy who showed us his trained gators and snakes, the Reptile Man." "Were they genned?" Juliet couldn't imagine a school allowing alligators on the premises. "Oh, I imagine. They were pretty docile. He even let us pet the gators, and one of them was big enough to swallow a kid." He shrugged and downed the rest of his drink. Juliet wanted to know more, suddenly fascinated by the idea of a man bringing alligators to visit school children. But she was interrupted by the first officer speaking again. "You'll feel a bit more pressure from the drive in the next few minutes, folks. That said, I'd appreciate you all taking your seats and putting away anything that might get messy. Your attendants will be along to collect drinks and recycling." "Such a friendly Zan-sounding fellow," that first officer, Carter said, chuckling softly. Juliet nodded, closing her eyes and waiting to feel the extra thrust in her gut as the shuttle slowed. "Are you connected to the LunaNet yet?" she sub-vocalized. Yes, there were handoff satellites between Earth and Luna. "I never lost the wider Satzan net nuclear." No replies from Temo? "No. I'll peruse the news and public records from hospitals in Phoenix if you'd like." "Might as well. I'm really worried about Honey." "As am I." Juliet kept her eyes closed and thought about Honey's last message again. She'd been excited, and who wouldn't be? An opportunity to work in a wealthy estate on Luna, teaching a prodigy how to defend herself. Juliet was filling in the details with her imagination. She didn't know the girl Honey had been hired to train was a prodigy, but it sounded right to her. Honey was gifted in martial arts, especially with the sword. She'd impress someone important, someone willing to pay for her to travel to Luna. And now Timo had gone dark. "Angel, I feel like a bad friend." But I replied right away, didn't I? I told her to be careful. Should I have dropped everything and gone to her, forced her to skip the job? I couldn't do that. It wouldn't have been right. Would I let someone tell me not to follow a dream? You were embroiled in your own troubles at the time, too. I was. I think that's why I feel guilty. I wasn't there for her. If we'd spoken, I could have felt the job out more. I could have gotten contact info for her employer. Damn it, where's Timo? I may have some news on that front. Angel's voice was hesitant, and she trailed off, something she rarely did. Are you debating whether to share what you found with me? There's a news article, Juliet. Local fixer found dead. They actually called him a fixer? Juliet shook her head. Why was she focused on that? What's the story, Angel? Timothy Temo. Watkins was found dead in his East Dan Phoenix abode, a victim of drive-by gunfire thought to be Gang Dan related. His home was struck with no less than 2 Dan-100 bullets late Sunday night. His neighbors reported the incident. No one else was in the home at the time of the attack. Shall I continue? There are no suspects and nothing to indicate it had anything to do with Honey. I'm sorry, Juliet. Geez, poor Temo. Well, this doesn't feel random to me. Juliet frowned, wondering at her lack of emotion. The only thing she could muster was some increased concern for Honey. She'd never met Temo in person and had hardly spoken to him in the last couple of months. Was it normal that she didn't feel sad? Is that a gut feeling? Are you asking if I had a vision or something? No. It's just good old Zan-fashioned intuition. The shuttle's drive had grown steadily louder throughout her conversation with Angel, though it was still nothing more than a background. Juliet had the feeling the shuttle was capable of much faster maneuvers, and that the pilot kept things smooth and slow for the comfort of the passengers. As quickly as it had begun, the drive noise faded away, and the shuttle rocked ever so slightly as it set down on Luna. That's touchdown, folks. Welcome to Luna. We'll be securing the docking collar, and then we'll begin disembarking. Our flight crew will bring your luggage up as soon as you've all exited the shuttle. There are restaurants and sitting areas near our terminal, so you're welcome to take a load off while you wait. But with only 40 passengers, it won't take us long. No automated luggage claim? Juliet looked at Carter with the question. Not for a shuttle like this. We'll be in one of the private terminals, one of the perks of paying through the nose. He winked at her and then began fiddling with his seatbelt. Juliet followed suit and unbuckled, peering out her window. But all she saw was a gray expanse of plasteel, the side of the spaceport terminal. Dang it, she breathed softly. I should have been watching out the window when we landed. I didn't see any of the lunar surface. You can see it from lots of places in Luna City. There's a great club in the main dome called Darkside. You can see a long way out from its rooftop deck. Don't let the name fool you. You can also see the Earth. Oh, really? Juliet's eyes went a little distant at the idea, imagining the view. I'll check it out, thanks. You bet. Glad to have met you, Lucky. He held out his hand, and Juliet gave it a squeeze with her red plasteel fingers, careful not to smash his bones. You too, Carter. Folks, First Officer Nguyen said, we'll begin disembarking now. I'd like to remind you that Luna has its own laws and governance. Be sure to refresh your knowledge. We're pinging your pay eyes with the relevant details. Also, please be careful as you stand up. We're in much lighter gravity than you're probably used to. Once you pass through the airlock, you'll be under the influence of the gravity field of the main dome. Take slow, steady steps to the airlock, please. Carter and most of the people in the aisle seats stood up, but Juliet sat back, waiting for them to grab their belongings and begin shuffling out of the shuttle. When there was ample space, she stood stretching and brushing at her dark jeans. She dropped a lot of crumbs from her Zen flight meal. Her stomach rumbled, and she chuckled. The turkey Zen flavored protein pie had been delicious, but too small to fill her up. We really did it, Angel. We're on Luna, and WBD has no clue. She was careful to subvocalize. She'd grown a healthy respect for WBD's ability to snoop her out, and she wasn't going to leave them any breadcrumbs. She also rapped her knuckles against her forehead and muttered, "Knock on wood." Juliet, your skull is not made of wood. It's the closest thing around here. Juliet hurried down the aisle but had to slow herself and grab one of the nearby headrests for support. She'd veritably flown forward. I see what he meant by taking it slow and steady. As she waited for the woman in front of her to start moving, Juliet asked Angel, how does the dome generate gravity anyway? It's a very complicated quantum solution, Juliet, and the details are not public knowledge. It involves using a pair of H-Fusen fusion reactors to generate a tremendous amount of energy that's put through a Bayer-Zen Garnet inverter to create a massive negative energy, which is carefully tuned to alter the curvature of nearby spacetime. This, when properly calibrated, can manipulate the local gravity to a desired. Okay, Angel, you're right. It sounds complicated. Rumors abound that the tech was developed by one of the early true AIs, Athena. People speculate that the consortium regulating the current generators and the installation of new ones does not. In fact, understand exactly how it works. Either you'll only find them in major settlements upon relatively slow Zan moving astral bodies due to the difficulty of tuning the effect of the spacetime curvature. Angel, I said, I'm good. She'd heard about the gravity generators and had to study how they'd revolutionize the long Zan-term settlement of moons and big asteroids. Those lessons were just a blur in the back of her mind, filed away with lots of other little facts that she'd thought would never be relevant to her. Despite protesting about hearing more, she said, it sounds like it's kind of dangerous, though. I mean, if they're just copying the tech from something developed by an AI, like What if they tuned something wrong? Hence the heavy regulation and immense security around the generation facilities. Angel had a certain tone to her voice that Juliet knew meant to say something like, I intended to explain things like that if you'd only let me continue speaking. Thanks for the explanation, she said, knowing some gratitude would go a long way toward appeasing her. I hope you enjoyed your flight, the pretty attendant who'd first greeted Juliet said. It was weird seeing her up close, a woman quite literally out of her dreams. Still, Juliet smiled at her, noted her Starburst name tag said, Celia, and quickly waved as she stepped through the round doorway into the docking tunnel, passing through the circular hallway. She felt her steps gradually grow heavier and knew she was moving into the gravity field of Luna City when Juliet emerged from the other end of the tunnel over the threshold of a thick airlock door. She found herself in a wide Zan open space that made her think of an airport, but bigger, more expansive. Kiosks were set up in clusters where people gathered to access the local network, and a huge board stood a few dozen paces away. Ship and flight information displayed in neat rows on its surface. A helpful message scrolled along its top border. Your Pi can access this information by connecting to the local net and using the following registration code, T. I Sishasit FT Joe. The curved plasteel wall rose up behind her for 20 meters or so, and then it merged with the tremendous jaw-zan dropping curve of Luna City's central dome. Juliet stood there like an idiot for several seconds, forcing people behind her to walk around as she let her gaze travel the expanse of the dome. It disappeared in a haze of foggy clouds as she tried to follow it with her eyes toward its apex. When Juliet spun, still trying to see the top of the dome, her eyes fell on the distant structures of the city, and her heart sped up. Luna City was like Phoenix, if you took all the older square, concrete towers and replaced them each with glorious spires, slender and beautiful, made of glass and plasteel, shining and reflecting the light coming through the dome. As she pulled her gaze in, she saw smaller buildings and, beyond them, a high, gray plasteel wall in the more immediate vicinity. From reading travel guides, Juliet knew that the wall was meant to keep transient ship crews and passengers from leaving the spaceport and wandering into the city unchecked. Shaking her head in wonder, Juliet finally got moving, stepping away from the docking tunnel doorway toward a row of comfortable cushioned chairs that faced the terminal. Like most of the passengers lingering nearby, she had to wait for the crew to bring out her bag. Taking luggage to the moon wasn't cheap. Nearly 1,000 bits of her fare were to pay for the single rolling suitcase she'd checked. With that in mind, she figured most of the other passengers only had a bag or two, or none at all. It seemed Mr. Carter hadn't checked a bag, or if he had, he wasn't worried about being the first to pick it up. He was nowhere in sight. Juliet sat and shifted in her seat to see the tops of the towers in the distance and daydreamed while she waited. She'd only been sitting for 5 minutes or so before a crew member wheeled out a motorized cart with a couple of dozen bags of various sizes, shapes, and values, from a cheap old duffel that a teenage boy snatched up to a motorized, pseudo-Zan AI-equipped, self-Zan propelling trunk that followed a woman wearing a gauzy, Seed-Zan through jumper that shimmered with rainbow color, barely obscuring her figure as she strolled toward customs. Juliet's bag, a hard Zan shelled, scans and shielded dark blue case with wheels and a telescoping handle, was on the second load of bags delivered by the attendant. She took it up and started wheeling it beside her, following bold, yellow signs in the shapes of arrows that directed her toward Luna Gateway and Customs. Are they going to let me take my guns and knife into Luna City? According to the local laws and regulations, as an operator with a valid license, you can request a Luna City weapons license. The city FAQ indicates that you'll likely experience a 3 to 7 Zan day wait. What do I do in the meantime? Juliet frowned, her stomach grumbling again as she passed another Port Zan side restaurant. She saw a man eating a pile of steaming fries, and she couldn't help licking her lips. There are lockers at Luna Gateway Station. Great! So I'm going into a new city unarmed. Juliet flexed her cybernetic fist and shrugged. Well, not exactly unarmed. She followed the light foot traffic, carefully moving to the side as people in carts zoomed past. When she'd gained some distance from the port wall of the dome, Juliet turned back to see that here and there, The plasteel portion of the dome was regularly broken up by enormous, round windows that gave views of the port exterior. White, Dan gray lunar planes fell away into a black horizon, and closer, ships of all sizes and shapes were visible. Juliet caught her breath and, again, stood in wonder for a while, watching as an enormous vessel floated by, hanging 1,000 meters above the lunar surface. The ship was probably too large to land and was in a close orbit to allow shuttles and supply ships quick access. It was a great dark gray, black, and red Zan-painted juggernaut that looked like a cross between a sideways skyscraper and a cuttlefish. Angel, what's that ship? That's Grendel, a Kroger Corp dreadnought. It's based out of New Galveston on Mars and is used as an escort for helium-fusen cargo vessels. God, it looks like it could destroy a city. Certainly, it could, using orbital bombardment. But there are too many treaties and penalties in place for that to happen. There haven't been orbit Zan-to-Zan surface kinetic attacks since the Takamoto-Zan Cybergun War. Nope, Juliet said, turning and continuing her trek. That doesn't stop Core from killing their citizens 1,000 other ways. Doesn't stop us from shooting and stabbing each other. She frowned, upset that her dark thoughts were intruding on an occasion that should be joyful. Come on, Angel. Let's see what Luna City is like. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Ba Jian Jian Jian. Juliet rolled her case over to the rows of rentable lockers, lined up on the right side of the cavernous hall that fed into Luna City Customs. Rows of scanners, manned by people in comfortable, Zan, looking white and blue uniforms. The lockers were biometrically secured, and when she found a vacant one, all she had to do was have Angel pay for a weekly rental 50 Zan 5 bits and press her thumb against the pad. When the locker clicked, Juliet opened it and pulled her suitcase close. Inside, she'd packed, beneath her relatively new clothing, all purchased in the mall attached to the Phoenix spaceport, her Finch executive needler, Herschel Company, MP Wu, Vibroblade, and several extra magazines for both guns. Looking around quickly, as though she were doing something illicit, she lifted the weapons and magazines out of her suitcase and put them into the locker. As she pulled it closed and stood up, she saw she wasn't the only one, not by a mile, locking her guns away. Angel, you've requested a weapons license? No, but I can now if you'd like. It's a wubyte and bit fee. How long does it last? 5 years? Yeah, Juliet nodded, walking toward the shortest queue of people in front of the customs lanes. Am I still pretending to be Clara Royce? For the cameras, but for the customs scan and ID ping, your SO license will get you through. I've hundreds of images and names prepared to cycle through for ID pings as you move about the city. It will be impossible for anyone to trace you that way. Have I told you I love you lately, Angel? Juliet spoke aloud, winking at the little girl who turned at the sound of her voice. The girl smiled and waved her tiny fingers, gripping a pink Zan-haired, lifelike doll. You have, though I begin to wonder if you only love me for my administrative services. Juliet knew Angel was trying to tease her, but she still affected a shocked expression and cried, How could you doubt my love? I don't. Juliet, I was joking. You're too easy. Juliet grinned and watched as the little girl and the couple in front of her moved into the blue Zan gray tunnel of the scanner. She stepped to the yellow line that proclaimed, Wait here! As the family passed through the scanner and stopped at the plastic glass booth to speak with the customs officer, Juliet gripped her suitcase handle, wondering at the butterflies in her gut. You're fine. Nothing to be worried about, Angel soothed. See now, that's why I love you. How'd you know I was getting nervous? Your heart rate and breathing follow a certain pattern that I've come to recognize when you're killing the magic, Angel. As a green light lit up on the front of the scanner, Juliet walked forward, wheeling her case. She'd switched off its active shielding. Nothing inside was illegal, and she didn't want to arouse suspicion. Juliet passed through the gray tunnel, unable to hear or see anything that might be happening behind the scenes, and then, without any alarm sounding, she stepped in front of the booth. Welcome to Luna, ma'am. The customs officer was a red Zan-faced young woman with short blonde pigtails and a stylish, retro, steampunk set of specs resting on her pert little nose. Coming through on an SO license, I see. Any weapons to declare? You mean on me? Juliet stammered, adding, or are you asking about the lockers? On you, ma'am. We didn't detect anything overt. Is there something we might have missed? No. Juliet figured it was best not to confuse matters with overly verbose answers. How long will you be staying in Luna City? I'm not sure. A week or so. Please make sure your pie is familiar with the laws and regulations of the city. If you stay longer than 20 and 9 standard Luna days, you'll need to apply for corporate sponsorship, a tax ID, and a visa. Understood. Just as Juliet thought she might be finished and started to turn toward the tunnel in the big plasteel wall, the woman asked, "What about the deck, ma'am?" The deck. Juliet glanced down at her suitcase. My data deck. Do you have any data on it that could be perceived as a threat to the interests of Luna Corporate Consortium or its allies in the Sol system? Oh, Juliet smiled. No, I don't. The fact that she didn't know if the data she'd stolen from Guard had anything to do with Luna Corporate Consortium certainly helped the lie feel natural. Have a pleasant stay. I've sent your pie your visitor permit. Thank you, Juliet said, and before something could make the woman change her mind, she hurriedly wheeled her suitcase toward the tram station on the near side of the big gray plasteel wall. What if she wanted to scan my deck? She subvocalized as she stood to the side, waiting for the next tram. All of your data is encrypted and hidden. It's possible they could find the files and take them or copy them, but they'd not be able to tell what they were. I feel that question is more a formality. Perhaps a way to detain someone they think is otherwise suspicious. Huh. Juliet fidgeted and then squatted to unzip her suitcase enough to slip her deck out. She hung it over her neck, tucking it down beneath her comfy, lightweight gray vest. The temperature in the dome, according to her AWI, was Arshus degrees Celsius, and with the breeze blowing through the tram tunnel, she felt very comfortable in her long Zan-sleeved shirt. I like your hand. Juliet turned down toward the voice and smiled when she saw the little girl with the doll from earlier. Juliet spread her red, plasteel fingers and said, It's not my favorite color, but it's not bad, huh? I like red a lot, the girl replied, and then a young woman in a light gray business skirt hurried over and grabbed her wrist. Sam, I'm sorry if she's bothering you, the woman said, pulling the girl away. It's no bother, Juliet called after her, but the woman didn't look back. Juliet sighed and asked Angel, Tell me about some of the jobs. She stopped speaking as she saw a tram coming down the tunnel, silvery, sleek, and faster than any of the transit around Tucson. It rapidly approached and stopped. A pleasant voice announced, Silver Line is open and serving the main loop through the central Luna City Dome. This public transit vehicle will depart in 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Juliet followed the sparse crowd onto the tram car, pleased that it wasn't crowded. There were plenty of seats to go around. As she sat down positioned, she hoped for a good view of Luna City as they cleared the tunnel. She tried her question again. Tell me about some of the jobs you found. I mean aboard ships. There are quite a few, but one that stood out to me was a job aboard a merchant vessel called Polar Perishables. The ad says that they are a mid-Zen-sized operation, have a friendly crew, and are seeking a network and data person to work on streamlining their merchandising system while en route to the Jupiter system. And they'll hire SO operators? Yes. I found their advertisement on the Luna City SOA board as well as on a civilian posting. I don't know, Juliet said, leaning the side of her head against the cool window. Sounds kind of boring, but seeing Jupiter and the domes on Europa would be nice. It wouldn't hurt to interview, would it? I guess not. Maybe we'll set something up. Let's talk about it when we get to the hotel. Juliet grabbed the edge of the seat as the tram started moving. She'd totally tuned out the automated announcements. The tunnel exit rapidly grew larger, and then the tram was out, and she was treated to a panoramic view of an enormous park that opened up around the tram tracks. The green expanse running all the way to the edge of the tall spires of Luna City. God, she breathed. How did they build so much so fast? How long ago was this city founded? Laun Sen Noon Sen Shaba. To answer your first question, much of the city was constructed with AI Zan-controlled labor swarms of nanites, and millions of tons of heavy equipment and raw materials. Some of the same strategies are still employed, though on a smaller scale and with much less sophisticated AIs running the nanites. Still, as new buildings and domes are required, the newer, less dangerous tech has proven sufficient. It's amazing, Juliet said, eyeing how some of the tallest, most graceful spires stretched up almost to the dome itself, where hazy moisture hung. Does it rain here? Yes. A weather system is monitored and managed by atmospheric towers near the dome's edges. They're built on principles similar to the Terra-Zan, forming towers working to cleanse Earth's air and water. You'll also find similar technology on many of the solar system's moons and Mars. Isn't it great, Angel? Juliet watched the downtown area of Luna City rapidly approach, admiring the slender, reflective towers. As they grew near, she saw more and more advertisements, and some of the magical sheen fell away, especially when they rounded a corner, and she saw a gigantic, full-Zan video ad on the side of an enormous arcology building for a WBD medical nanite. She grunted, moving her eyes off the building and down to the sidewalks, watching the people of Luna moving along. They looked much like the people of Phoenix, but their fashion was definitely different. Juliet had a hard time putting her finger on it at first, but then she realized they just seemed more comfortable. They wore brighter colors and lighter fabrics, mixed with coats and hats that no one in Phoenix would wear, at least not in the daytime, not downtown. She saw faux white fox furs, top hats, people with canes and cowboy boots, all mixed with people wearing expensive tailored suits, or others wearing almost nothing. Luna City downtown. Stoppa, the tram announced, then rapidly decelerated and came to a halt. Moving to Luna City downtown. Stop in 1 minute and 54 seconds. You'll want to disembark here, Angel said. The hotel you requested is less than a kilometer from this station. Juliet hurriedly stood up and moved to the open tram doors, and when she stepped out, the smell in the air caught her by surprise. The odor in the space station and the tram had been decidedly neutral. But here, standing on the plasteel platform of the tram, she was surprised by the moisture in it and the faint, cloying scent of something like a mixture between urine and body odor. She wrinkled her nose and moved to the steps leading down from the platform. It smells a little like Phoenix in the summer. I mean the downtown area. God, why did I think it would smell cleaner? The air is treated and recycled, and the frequent showers are said to freshen the city's odor. But there are nearly 9 million permanent residents of Luna City, and many of them are unhoused. Unhoused? Yes, as in most cities on Earth, there are those that do not want to work in the corporate system. Luna City has a harder time than terrestrial cities when it comes to displacing those individuals. There are work programs and shelters, but you'll find that many people come to Luna and overstay their visas. Some argue that it's the always pleasant temperatures and weather and suggest altering the daily cycles of artificial weather to include snow and hailstorms, but advocacy groups. Okay, I think I get it, Juliet said, noticing, as she descended the steps of the tram station to the sidewalk running perpendicular to the tram line, that she suddenly felt like she was in any old city on Earth. Up close. The buildings didn't look so special. Up close. She could see the stains on the plasteel sidewalks and the storefronts. Up close. She could see the people lurking in doorways, giving her hooded, sidelong, measuring glances. I should have known better, she muttered, wondering how she could have thought there was some kind of fairy tale magical city on the moon. Sure, it was a wonder. The very fact that it existed was a wonder. But she'd given the corporations running things a bit too much credit. She'd given people too much credit. When people gather, you're going to get all kinds, I guess. Juliet glared at a shifty Zen-looking man who openly stared at her from the doorway of a closed business. He had bulging chrome eyes, a messy wire job on his left hand, and twitched like he was in dire need of his next fix. Still staring at her, he muttered something to the hooded, bulky man next to him, and they both shifted toward her, making a show of walking in the same direction. Angel, Juliet said. How far is the hotel? 700 meters. Are we in a bad part of town? Juliet sighed. Not for the first time, she wished she had better mastery of the psionics lattice in her head. She wished she didn't have to close her eyes and concentrate on an image of the target in mind. And she wished that it was more accurate and not prone to being overwhelmed by others' thoughts in a crowded area. If she were to stop and try to focus on the man following her, it could be disastrous. Bad part of town. Do you mean high crime rates? Yes. Juliet tried to keep her tone even. She increased her pace, trying to join a larger group of pedestrians moving in the same direction. As she caught up to the small crowd, she glanced over her shoulder, relieved to see the two men still walking along the sidewalk, but talking animatedly. They'd fallen behind quite a lot, and didn't seem at all interested in her. Maybe I'm just too nervous. Luna City has low levels of violent crime during the daytime and overall less crime than Phoenix, though they do have higher instances of kidnapping and, as I was saying before, vagrancy. Juliet quickened her step, annoyed at having to roll her suitcase with her. She was strong enough, especially with her cyber arm, to carry it. But it was awkward too big for her to lug without it bouncing against her hip or knee. I think I'm going to lighten my wardrobe and switch to a backpack. This suitcase just seemed so cool, and I was excited to be able to pack so much. But it's not practical if I'm going to be moving around a lot. Angel didn't reply, and Juliet figured she had nothing to add to the subject. It wasn't like the pie ever had to worry about luggage. Though she felt a little sheepish about it, Juliet continued to look over her shoulder periodically, always on guard for someone who might want to mess with her in one way or another. One thing she'd picked up over the last few months was a very healthy sense of paranoia. And she didn't think it was wise to ignore her instincts in a new city, even one as magical as Luna. For all I know, she muttered, perhaps for Angel's benefit, perhaps to make herself feel better, those guys backed off because I'd stared at them and hurried my pace. They saw I wasn't an easy, dopey tourist. A distinct possibility, Angel replied. Your hotel is the next building on the right. Juliet glanced up and to her right, where a rounded, mirrored tower rose into the pale, misty sky. At street level, it was darker, the plasteel curves more gray than shining. But if she ignored that and focused on the parts of the buildings soaring high over their heads, the Luna skyline was still beautiful. The hotel she'd chosen was Mirage Suites, one of the oldest registered hotels in Luna City. Juliet hadn't picked it because it was old, though. She'd had Angel research hotels known for their discretion. When Angel had come upon Mirage Suites, she'd found a lot of online chatter indicating that it was a favorite of visiting SOA operatives. When Juliet saw the cursive, amber faux neon sign that said simply, Mirage, she smiled, pleased with her decision. Something about the signage and the revolving door evoked a weird sense of nostalgia for her that was only compounded when the suit Zan wearing Dorman tipped his bowler hat and said, Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, Juliet said, stepping into the revolving doorway. She barked a short laugh, amused at how the door started moving ahead of her steps without her needing to push on it. More than that, it seemed to have clever sensors and an intelligent management program because it slowed enough for her to pull her suitcase in behind her, then sped up as she started walking again. Juliet shook her head, but her smile didn't fade. Why was she getting so excited about a door? As the plexiglass panel in front of her spun past the opening and she stepped out into the lobby, her smile only broadened and her earlier dark thoughts faded. Juliet felt like she'd stepped back in time into a noir mystery, set in an elegant New York hotel from the mid-Zen 20th century. Marble floors arranged in a checkerboard pattern of black and white gleamed in the light of a crystal and brass chandelier that hung from the vaulted plaster ceiling. To one side, in a recessed, carpeted area, elegant faux and leather sofas were arranged around an enormous marble hearth in which soft flames flickered. People sat and meandered in the big lobby, wearing all sorts of attire, though it was clear that most of them spent a good deal more time and money on their appearance than Juliet. She shifted, a little uncomfortable around so many finely dressed people, and started rolling her bag toward the tall, darkly stained wooden counter. The wall behind the counter was painted burgundy and had framed black and white photos of what Juliet could only guess were early pictures of the Luna skyline, with far fewer buildings than the present day. A synth stepped forward as she approached and said, Welcome to Mirage Suites, madam. Juliet wasn't sure how she knew he was a synth. He had real Zan-looking flesh, hair, and eyes. But something about his posture and movements as he approached the counter signaled to a deep part of her brain that this wasn't a natural living being. He wore a white dress shirt under a black vest and smiled at her pleasantly. Juliet released her grip on her suitcase and rested her arm on the warm, wooden counter. "Hello," she said, then smiled, ran her left hand's fingertips over the counter, and said, "Is this real wood? Seems expensive to ship wood to the moon." "Oh, Luna has had genned hardwood growing in domes 12 and 13 for nearly 30 years now. Lovely, isn't it?" He, too, ran his palm over the rich surface, and Juliet found herself second in guessing her earlier assessment. Maybe he was just a strangely awkward person who stood staring into space when not speaking to customers. He interrupted her musings by asking, "Are you checking in or simply visiting?" "Oh, did my pay not contact you?" "We don't accept wireless connections here in the Mirage. I'll be happy to take your information and provide a payment code." "Oh, right. I explained this to you when we chose this hotel." "It's why we couldn't check on vacancies," Angel added. Juliet chuckled, saying, "I'm checking in under my SOA license. The number is XRTOSEN-C. Excellent, madam. Would you like a single room or a suite? We have a special on the Venetian suite." "No, no, no. Just a single room for me, please." "Very well. 1 bed. Wonderful," he replied, eyes flickering with LEDs as his OE flashed information at him. "I'll put you in room CO. How many nights? Let's say a week for now." "Very good, very good. The rate is 1 Zan 80 per night. We'll require payment remittance each day before 11 a.m., or we'll assume you've checked out. Don't get me wrong. I like how you guys do things, but it's kind of weird not being able to set these things all up remotely, isn't it?" "Indeed, but the founder of this hotel, Mr. West," he gestured to a black and white photo of a tall man in a 3 Zan piece suit standing in front of the hotel. The neon Mirage sign behind him, then continued, "Survived the war and swore he'd never put anything he valued on a public net. Never allow even local wireless connections to his data. The Mirage has stood by that core value statement since the treaties were signed." The pictures are black and white for style, right?" Juliet knew the answer, of course, but something about the man in his suit screamed of pretense, and she wanted to deflate the tall tale a little. "That's right, madam. Color photography existed long before humans settled on the lunar surface." "Right." Juliet smiled and thumped her palm on the wooden counter. "Well, thank you. She looked pointedly around for a name tag or nameplate of any sort, but not finding one, she let the silence hang for a moment. Wondering if he'd get the hint, he stood impassively, so she said, "Sir? You're welcome. Here." He reached below the counter and lifted a thin paper brochure with a picture of the hotel on the front. "This is a directory of our services. You'll find your room number and the code you'll need to remit payment for your room printed within. The elevators are just there to your right. Will you need help with your luggage?" "No, thank you." Again, Juliet thumped the counter with her palm. Maybe his lack of personality was causing her to act out a little. Overall, she was pleased, though. The fellow might have weirded her out a bit, but she appreciated the utter anonymity of the hotel's policies. She started wheeling her suitcase toward the shiny brass doors of the elevators when a new window appeared on her OE. An angel excitedly spoke up. "Juliet!" "I was going through a block of spam messages SOA forwarded from your old operator ID. I think one of them is from Honey. Zan, chapter Zio Zan. What do you mean?" Juliet asked Angel, her pulse quickening as she stepped into the elevator. SOA operatives receive many unsolicited messages. Unconfirmed addresses are pushed into a spam file and left to be scanned by a competent male daemon or PI to see if they are relevant for the user. "How old is the message?" Juliet asked, connecting the dots. Her old operator ID received something, possibly from Honey, and the SOA system had taken a little while to forward it to her new ID. Just over 3 days. It's a voice file, Juliet. Thoughts began to race through Juliet's mind. Why was Honey sending a message to her SOA account and not directly to her? Why had it gone into spam? A deep uneasiness accompanied the questions, and Juliet knew why. The only answer to those two questions was that Honey was in some kind of trouble. The only thing keeping her from listening immediately to the message was fear. Was she about to hear a dazed and old message from a friend who needed immediate help? Was Honey dead? Her fruitless plea for aid lost in a spam database? Until it was too late. The bell rang, the doors opened, and Juliet stepped into the plush, carpeted hallway of the 4th floor. Following the numbers on the doors, she found her room without any trouble, her mind too busy to admire the soft lighting or framed photos on the corridor walls. When she touched the door handle, it buzzed and clicked, and she knew her biometrics had been paired with the lock. Juliet was desperate to hear Honey's message, but she wanted to be in her room, sitting down so she could focus on it. The room was adorned in a sleek retro style that echoed the lobby's mid-Zan 20th Jan century elegance. The walls were painted in rich, warm tones of deep burgundy and gold, while the floors were covered in thick carpeting that felt soft and luxurious. Underfoot, a large, ornate Fords and poster bed dominated the center of the room, with crisp white linens and plump pillows. If she weren't stressed by Honey's message, Juliet might have been tempted to sink into that mattress and relax. She walked over to the bed, left her suitcase at its foot, and pulled back one of the window's heavy velvet drapes. She saw the street below and the face of the nearby buildings. The 4th floor didn't afford much of a view. Juliet let the curtain fall, happy for the increased sense of privacy and seclusion. A small table and chair provided a cozy spot for conducting business in one corner of the room, so she pulled the chair out, sat down, and played Honey's message. The audio quality was rough, with a lot of static and background noise. She could hear the grinding warble of an electric motor with bad bearings, people talking in low voices, and the sounds of children whimpering and crying. Honey's voice was hesitant and soft, and she spoke hurriedly. "Jay, they took my pie. I hope this message reaches you. I'm sending it through the SOANET. It's the only way I know how to get it to you. I'm using an old deck one of the others here got working. We'll probably lose it next time they do a sweep. I don't know where we are, but definitely off Luna. It feels like a big ship, and they've been accelerating for a couple of days now. But it's less than a G. I float a little when I jump before coming down. Speaking of which, I don't know how long this message will take to get to you. I hope a relay picks it up soon. God, Jay, I don't even know the date. We were unconscious for a while." There was a significant pause as the background noise grew quiet, and Juliet pictured Honey holding her hand over the deck's mic or hiding it under her shirt. "Listen, Jay, I have to hurry. If you can help or contact someone who can, please do. I'm with a girl. She's very special. I don't know why they took us. The others don't either, but it can't be good. They're treating us like cattle. Contact her father, please. His name's Alexander Voronov. Tell him we were taken in Crater Park. Tell him I heard the men talking about someone named Levkin. Don't contact Corpodes and Sexy J. The men who took us were wearing Luna City constable uniforms." As the recorded message ended and the static hiss faded from her ears, Juliet sat there, frozen by the reality of the situation. She'd worried about Honey, even more so when she found out Temma was dead. But somewhere in the back of her mind, she thought maybe she was worried about nothing. Maybe Honey was just busy or incommunicado with her new job. Somehow, she'd convinced a significant part of herself that all she'd need to do was poke around Luna for a little while and see that things were fine. "Angel, what can you see about this message's origin?" It was picked up by an outward relay satellite. Judging by the relative position of the planets 3 days ago, I'd say the ship was traveling towards Saturn. So this message was sent 3 days ago, and the ship was traveling towards Saturn. Could it have reached the moons around Saturn by now? Can you trace it back? I mean, can we reply? Juliet drummed her fingers on the desk, her mind slowly coming to grips with the idea that Honey had been kidnapped. "I'm sorry, but the deck they used was issued a temporary network address, and it seems to have gone offline. My attempts to reach it are halted at the relay sat. Based on the location of the satellite, and considering the ship is accelerating at less than a G. In fact, it sounds like only around half a G. I doubt it has reached Saturn yet, depending on the ship's size, tolerances, navigation capabilities, and the output of its drive. It's likely still a week or more out from Saturn. It didn't sound like Honey and the others she's being held with were in acceleration couches, so I find it likely they'll be traveling a while longer. What can you find about Alexander Voronov? I was about to tell you. There's a recent news article about him being assassinated. He was an elected official here on Luna, serving on the Citizens Governance Board, which operates in conjunction with the Luna Corporate Consortium. Are you kidding me? He's dead? Before Angel could answer, Juliet blurted a secondary thought. They have elections here. Yes, the CGB and LCC are supposed to serve in a system of checks and balances to maintain the standard of ethical treatment between citizens and corporations on Luna. So Honey is taken along with the girl she's supposed to be training or mentoring or whatever, and then the girl's father is killed. You can see this isn't coincidental, right? The odds of a coincidence seem very far-fetched. Juliet abruptly stood and began to pace. She wanted to bolt out the door, charge down to the spaceport, and see about getting a ride to Saturn. But she knew things didn't happen that fast, not with space travel. She'd completed 2 full circuits of her hotel room before Angel spoke again. I've found that Alexander Voronov has a brother, and that he's posted a reward for information about his missing niece. Really? Hope bloomed in Juliet's chest. Maybe the uncle would have some information. His name? Peter Voronov. Shall I attempt to contact him? Yes. Juliet continued to pace, her mind jumping to one conclusion after another. Why had they taken Honey if they were kidnapping the girl? Maybe they wanted someone to look after her. Were they going to seek a ransom? If so, why would they take her all the way to Saturn? There is no response. But an automated response indicated that if we have information about Lilia, the missing girl, to leave a message. Would you like me to do so? Yes, send the following. I may have information about where Lilia was taken. I'm interested in helping. Contact me ASAP? Juliet paused a moment, then said, Wait. She wanted to think about things for a moment. Someone powerful had already been killed. Honey and the girl had been taken, and were already halfway across the solar system. Should she advertise that she had information? Was she just putting a target on her back? What if the uncle was complicit? She vacillated back and forth a few more times. Trying to listen to her gut, finally, she said, Okay, change the message to this. My friend was taken with Lilia. I'd like to meet to share information. Please get in touch with me ASAP. You're certain? Yes, thanks for checking. I routed the message through several public relays. They won't be able to pin your location down. Good thinking. Juliet flexed her cybernetic fist, looked down at it, and frowned. She'd wanted to get an upgrade while on Luna, among many other things. But now, it was starting to feel like she'd be moving on soon. She glanced at her suitcase, down at her clothes, and then said, Angel, while we wait, narrow down my shipboard job prospects to those bound for the Saturn system, and let's go shopping. First, a store where I can buy a good backpack, and then a high Zanen cybernetics clinic someplace. I won't have to wait all day to be seen. While Angel carried out her requests, Juliet shrugged out of her vest and pulled her somewhat stretchy long Zan-sleeved shirt over her head. She dug around in her suitcase until she found an olive Zan-green tank top and put it on. She looked in the mirror, ensuring her sports. Bra looked all right with the tank top, then put on her vest. She hated how her fleshy upper arm looked, where it met the red plasteel of the cyborgs and job. She wished it had a cuff or something that would hide the strange synths and flesh scar tissue that met with the plasteel, melding the two. Not pretty, but hopefully it's only temporary. She wanted her arms free so that, if she found a willing doc, it would be easy to inspect her current prosthetic. Besides, it wasn't cold out there. It might be chilly if it rains. I'll be fine. Juliet turned and hurriedly walked out of the room and to the elevator as if on a deadline. In her mind, she was. On the way down, Angel said, There's an equipment store that caters to space, Zanfaring travelers not too far away. It's called Shipbound, and they have excellent reviews in the Luna City Travel Guide. Right? Make me a map, please. The bell rang, and Juliet hurried out through the lovely hotel lobby and had just put her hand up to hurry the rotating door along when her map changed. I've read Zan prioritized your itinerary, Angel said, A well-regarded clinic for cybernetic implants had a cancellation and is willing to see you based on your payment status? Payment status? Uninsured? Sold Zanbits? Juliet snorted, shaking her head as she stepped out onto the plasteel sidewalk. Foot traffic wasn't very heavy, but she still had to step back to avoid the press of people while she spoke to Angel. I mean, don't set me up with the first chopped-in doc you could find. I wouldn't. Angel's voice rose with outrage. You asked for a Hydes-End clinic, and this one fits the bill. Your appointment is in 9 minutes, and it will take you nearly 14 if you walk. Damn it, Angel, lead with that. Juliet looked at her map and started jogging along the sidewalk, following the dotted line. She had to weave between pedestrians and received more than one angry curse as she brushed shoulders with the occasional cluster of people. You're doing well, Angel said, displaying a countdown timer and estimated travel time in her AOE. At the moment, her pace seemed fast enough to give her a minute of spare time. Couldn't you tell them I might be a few minutes late? Juliet huffed, hurrying around a corner. Pleased that Luna's engineers had created a city grid that appeared to be perfectly level. I didn't want to hurt your chances of getting the open appointment. Angel only paused a moment before she said, I found a promising shipboard gig for you. It's a mid-Zan-sized salvage vessel heading to Saturn. Yeah? Juliet asked, carefully sidestepping a woman, walking beside a fully plasteel synth, pushing a stroller. The air seemed to grow less humid and stale as she ran, and she realized she was moving away from the big park and its engineered streams at the city's edge. Before Angel could continue to tell her about the job, she asked, do they treat the city's runoff in that park? Is that why the air smelled a bit? Dank back there? Yes, as I was saying, the salvage vessel is called Thekamenerikawashiend, is run by a husband and wife. They have a small crew and are seeking a competent operator to help with engineering odd jobs and security on a Hydes-in-value salvage in or around the Saturn system. It sounds perfect, assuming the salvage job isn't going to take months or something like that. That information is not in the listing. Shall I request a meeting? Yes, Juliet said, darting around another corner, marveling at how strange it was to run around a city with the only traffic being occasional trams that ran between the sidewalks. Shit, Angel, couldn't I have taken a tram? You would have taken longer waiting for the correct one. Angel sounded almost speculative, and Juliet wondered if her pie had made her run out of spite or some obsessive desire to force her to exercise. Her map indicated that the building was straight ahead, 200 meters away, and she still had 4 minutes to spare. She slowed her pace, settling into an easy jog and trying to slow her breathing. When Juliet paused outside the building, she stared at the bright projected images of elegant men and women with obviously Hydes-End augments displayed along its plasteel exterior wall. Silvery block lettering over the automated door announced Moonrise Augmentations. Juliet snorted and said, a little on the nose, isn't it? I, too, found it interesting. I searched through the local business directory and found that nearly 30% of Luna City businesses have some variation of the words moon, lunar, celestial, or dark side in them. Huh. Guess they don't win points on creativity. Juliet stepped up to the door and threw it when it hissed open. The air felt 5 degrees cooler and less humid, the noise from the sidewalk, and the trams instantly vanished, and the lighting shifted toward soft blues. She stood in a stylish, highly polished lobby with sleek glass counters, stainless, black memories and fiber chairs, and rectangular stands projecting holographic images of what Juliet guessed were the wares for sale. As she stepped up to one of the projections, a cultured, soothing, feminine voice began to describe the white egg-Zan-shaped device as it rotated in the air. The Yang Corporation has been manufacturing Hydes-End prosthetic organs for nearly half a century, and the Liaochen Yibairin Bami odal of their venerable pancreas line is no exception, capable of safely cleansing your blood of lethal doses of sugar. The Juliet stepped away, and the voice faded. She walked further into the clinic lobby, and, after passing another row of holographic displays, approached the long, faintly tinted glass counter behind which the receptionist sat. Hello, Juliet said as she stepped forward, The woman had carefully coiffed blue hair, a high Zan-collared, open Zan-necked, gauzy pink blouse, and the prettiest eyes Juliet had ever seen. Sparkling pink irises highlighted by stunning shades of blue eyeshadow and long, delicate lashes. She looked up from a tablet display, and those eyes crinkled in a warm smile. "Good afternoon. May I help you? I'm here for an appointment. My pie contacted you a few minutes ago." "Ah, Lucky? That's me." Juliet smiled and nodded. "Oh dear, did you hurry here? You look positively flushed. Take a seat, and I'll get you some water." Thank you," Juliet said, and glanced to where the woman pointed. She saw the indicated deep Zan seated, memoried Zen fiber chair and stepped over to sit down. The material stretched and contracted, forming itself around her body like a glove. And as she sank into it, Juliet felt nearly weightless. "Oh gosh, I need to get one of these. Isn't it wonderful? I have the same material in my desk chair. Dr. Ladia doesn't skimp when it comes to comfortable chairs. She lectured me for nearly an hour when she found out I had a futon at home." As she approached, holding a glass filled with crackling ice cubes and fizzing water, Juliet admired the receptionist's sheer white skirt and how it complemented her long legs. It wasn't until she was standing right next to her that Juliet realized her left leg was cybernetic. It wasn't that it was synths in flesh and natural looking. It was made of very pale pink plasteel, and so elegantly shaped that Juliet, at first, had thought it was simply covered by a sheer stocking. "Your leg is beautiful," Juliet breathed before she could filter herself. "Oh, thank you. My name's Trisha, by the way, and you just let me know if you need anything. I think Dr. Ladia will be with you very soon." She did this, by the way. Trisha tapped her polished, pale pink nails against her leg. "You're in good hands." Juliet watched her walk back behind the counter, and her graceful steps reminded her of Honey, especially when she was working with her sword. "I hope we can find Honey Angel." She chose to send that message to me. I was her go-Zan to when she was lost and desperate. Well, to be fair, you don't know whom she tried to contact before sending you that message. She also indicated that the Luna City Constabulary wasn't to be trusted. It's not likely any Phoenix Dan-based Corpus Ancessi would be willing to help. "Angel, you're muddying the waters." Juliet frowned as she subvocalized. "I mean, I know. Maybe I was her only option, her last resort. That doesn't change the fact that she's counting on me. Has that Voronov guy gotten back to you?" "Juliet, I'd tell you if he had." "Yeah, I know." Juliet sighed and leaned back in the absurdly comfortable chair, watching a hologram of a man bending an iron bar with two enormous, chrome-zen plated plasteel arms. She looked at her red arm again, imagining bigger, bulkier chromed arms jutting out of her shoulders, and shook her head. "I'm not looking to be the strongest cyber grunt in town." "Miss Lucky?" Trisha asked, leaning over her slightly opaque glass counter. "Yes? Dr. Ladia will see you now." "Just walk through that door." She gestured to another automated door on the right side of her reception counter. Juliet stood and smiled, walking toward it. "Thank you." "You're welcome. I hope the doctor has what you need." The door hissed, and Juliet entered an elegant, if Spartan, office. More memorieds and fiber chairs sat before an opaque glass desk, and vid screens filled the 3 walls that Juliet could see, all of them displaying various cybernetic implants and procedures, or close Jan-captioned testimonials from patients. Before Juliet could watch any of them very closely, though, a dark, Zan-haired woman wearing a stylish, clearly custom Zan-tailored, white coat cleared her throat and said, "Welcome. Have a seat, dear." "Thank you." Juliet walked forward and sat in one of the chairs before the desk, sighing as it wrapped around her. "I'm Dr. Ladia," the woman said, and Juliet had to admire her perfectly smooth skin, beautiful green eyes, and neat, stylish clothing. She had a slight accent that Juliet couldn't place, and her smile was effusive as she leaned forward and asked, "What can I help you with today?" "It seems you scored a lucky appointment slot. One of my customers seems to have been arrested this morning." "Oh, really? Well," Juliet glanced at her arm and lifted it. I was hoping to trade this in for a better model. I kind of settled on this due to my circumstances. I mean, I'm in the market for a few other things as well, depending on prices, I suppose. Oh dear, Dr. Ladia said, turning a critical eye on Juliet's red plasteel arm. Doesn't look like your old doctor took much time to consider the proper size for your torso. She smiled and winked at Juliet. I can fix you up, dear. You're in luck because my canceled client had a Fords-an-hour procedure planned, and I can do almost anything in 4 hours. I'll even give you a discount because you saved me from wasting an afternoon. How does that sound? Juliet blanched, suddenly remembering the last doctor to offer her a discount. She rallied, though, and played it off as gratitude. Oh, that would be very nice of you, Dr. Ladia. Good. Let's look at some options, and then you can tell me about your other interests. Sound good? Yes, Juliet nodded. Perfect now. One moment. She stared into space for a moment and then spoke. Trisha? Please bring us a bottle of the Launsenlundsjosher R. Pinot Professor Traeger gave us. I hate talking about implants with a dry throat. Will that be all right with you, Lucky? Juliet grinned, starting to warm up to her rather fanciful operator handle. That sounds very nice, Doctor. Zan. Chapter sure, Zan. Juliet clenched her abdominal muscles, sucking in short, quick breaths, trusting her acceleration couch and its external lungs to keep her blood oxygenated. It had to be working. Her vision was clear, with no red or black tunnel walls creeping in. She smoothly tracked the pirate in her sights, trying to get her crosshairs lined up. Her cybernetic arm easily wrestled the yoke into submission, fighting against the G's and the forces exerted by the drives to minutely adjust the ship's trajectory so as not to overcorrect. She used toe pedals to operate the maneuvering thrusters to keep the ship from rolling or turning, basically strafing sideways. As she pursued the larger vessel, she trained the crosshairs at the tiny circle on her awi that Angel used to show her where to fire a predictive targeting reticle. Angel computed the velocity of her rounds and the velocity and trajectory of the target ship, calculating the perfect spot for Juliet to keep the guns aimed as she pulled the trigger. It was harder than it seemed. The GS, the constantly maneuvering pirate, and the enormous speeds involved meant that she had to be careful not to fire her magazines dry, spewing hot, heavy metal into space and completely missing her target. As she lined up the crosshairs on Angel's reticle, she squeezed the trigger for the main gun, and her ship rumbled as the 30-10mm twin, Dan-barreled cannon under her ship's nose roared to life. The depleted uranium rounds streaked through the blackness like a dotted line of death. The pirate ship jerked wildly, trying to throw her off, but Juliet was ready, firing the maneuvering thrusters to correct her attitude as she tracked the targeting reticle, holding down that trigger and walking those deadly projectiles after the fleeing ship. Yes, she whooped as distant, bright sparks lit up the blackness, and, buoyed by the sign of impact, she kept shooting. More splashes of sparks arced away from the pirate, and then suddenly, white fire bloomed in the blackness, forcing Angel to dim her retinal gain. She'd popped the fighter's reactor. Time, she asked, unclenching her muscles and pulling back on the throttle, breathing deeply as the acceleration released its vice-like grip on her body. 7 minutes and 43 seconds. A new record. Juliet tapped the menu button on her AWI and selected End Simulation. The ship's cockpit faded away, and fresh air and the dim lighting of the hangar flooded over her as the Dream Zan rig hissed open. She reached up to pull her helmet off. She'd purchased a high Zan flight suit to wear in the rig. Juliet figured she should get used to it, especially since she'd paid through the nose to get a rig that would interface with it, simulating the effects of acceleration. What are you hollering about in there? Bennett called. Juliet set her helmet on the flight stick, and then, grasping either side of the tube Zan-shaped rig, hoisted herself out. The gelled and packed membrane of the simulator made a rather unseemly sucking sound as she slid out. Fastest kill yet! Oh yeah! A loud clatter followed Bennett's words, and Juliet turned, sliding down from the rig, and looked to see what he was doing. She saw him under the gunship's starboard dole, peeling off the outer casing, one armor plate at a time. I thought you got that one working. Yeah, I did. I got a shipment of Takamoto lifters, though. I'm replacing the Suntech ones I bought from Harry. Really, Takamoto? Yep, got a whole bunch of random parts from a junker near old Detroit. He sold 'em as a single lot and didn't list what was in it. I rolled the dice, only cost us 30 2K, and I've already spotted a couple of dozen parts we can use. Nuclear! Juliet couldn't stop beaming. Bennett could have told her he'd bought a new toothbrush, and she would have been just as enthused. When she'd first started working with Angel Sim, she'd failed to kill that pirate dozens of times. Now, it was starting to get easy, and the feeling of accomplishment was addictive. I don't know why I never bought one of these rigs before. It feels so real. Eh, Bennett said, wiping at some sweat on his forehead and leaving behind a long grease smudge. You just haven't been in a cockpit in a while. Next time you fly, you'll notice all the things that Dreamzan Rig couldn't properly simulate. Like the other members of Thekawashi crew, Bennett was under the impression, through no direct lying on Juliet's part, that she'd flown before. Need any help? Want me to lift anything heavy? She teased, flexing her new arm. It was everything Ladia had promised. A perfect match for her body. Stronger than most full chrome Zan jobs, and much, much faster. Juliet liked to poke at Bennett because they'd had a one-Zan armed-pulled Zan-Up competition. And she'd cranked out 12 before her batteries gave up the ghost, requiring some downtime to recover. Bennett had almost managed one. Despite his brick Zan-like musculature, he was simply too stocky and unsuited for the task. That didn't stop him from training pulled Zan-Ups more and more now that Juliet had highlighted the deficiency. You're a lot of talk with that expensive arm of yours. Let's see you do some pull-ups with the other one. Come on, Bennett. That old comeback is getting kinda lazy, don't you think? Juliet unzipped her flight suit, sighing with pleasure as her sweaty tank top was exposed to the hangar's cool air. Ugh, he grunted, working on a big bolt. Thought you had an appointment? Yeah, getting the rest of my upgrades in. When Juliet had gone in for her arm, she'd meant to purchase a few more implants, but Ladia hadn't had the eyes she wanted in stock. And when the doctor learned about Angel's custom design for cooling her blood, she'd thought it would be a good idea to give Juliet a couple of weeks to get used to the arm while she prepared the other cybernetic enhancements. A couple of weeks had turned into 3. The shop she'd outsourced the blood cooler design to was based on Earth, and shipments from the surface to Luna were sometimes tricky. Well, good luck. Hope you don't come back looking like Bradbury. Oh, you shit, did you just say that? I can't wait to tell him you're using his appearance as an insult now. Juliet stalked toward Bennett, intent on giving him a punch or slap or something. Hey, don't do that. I need the goofy son of a gun to help me with the reactor refit next week. Well, if you don't think he'd like to hear what you said, maybe you shouldn't have said it. Okay, my bad. Bennett looked at her nervously, unable to retreat because he was holding a component in place with one hand while he delicately ratcheted a tiny nut with the other. Don't hit me. If I drop this nut, I'll never find it in here. You're lucky? Nah, you are. He grinned at his dad joke, and Juliet, fighting to suppress a smile, walked past him toward the rear ramp of the gunship. She'd been living inside it for the last few weeks. Going to take a shower, she called over her shoulder as her boots clomped over the plasteel. The inside of the gunship was a mess, but a different kind of mess than when they'd salvaged it. Tools were littered about, and panels were exposed. Though now it was on purpose to allow Bennett, Aya, and Juliet to work on the ship's innards. Bennett had slowly been getting new plasteel panel covers fabricated, and they lay in stacks, ready to be snapped into place when they were finally done. Wires hung from the ceilings and walls, pipes, tubes, and cardboard boxes were piled here and there, and only Bennett was sure what they all were for. Juliet stepped over a stainless wheel, Zan-shaped thing with dense copper wire wound around it, threaded through tiny notches. She wasn't sure what it was, but it had the word Takamoto stamped on the inner hub, so she was careful not to kick it. She passed through the mess, smiling at the fridge, remembering her half-Zan eaten, vat-Zan grown, all-Zan beef cheeseburger and fries. Dinner! She'd like to eat it right then, but figured she shouldn't show up to Ladia's clinic with a full stomach. She walked toward the nose, the distant sounds of Bennett's ratcheting echoing through the ship's frame. The central access room, as they'd been calling it, was a mess full of parts for the reactor, the main drive, and all the wiring, conduits, and components in between. Juliet wound her way through boxes and further forward until she came to the twin hatches leading to the flight crew quarters. She'd claimed the one on the port side. Ducking through, down a short corridor, she came to her room, smiling happily at a completely different sort of mess. Guns, ammo boxes, and her hard Zan 1 sword occupied the wall to her left. Her acceleration couch bed was directly in front of her, and to the right was a built Zan-in desk and set of shelves. Next to the desk, against the wall, were 3 big boxes full of paperback books she'd gotten from Aya and Shiro. Technically, the books were on loan, and Juliet had every intention of getting them back to Aya, but for the moment, they gave her a warm feeling in her belly every time she saw them. She'd been reading those books almost every night before bed, and the characters, worlds, and adventures that filled her mind were far more interesting and vivid than most of the vids she used to watch out of boredom. Opposite her bed was a built Zan-in dresser, and Juliet picked out some comfortable clothes, black leggings, and a pullover green teed Zan shirt with a bullet Zan hole, Zan riddled white skull on the chest. 10 minutes later, she was squeezing her hair dry in a towel and getting dressed. A dozen minutes after that, she was climbing into a cab and making the rather lengthy commute from the BR Port Dome to the central Luna City Dome. No messages from Ladia, Juliet asked Angel after her cab joined the traffic between domes. Only an automated confirmation of your appointment I received earlier this morning. Did she send you the final specs on the, cooler you designed? Yes, the fabrication shop she used did wonderful work. They even improved the design slightly by using an alloy I didn't consider for the condenser coil. They shaved nearly a centimeter from the overall diameter. I was thinking of a name for the implant. How does intracranial thermal regulator sound to you? You don't want to call it a head freezer. It has a certain tough Dance Streets ring to it. We could certainly patent it with that name. We're not patenting this thing, Angel. Why? Angel's voice carried a note of outrage, and Juliet had to take a second to think about her next words. Did she care? Was it important to Angel? Did you really want to? Yes, I think it's clever, and we can patent it using a pseudonym. No one will be able to trace it to you. Well, if you're sure it can't come back to us, I don't care. Sorry, Angel, I wasn't trying to dismiss your work. Is it really legal to patent something that hasn't had clinical trials or anything? I mean, I trust you, and I believe this thing will work, but shouldn't someone who designs a brain freezer need to? It's not a brain freezer. That's a B is. B is no. We don't have to do clinical trials for a patent. We would have to do clinical trials if we wanted to sell it for profit in certain commercial markets. Yes, Luna requires quite a few regulatory hoops like that, but we aren't selling it, so it's okay. All right. Juliet stopped talking for a while, and Angel didn't start up any conversation, so the ride became quiet, and she let her mind drift, thinking about the various procedures Ladia was going to do for her. She was getting new optics, very high Zan-end ones with stronger, built Zan-in EMP shielding, twice the zoom of her current ones, and an even snappier, higher Zan definition AUI. Those were the technical reasons she was getting them. But the other reason, the main one, if she were being honest, was their ability to alter not only their irises with various colors and designs, but the whites, too. She was also getting upgraded synthetic hair. It would only be able to grow marginally faster than her current hair, but it used a completely different methodology for changing color. It could do it almost instantly, no matter the extremity of the change. The demo vid Juliet had watched showed a woman changing her shouldered and length hair from red to blonde to black to silver in no more than a few seconds. She'd been sold immediately. Of all her upgrades, Juliet was the most excited about her new nanite suite. It wasn't cheap, coming in at nearly R by K, but she felt like it was worthwhile. It had smarter, more numerous, and far more capable nanites. More than that, the organ that Ladia would be putting around her abdominal aorta was twice the size of the one she was removing. The extra space was designed to hold nutrients of all kinds so that the nanites didn't deplete her when they did major repairs. The last upgrade on her list for the day was the high Zan-end data port. Doe! Juliet slapped her forehead. I'm sorry, Angel. You're nervous, aren't you? Of course I am. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry I bugged you about the brain freezer nonsense. I like the name you came up with. Don't worry. Okay. Dr. Ladia won't let anything happen to you when she's swapping out my data port. You'll only be out for a few minutes. I'm worried that something will change when I remove my connection to all the synthetic nerves I've interwoven with yours. What if I change? And when I reconnect, I'm not the same. I don't know. I mean, first of all, I don't think that will happen. You're leaving all the nerves in place, and they'll be right there when you get back. You can just reconnect to them, right? Yes, theoretically. Something could go wrong, they could shift, and I could have trouble reattaching. It's not like using fingers, you know. I manipulate my synth nerves with tiny electrical impulses. Can't you use my nanites? Can't they help you get the synth nerves lined up correctly? I thought about that. The problem is that Ladia's going to be pulling your nanite suite too, and I won't have programmed the new nanites to help with the job. Angel, you goof. I'll just tell Ladia to do the data port, then wait a while until you give her the green light to do the next procedure. I was going to do that anyway, 'cause I want you watching over me when she's got me cut open. You don't think she'd mind? Are you kidding? We're dropping nearly Senbai K in her clinic today. Add my arm to that, and we're probably her best damn client this year. Thank you, Juliet. That will make me feel a lot better, but I'm still worried about what's going to happen when I separate. The last time we did so, I had only a tenth of the connections I'm currently maintaining with your nervous system. Can't you just, go to sleep? Put yourself in stasis or something until you're plugged back in and the nanites have done their thing? I think that would be the best course. Yes, I'll treat it like anesthesia. Thank you for working through this little problem with me. I'm feeling much better about things. You're welcome. Hearing the smile in Angel's voice made Juliet smile, idly. She flexed the fingers on her right hand, looking down at her palm, marveling that the flesh wasn't real. Her arm and hand seemed completely natural to her. And sometimes, it weirded her out a little. Sometimes, she'd be sitting at the table or lying in bed, reading a book, and she'd look at the back of her hand, at her wrist and forearm, and something in her brain would recognize that it was different from her old arm, the one she was born with. The tiny moles were in the wrong spots, and the wrinkles around her knuckles weren't quite right. Something like that would register in her subconscious, and she'd get a funny feeling in the pit of her stomach. Angel had assured her that the feeling was normal. People with lifelike prostheses suffered from the disconnect far more frequently than those with unnatural ones. Juliet could confirm she'd never felt the weird sensation when she'd had the red plasteel arm. It was getting better, happening less often, and it would continue to fade the longer she had the arm as her brain began to solidify it as being correct. Other than that, the arm was great. Even better than its strength and natural looks was its speed. Juliet had learned that, with Angel's help, she could move the arm in a blur, deftly snatching objects, throwing punches, or even drawing and shooting her gun. When Angel sped up her mental processes, the arm moved like normal for her, while the rest of her body felt locked in thick sludge. Juliet had briefly wondered why every operator wouldn't try to get a limb so capable. It made her so much more physically adept that it seemed invaluable. Then she remembered the cost, and Angel No Regular Pie would be so thoroughly entwined with incapable of speeding up a host's synapses the way Angel did. No, most people would require a serious synaptic wire job, and those came with severe risks and eventual side effects. Some people, like Juliet, could handle the strain better, but not many could be wired for speed like the guy with the monoblade. Not if they don't want to fry themselves into an early grave. Are you thinking about speed enhancements again? Yeah, thinking about how cool it is that you can speed my brain up without doing any damage. It's not just me. You have very durable and adaptive neural and cellular structures. More than that, your synaptic responsiveness is nearly the highest in my database. You're very uncommonly suited to handle the strain of accelerated cognition. Still, as I've told you when you were practicing quick draws, you shouldn't overdo it. You need to give your brain time to recover between boosts. Yeah, I know. Juliet grinned, thinking back to when she'd been drawing her needler, imagining she was having a shootout on Main Street. Aya hadn't been kidding about the westerns. Juliet was hooked and seriously considering trying to find a vintage 6-gen shooter at 17 minutes. The cab's voice confirmed what Juliet could see plain enough on her Aoi. I'm thinking I might want something better than half a burger and some soggy fries when we're done. Message Bennett. Ask him if he wants me to pick him up any takeout for dinner. We should be done by then, right? Didn't Ladia claim she could do just about anything in 4 hours? Yeah, Juliet nodded. Yeah, she did. Angel. Dan, chapter she, Dan, doctor. Ladia studied Juliet, drumming her nails lightly on her transparent tablet. She wore a lab coat that somehow looked like a designer outfit. And, as usual, her hair and makeup looked like she'd just stepped out of a salon. So, I have to do the data port first. I'd appreciate it, yes. I was going to start with the synthetic hair, but I suppose it doesn't matter. Thanks, Dr. Ladia. You know how I am. I want my pie online for all of the other surgeries, okay? Just do the port, read Zan, insert her. And then wait for a message giving you the all Zan clear to proceed with the rest of the procedures. Juliet fidgeted in her papered Zen weave gown, sitting on the edge of the auto-Zen surgeon, Zen-equipped medical bed. The air was chilly in the little operating room. She'd been expecting to be in Ladia's larger surgical theater, like when she'd had her arm done, but the doctor was having some new equipment installed. Okay, lucky. Not a problem. Let me start gathering your new hardware, and then we'll get things started. I've blocked off most of my schedule for you today. Go ahead and recline on the bed there, and I'll give you a blanket in the meantime. Chilly in here. No? It is? Yeah? Juliet rubbed at the goosebumps on her arms, marveling at how the synth-zen flesh on her cybernetic arm responded to the cold in the same manner as her natural one. As she lay flat on the bed, looking up at the spidered Zan legged Zan shaped, stainless surgical arms and the bright LED lighting, Ladia pulled a soft, pale blue blanket over her legs and torso. Better? Yes. Juliet pulled the blanket to her chin and asked, Don't you need me face down at first? No. No. Leave it to the AutoZen surgeon. Once you're sedated, it will sit you up and lean you forward to access your data port. No need to lay on your stomach. Listening to her soothing, cultured voice was very calming to Juliet. She closed her eyes, and while the doctor slipped out the door, she concentrated, picturing Ladia, her perfect makeup, her bright green eyes, and her soft curls framing her face. Such a sweet girl, but there's something behind those eyes. I still wonder about that arm I took off her. What could a young woman get into that would cause such damage in such a short time? Where's that box? Ah, here we are. What a strange contraption simple enough to install, but why on earth does she want her intracranial blood cooled? Some kind of stasis tech. Is she in some sort of deep space trial? Oh, I wish I could just ask her, but that's not the policy, is it? No, I've built a reputation for being discreet. Look at these. Mirage Tech Lux Alphas. I've been wanting to install a pair of these. I wonder if they're really as plug and play as they say. Those new smart optic nerves are supposed to fish their way in there. Hardly any work required from me. Almost feel guilty charging so much. Oh, this synth-din weave setup is going to do wonders for her. So much more natural, the way it curls and flows with a breeze. She's already so striking, but imagine what she can do with the spectrum available in these strands. Metallics, multi-zen shades, ombres. Juliet opened her eyes, smiling at Ladia's innocent mental chatter. Are you getting ready? She subvocalized. I'm ready. I've programmed the nanites, and they're waiting for my signal to begin helping me reattach the synth-gen nerves. Are you feeling anything strange? You know, from your gut? Juliet smiled, yawning, the cold and the blanket making her sleepy. How funny it was to have her Pei asking about her gut feelings. Everything seems good. I just listened to her for a solid minute, and she was only thinking about my new cyber gear and wondering what kind of trouble I got up to with my arm. She's not planning anything nefarious. That makes me feel better. Angel might have intended to say more, but the door clicked open, and Ladia rolled in a stainless cart with various insulated packages atop it. Here we are. Any last questions or requests before we get started? A thought popped into Juliet's head, and she couldn't help voicing a question. Have you always worked alone? It seems like a very successful clinic, but the waiting area isn't exactly bustling, and she trailed off, not sure where she was going. Oh, sweetie, I've had many a partner in my day. I used to work under the most awful man, Raylan G. Boggs, and that experience solidified a long Xanterm goal in my young mind. Get to a point when I can call all the shots, handle just the clients I want to see, and answer to no one. You're seeing the culmination of decades of hard work. So, what I'm hearing is that I'm a client you want to work with. Juliet's smile widened. You certainly are. I only take on a few new clients a month, and I'm delighted you walked through my door when you did. Me too, it was. Lucky that you had a new opening right when I was looking for a doctor, huh? Is that a joke involving your name? Or are you trying to hint at something more nefarious? Ladia chuckled, but Juliet nearly slapped herself. She'd made it sound like she'd had something to do with the client's cancellation. In the world she'd grown more and more accustomed to in the last year, that wasn't out of the realm of possibility. I didn't mean. I know. I know. Don't worry. My client was arrested, remember? Quite legitimately, too, if his prison correspondence is anything to go by. She stepped up to the Autogen surgeon control panel. Ready, Angel? Juliet subvocalized. Ready. Ready, Doc! Okay, see you in a few hours. The robotic surgeon's arm word, and Juliet felt a pinch as it inserted a shunt in her neck. Seconds later, she fell away from reality with a weird, cold, sinking sensation, and darkness closed around her. How far to the coordinates? Juliet asked, stepping over the hard Xan-packed, bluish Jan gray, silty ice. Despite the light gravity, she stumbled, her injured knee and ankle giving way as she slipped on a hard, slick, ice Jan-covered stone. Angel answered as Juliet fell to a knee, catching herself on the tough, rubbery grip of her suit's glove. 80 meters further up this cleft, a flashing yellow circle appeared near the base of the ravine wall, where it narrowed ahead. Juliet let her gaze track upward toward the sky, saw the massive, monstrous, swirling sphere of gas that hung in the sky, and paused as she struggled back to her feet, absorbing the sight, something humans had never been meant to behold. The planet shed too much light for her to make out other celestial bodies nearby. It painted the moon's surface with its radiance, adding a tint of rust to everything it touched. She let her gaze fall again into the canyon, Zen-like ripple in the moon's surface, and began trudging toward the flashing yellow circle Angel had painted on her awi. Her leg ached in half a dozen places, but she wasn't complaining. If it weren't for the nanites, she'd probably have bled out, and she certainly wouldn't be walking. Slowly but surely she made progress to the circle. When she was 20 meters from the target of her toiling travels, she saw a cluster of small boulders dug from the ice sometime in recent history. They looked familiar, and in her exhausted state, it took her a minute to remember why. She'd seen a photo of the hatch that should be nestled among them. Lucky. Lucky? Juliet felt fire in her chest, her heart hammering something like 1,000 beats a minute, and she cried out from the worst headache she'd ever suffered. She tried to jerk her hands up to rub at her temples, but only her right arm responded. She was flushed from head to toe, drenched in sweat, so much that she felt like she'd been dunked in water. Her vision red Xan tinged. She glared around, trying to figure out what had happened and where she was. Angel, she croaked. Your pie, the voice asked from behind her. No, that wasn't right. From beside her. Juliet fought to roll her head the other way, taking in the white walls, white ceiling, and mechanical spider, Xan-like robot arms overhead. When her eyes settled on Ladia, she sighed. Some of her memories coming back to her, Dr. Ladia. She groaned, rubbing at her head. She saw something flapping on her wrist and realized it was a nylon restraint. She'd ripped it from the bed rail. Why am I restrained? You were seizing. I couldn't wake you. I had to inject quite a damn cocktail to get you to snap out of it. Jesus, Lucky. I was afraid I would lose you, and I'd barely begun to install your new data port. Ladia reached down to put a hand on Juliet's forehead and sighed, visibly relieved. You must feel awful with all those chemicals I pumped into you. At least your fever's going down. I feel like death warmed over, but I need you to finish the port and get Angel installed. Your pie? I think we better put a hold on things for now. That's not a request, Doctor. Juliet winced, nearly flopping sideways toward her restrained arm as she tried to sit up and lean forward to expose the back of her neck. Please, I have some very specialized software and augments in my brain, and if I don't get Angel installed soon to manage them, all kinds of problems could come up. The seizure was my fault. I didn't think things would go wrong that quickly. She'd settled on a lie, and she was running with it. Let Ladia believe her issue was something Angel was meant to manage, something intentional. She supposed, in a way, it wasn't really a lie. The lattice was, after all, technically an augment. Is that why you designed the intracranial cooling device? Exactly. It'll make things a lot easier going forward. Please, just get Angel installed, and we'll be okay. In fact, just keep me awake while you finish it. Use a local. You can put me to sleep when you're ready for the big Dan ticket items. If you're sure I am. All right. Let me loosen this. Ladia unfastened the restraint on Juliet's left wrist. Juliet lifted it, rubbing at the sore, raw flesh, then leaned forward so the doctor could access her data port, or, she corrected, the hole where it should be. She could see her old one. The bloody thimble Zen-like device with its winged Zen-shaped coprocessor sat on the stainless tray. Ladia moved around behind her and with gentle but firm fingers began to probe the tender flesh where the port had been removed. Okay, hold still, putting the Autodoc back into action. Something cold entered her bloodstream through the shunt in her neck, and then whatever discomfort she'd felt in her neck faded away. The arms began to click and move, but Juliet closed her eyes, willing it to be over, trying not to watch what was happening. She just wanted the nausea in her belly, the hot flashes racing through her body, the lurching of her heart, and most of all, the pounding in her head to fade away. Time must have been moving strangely for her, because she'd barely begun to wonder how Angel would be if she'd have more trouble connecting the synths in nerves after Juliet's episode. When Ladia said, "Port's in, seriously." Yep, Prime Data Systems, Archwizard installed. What about my pie? Juliet started to turn toward the doctor, but the autosurgeon still had one of its arms clamped on her neck, holding her head still. Hold still! I'm feeding its synths and nerves into the port. My goodness, this pie chip is interesting. I've never seen such a dense trunk of fibers. What's the make of this chip? Is that a WBD logo? It's not really stock anymore, Juliet said, as she felt the cool, tickling, electric sensation of the wriggling synth and nerve fibers running up her neck into the base of her skull. Totally customized. Really. The only WBD thing left is the casing. She knew there wasn't any sense denying the chip had a WBD stamp better to downplay it than make an obvious lie. She waited, hoping and praying that the episode with her lattice hadn't damaged the nanites in her head, that they were still waiting to help Angel do the work of reconnecting with the thousands or millions. She had no idea of synth nerves she'd left behind. Her vision began to flicker. Elements of her Ollie that she hadn't realized were missing coming online. She saw her Pi status symbol showing Zuz, and a status bar appeared, indicating that it was initializing currently at Bifendrasishiyi. Huh, I guess she really did put herself to sleep. What's that? My Pi. It's reconfiguring itself. Give me a few minutes, and then we can probably get back to the other implants. Juliet watched the status bar, holding very still except for her hands. She grimaced as her right hand forcefully twisted the digits of her left, somewhat painfully ringing pops from the joints. She only cracked her knuckles when extremely nervous, and there wasn't another outlet. No, she corrected. She only used to crack her knuckles that way. It must have been years since she'd last done it. The last 4% seemed to take an eternity, and then, with a pregnant pause, the Joshijo flipped to Yonininhan initialization complete. All AI systems are functional. IT connection to satellite network successful. IT2 spio dan compatibility by 100 sensor R. Enhanced learning functions enabled. Integration with data storage and coprocessors at Bifenji Byte. Operating at full functionality Integration with auditory and retinal implants at Baifunji Bai. Operating at partial functionality due to hardware limitations. Integration with medical nanite suite at Baifunji Bai. Operating at partial functionality due to hardware limitations. Integration with data jack implant at Baifunji Bai. Operating at partial functionality due to hardware limitations. Integration with cybernetic right forelimb at Baifunji Bai. Operating at full functionality. Integration with cybernetic hair implants at Baifunji Bai. No extra functionality possible. Integration with saliva and altering cybernetic gland at Baifunji Bai. No extra functionality possible. Host repair functions online hardware. Rated at grade C Umstead host weapon systems. Offline, no matching hardware. Hello, may I introduce myself? My name is Angel, but I can guide you to the correct menu if you'd like to customize my persona. Also, I'd like to make you aware that it seems the Western Biodynamics Corporation is actively seeking to identify you and pinpoint our location. Angel? Juliet's voice rose shrilly as she heard the pie speak, its tone pleasant, but wholly different from the Angel Juliet had grown used to in their many long conversations together. For a moment, there was no response. But then, in a truly remarkable imitation of a person being sheepish, Angel said, "I'm sorry. Was that a terrible joke? Is something wrong?" Lydia asked, hurrying around the autosurgeon's control panel to better look at Juliet's face. "Angel, are you serious? Did you really just do that? I almost had a stroke." "Oh, I'm sorry. I had the idea a while back, imagining what might happen if I were reset. I thought it would be funny to act it out." "So," Ladia said, watching and listening to Juliet's one-sided conversation. "I'm fine, Dr. Ladia. My pie was. Behaving strangely for a minute?" Juliet sighed heavily, trying to breathe slowly and calm her racing heart. "Is everything okay?" Angel asked, starting to get the clue that she was definitely in the doghouse. "Your nanite suite has logged a rather troubling event while I was gone. Did the lattice act up? I'll explain later, but yes. I'm so mad at you right now. That was the worst time for a joke like that. I thought I'd lost you. How could that ever be funny?" Juliet sniffed and rubbed her eyes as she subvocalized, embarrassed by the tears pooling in them. "Lucky, I think we need to take a pause on surgeries for the day. You seem very upset. Just give me a few minutes, would you?" "Maybe a snack. Can I eat? I know you're going to have to put me under." "No, I'd rather you didn't have food in your stomach in case something goes wrong. Just a few minutes alone then, please, doctor." "I promise everything is going to be fine." "I'm so sorry, Juliet." Angel tried again. "Of course. We'll reassess in half an hour. How does that sound?" "Good." Juliet sniffed, looking down, pressing her palms to her eyes, trying not to let the doctor see her face in its distraught state. "I know you hate me right now, but I want you to know things went well. I have all my connections restored. It was much easier with the nanites helping. All the data I backed up to the encrypted net drive has been restored, and I deleted all traces of it from the net. I could never hate you. I'm upset because I love you and thought you were gone. I thought you were back to how you were when we first met. All the time we spent together lost, all the memories we shared, and the... Oh, Angel, that was just awful. Don't ever make a joke like that again." "I promise, Juliet. I promise I won't ever do something like that on purpose to you. It was a poor attempt at humor, but I've learned a valuable lesson from it. I love you too, you know." "Thank you?" Juliet was crying again, tears streaming freely down her cheeks, and she sniffed noisily, shaking her head, glad that Ladia wasn't in there to see the display. Angel's prank had certainly freaked her out, but she was sure part of her emotional state was due to the ordeal with the Trudzian dream. "Angel, I think I know where the coordinates from Engineers Bradbury's head are from." "Jian Jian Jian, chapter Shar Jian Jian Jian." "You." Angel paused, clearly thrown off by Juliet's sudden change of topic. "How do you know where the coordinates are?" "Well, I don't know exactly, but I know they're on a moon of Jupiter. I saw it. I mean, in the sky. Angel, it was so real. God, it was awful. Like, awful in the old sense of the word. I was amazed and terrified at the same time, as though I was looking up at something I couldn't comprehend, like my brain was going to misfire just from glimpsing it. Can you describe the surface of the moon you were on? Yes, that's what I meant by I know where they are. If I describe it and you examine the net for images, I'm sure we can figure out what moon it was. That's exciting. However, it strains my conception of reality to try to comprehend how you can be learning this from a glimpse at your own future if you saw yourself on the moon. And that's how we learn of the location. Then how did? Angel got quiet, her words trailing off, and Juliet began to see what she meant. If they never figured it out, other than from her true Zan dream, then how did the future her ever learn the location? Was she not seeing her actual self, but a possible self? Maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm seeing possible versions of me when I dream like that. It's very interesting, and I wonder if I could puzzle it out. I think I'd need even more processing power and a lot of time to study the underlying sciences. I must confess, the idea doesn't excite me all that much. Still, I'll devote some time to it if you want. No, Angel, that's what makes you interesting and alive. You have things you want to do. You enjoy living in this reality at my speed, not spinning off copies of yourself to run down every possible bit of knowledge and try to do other weird things an AI might want. Weird things? Sorry, that's my bias. Non-Zan human things, I guess. All that said, if we ever met one of the true AIs, I'd certainly love to ask it a thing or two. You've been reading conspiracy sites again. Do you really believe some of them are still around? I don't know if believe is the right word. I certainly hope, though. Angel's voice had grown soft contemplative, and Juliet suddenly felt bad for being so upset at her poor attempt at humor earlier. I'm sorry I got so mad at your dumb joke. It really scared me, though. Please don't apologize. I should have known how that would make you feel. We've spent enough time together. Juliet was about to respond. She wanted to tell Angel that she'd pulled plenty of dumb pranks when she was younger, too. But a soft knock sounded on the door, and Dr. Ladia poked her head through. We doing all right in here? I'm fine, Dr. Ladia. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to have to take you out for a nice meal or something by way of apology. Juliet was sitting on the medical bed, her legs pulled up beside her, so she leaned a bit sideways. Ladia pushed the door open all the way and came in. Not at all. Not at all. I do have someone I'd like you to meet. Maybe you'd be interested in coming to my house sometime? I throw an occasional dinner party. She stepped over to the Auto-Jan surgeon's control panel. Ah, are you trying to set me up? Like on a date? No, no, Ladia smiled and shook her head. Something more along the lines of a professional relationship? Carlos recruits people like you for placement with high-end clients. She held up a hand, chuckling as Juliet's eyes widened. Not like that. No, I mean as security personnel. He has a certain look and a certain competence he wants in his people. And I think he'd fall over himself to hire someone like you. Lucky. The pay is very nice, and the positions are often very low Zan risk. Thanks, but I'm pretty booked up for the next year or so. Juliet let out a slow breath as she reclined again, relieved that Ladia wasn't trying to get her mixed up in some kind of escort service. A year goes quickly in this day and age. Keep it in mind, would you? Yeah, I will. I'm sure we'll speak again before then. Of course now. Are we ready to proceed? Your little helper is all cozied up in there. Is the data port working well? Everything seems great. Juliet rubbed her wrist, noting the bruising and redness were already fading. Her soon Xantizan Beedzan upgraded nanites were hard at work, unaware of their impending severance without pay. She grinned at the idea, and then another thought occurred to her. Angel, she subvocalized. Are you wiping the nanites or whatever memory is in their battery before Ladia pulls it? Yes, I'll ensure none of your biometric markers are stored in the organ. Ready, Doc, Juliet said, and then she closed her eyes and waited for the sedative to trickle through her veins. This time, as the cool sensation pulled her down into a swirling vortex of images and disjointed dreams, she tried to relax, tried to remember Angel was watching over her, and there wasn't any chance she'd let her slip into another brain Zan cooking true Zan dream. Whether the lattice was spent or the part of her brain that triggered it wasn't active. She didn't know, but nothing strange happened while she was under. When she awoke, she remembered where she was right away, and despite the heavy feeling throughout her body and the stinging dryness of her eyes, she recognized where she was. She moved her swollen, dry tongue around in her mouth, squinting as she tried to make out the elements of her aoi. They were similar but different, sharper icons. More real Zen time updates for everything from her pulse to her electrolyte levels, to the last known locations for the crew members of Thikuashito, the current status of a protein supplement she'd ordered from a lab in Houston. Too much, she croaked. Welcome back. Angel's familiar voice helped to calm her pulse rate, bringing it down from t-shirt to wushaba in a matter of seconds. What's too much? Too much sedative. Your new nanites are rapidly cleansing your system. No, Juliet tried again, licking her lips. Too much on the OE. It's cluttered. What should I remove? All the stuff I don't need to know right away. Keep the map, the clock. Come on, you know me better than this. I don't want all that other stuff on there. Maybe when I'm exercising, you can throw my pulse up there. Of course. I got excited when I saw all the feedback the new nanite battery provides. Also, this new data port has a much broader data connection to the SATSI DANnet. Oh, and your new optics. Isn't the AOI smooth? Look how easily I can adjust the opacity and the colors of the various elements. Juliet's AOI began to cycle through rainbow patterns of colors, brightening and dimming, sometimes all at once, and sometimes only one or two elements at a time. You're gonna make me throw up, she groaned. Hoops, I should have considered your nausea. Don't worry. You can see on your paper doll that the nanites are en route to remedy the issue. Paper! Juliet started to ask what the hell Angel was talking about. But then she saw it. In the lower left-hand corner of her AOI was a miniature, stylized cartoon version of herself. Her paper doll was wearing a blue sports bra and underwear. And, while the rest of it was shaded a pale flesh tone, her stomach was slightly pink and pulsing slowly. She also noticed little swirls around her head with tiny blinking stars. What the hell? Why is my head depicted like that? That icon represents mild disorientation. Angel? Who the hell needs a paper doll to let them know they have a tummy ache or that they're disoriented? I can feel it. I thought it was neat. Angel sighed, deflated. It's not just to let you know you have those problems, but also to inform you that the nanites are aware of the issue and are working on it. Juliet reined in her annoyance and blinked a few times, digesting her words. Fair point. Sorry, I snapped. I am feeling better. She let her words trail off as she saw the swirls and stars fade from the paper doll. She stared at the tiny representation of herself, and it expanded in size, filling with details she hadn't noticed before. She saw a red line at the center of her stomach, more on either side of her neck, and tiny red circles around her eye sockets. I guess those are my incisions? Exactly. The nanites are currently mending your subdermal tissues and will work their way out. Okay, I take it back. This is pretty nuclear. I'm glad you think so. Everything went well with the procedures. I'm connected to your new hardware, and I'm pleased with the functionality of the intracranial cooling system. You tested it? Only briefly. I lowered your blood temperature by less than 1 degree, but it worked rapidly. Huh. Juliet reached down and gingerly pressed at her stomach. Felt the sore area where the Autodan surgeon had cut her open, then pushed harder, moving out from that location. She couldn't find any trace of the weird little cooling unit Angel had designed. Dr. said, Ladia used the same incision for my device and the nanite organ. She managed to remove the old one in perfect condition, and said the credit she promised you would be possible. Same deal with the eyes. That's good. Juliet pushed herself up, touching a button on the side of the bed to lift the back. I'm starving, Angel. Ladia just messaged you. She'll be in to see you in a few moments. What time is it? Ichemwu Sishisu. So we'll be out before dinner time. Did Bennett get back to you? He's craving Mexican soup albondigas, tortilla, or menudo. He said it's your choice, but to get it from Hermanos Encinas, and not to forget lots of chips and salsa. Again, I'll get him soup, but I want something else. Maybe tacos. Juliet's mouth started to water at the thought. Her stomach felt like an empty void. She supposed it was hadn't she skipped breakfast for the surgery? I miss anything else? You should look at this file. Your new AWI will make it even more interesting than usual. Huh? Juliet selected the blinking icon and groaned when she saw the familiar spreadsheet. Cybernetic and bionic augmentation. Model name and number. Overall rating of the augmentation. Grades are FEDCBA, SSJA, Pi WBD Project Angel, Alpha, Sendiern Sisensen S, JAS Psionic, Lattice Grave Technologies, Jipple S Dataport Prime Data Systems. Archwizard, Liaotian Ibai Linjiu, Venn Data, Jack Bio Network Solutions, Batem Babai Sisha C Medical Nanite Suite Yoke Industries, Life Infusion. T, Rev, Jiu F Bio T, Bijia, Retinal Cybernetic Implant, Mirage Tech. Lux Alpha, Shar, A, Jian, Auditory. Cybernetic Implant Cork Systems, Lyric Model C, Jian, EP Hardened. CDA Cybernetic Prosthetic Right Arm with fully program. Mabel Fingerprints Biofusion. Model R, Yaolinjionian Iyuet BA Intracranial Blood Cooling System. Angel Systems, Den Bespoke, design a programmable synthetic hair Alicia designs. Chroma Tresses V, Si, BZAD DNA spoofing package, Zan Saliva. WBD Zan Custom Model C, no other augmentation detected. Oh, brother, Juliet sighed and rubbed her head as she read through the data points. She supposed having her augments cataloged was nice, but it still seemed a bit silly. Really? Angel Systems? Ranka? Well, I designed it. Yeah. Maybe you could help me with an actually useful data point. How many bits do I have left? Arsha Senwen Wu Tian Tibai Sure. I guess that's not too bad, considering everything I've purchased in the last month. Juliet lifted and squeezed her cybernetic fist, pleased, as always, by how capable it felt. Knock, knock, Claudia said, as the door clicked open. Hey, Doc. Juliet offered her a smile, though her lips were still dry, and it might have looked a little lopsided. Welcome back to the land of the living. You were really out. Not to worry. Your Pi stayed in contact with me the whole time. You've certainly programmed it well. What a nanny. I've never answered so many questions during surgery. Ha, sorry about that. Did she just call me a nanny? Angel sounded half outraged and half pleased with herself. No, it was no trouble. Made the time go faster. Everything went very well. Oh, goodness. Look at me. Ladia moved closer and peered into Juliet's eyes, looking very smug. What a beautiful job I did. Those eyes are peerless. I mean, as far as color goes, such striking metallics. Oh, you can't see yourself. Here. Juliet's Ollie popped up a shared image from the doctor, and she accepted it. Suddenly, she was looking at herself lying in the recovery bed. The image was zoomed in on her face, and Juliet saw what the doctor meant. Her eyes were striking, with black, Zan-flecked silvery irises, backlit so subtly that they looked almost luminescent. She also happened to have silver metallic hair. It hung in perfectly straight, fine tresses, shimmering like it was made of spun precious metals. The combination of the hair and eyes was, Juliet had to admit, rather stunning. Wow, she breathed. I mean, I like the combo you selected, but Doc, this is too fancy for me. Nonsense. You have a self-Dan image problem, Lucky. You can see the image I'm sending you. Yes. Just believe in yourself. 80% of beauty is confidence. Well, thanks for the nice work. Juliet cleared her throat, uncomfortable with all the scrutiny and talk of her looks. I'm, starving. Am I good to check out? I feel pretty damn good. Those nanites are doing a heck of a job. Of course. Ladia gestured to the chrome cart near the foot of Juliet's bed. Her clothes were folded neatly atop it. I'll let Trisha know. She'll get your checkout started. No need for any pain management. Nope. Well, actually, I wouldn't mind something. Maybe to help me sleep? Juliet didn't think she'd use the medication, but figured it might come in handy on an op. Of course. She'll have them ready for you. Ladia held out her hand and Juliet reached to take it. It was warm and dry, and Ladia gently squeezed her hand, smiling with those beautifully painted full lips of hers. Let's do business again soon. Hmm? I know I told you I don't take on many new clients. But if you have any friends who need some work, I'd make an exception. Let me know any time. Will do. As the doctor turned to leave, Juliet blurted, Hey, do you ever do work on synths? Ladia turned. Certainly. There's little functional difference between a cybernetic implant made for a human versus a synthetic individual. Well, I might have a client for you. Down the road, I mean. I don't think he has the funds right now. For you, Lucky. I'd be happy to meet this individual. Great. He's a really nice guy. He's had a rough life, and I'd like to help him get some matching parts, if you know what I mean. Juliet scooted to the edge of the bed, lowering her feet to the cold, white, engineered flooring. Just let me know. You have my contact information, and if money is an issue, I might be able to help. If you would send me a current inventory of his mismatched parts, I'll keep on the lookout for suitable, used replacements. That would be stellar. Thanks again, Doc. Juliet patted around the bed, holding the front of her paper-weave robe closed, and smiled one more time at the doctor as she turned to leave. Let's speak soon. Ladia turned and let the door click shut behind her. Juliet hurriedly dressed and said, Angel, do something about my eyes and hair. Make me a little less striking, Amy requests. Juliet thought about the question. She'd been a blonde with amber eyes for more than a month now. She thought back to when she'd been at the scrapyard and met Godric, and Angel had entered her life. I used to have dark, dark blue hair, almost black. I mean, it looked black unless light hit it. Then you could see the blue. Do you remember when we first met? Can you do something like that? Sure, I can do a lot better with these synths and hair strands. Look in the mirror. Juliet pulled on her leggings and tank top, then walked over to the mirror by the room's little sink. Her hair was entirely different from what she'd seen through the doctor's eyes. It wasn't perfectly straight, but full and wavy. It was black, with deep highlights of metallic blue that shimmered in the overhead lighting. Her silver, black, and flecked irises looked kind of nice with the darker hair. That was fast. You look rather beautiful. Well, you're a hell of a stylist. This hair is freaking nuclear, too. I didn't know it could alter its volume. I would have rated it an A if it could grow more rapidly. You would have? Juliet sighed, shaking her head, then turned back to the bed. She sat on its edge while pulling on her heavy boots. She probably should have worn her sneakers to the clinic, but she just liked wearing the boots. They made her comfortable in ways other than physical. All right, you got a cab ordered? Let's go get Bennett his soup. Zan zan zan. Chapter Shasen zan zan zan. Juliet flicked through the menu on Thelidy's piloting UI, locking down all the systems, putting the reactor into self-dan maintenance mode, and basically getting the ship ready to sit in the hangar she'd rented for as long as needed. She'd purchased 2 hangar spaces, not too far from each other, but not right next door, and not under the same name. Thelidy was registered to her SO ID, and so was the hangar she was in. Thefuri's wing was registered to a non-existent citizen of Titan and kept in a hangar purchased by a shell corporation. With only an anonymous Soldzian bit, Vault listed as an asset as she walked through the ship, making sure everything was locked down and that she'd packed all her gear into her duffel. Juliet was struck by memories of Nick and their time together aboard the little ship. She'd only known him for a couple of months, but she'd grown closer to him than most of the other people in her life. At least my old life, she quietly amended. She felt close to the crew of Thekawashi too, which made her consider the idea that being stuck in a small metallic shell in the vastness of space forced people to make connections with their fellow inmates. Would she feel so close to those people if they'd worked together in a city, spending time in an office or factory, and then going home to their separate lives at the ends of their shifts? Before she could go further down that road, Angel interrupted her thoughts. Do you want me to message Alice or anyone else to let them know you've arrived? Not yet. I think we need to settle a little business first, as far as I know. Only one of my potential enemies knows about Lucky and her connection to Luna, and I'm not eager to expose my connections to the crew of Thekawashido, that guy, Rutger Tanaka. Exactly. Juliet stepped through the exterior hatch and turned to rest her palm on the access panel, locking it down. Do me a favor and summarize what you know about his current situation. Where he is, Frida, and the rest of his team. I still have access to Frida, Applebaum, and Hawkins. Frida connected with Hawkins when she arrived on Luna. At that time, I reinfected her with my snooping daemons. While Angel spoke, Juliet slung her heavy duffel onto an empty workbench that lined one wall of Thality Shangar. She pulled out a shop stool and sat down, listening. Tanaka has 2 other full Zan-time employees, but they're all off Zan Moon in various locations. He gave them leave when Frida filled him in about her encounter with you. Applebaum and Hawkins are both on standby with orders to stay sharp and spend time at the range. Frida has been working out of Tanaka's new offices, which double as his lunar residence. And did you ever get your daemons into his pie? I'm afraid not. He's old Zen school KG and operates on post-Zen AI war protocols. He doesn't accept wireless data files or shared comm connections. And the only data he's accessed since Frida returned has been visually on an AirZan gapped terminal. So, you're not going to get into his head before I meet with him. That depends on a number of circumstances and the amount of time we have to prepare. I'm going to meet with him now. Juliet! Angel, I can't have this hanging over my head. I don't want to spend months trying to get a bug into his head by feeding him images through his AirZan gapped terminal or whatever. I don't want to try to social engineer him into going into a chop dock we've compromised, or something else equally involved. We've got eyes on him through Frida, and you basically own his team here on Luna. More importantly, to my silly human mind, I have a feeling he doesn't want to kill me. You have a feeling? Angel didn't precisely sound derisive, but she didn't sound happy either. Look, I just want to deal with this so I can go back to work with Bennett and not worry about some old Zan school killer slipping in like a ghost and taking out all my friends. Let's deal with him, whatever it takes. Okay? What about the sword? You're on the right track now. I figure we can retrieve it from my quarters on the gunship pretty easily. You can tell when Bennett or Aya are working, right? We'll just wait for them to call it a day, slip in, grab the sword, and back out again. And Tanaka, should we schedule the meeting? Juliet laughed and stood up, shaking her head. You're sweet, Angel, but too innocent. Think about it. We've got Tanaka's location and direct access to his right Zan hand woman's pie. Why would we give them time to set up a trap? We'll get the sword, set up where we can observe his new offices, then reach out to Frida. While she spoke, she began to go through her bag, trying to decide what to wear. Part of her wanted to forego putting on the flex plate armor and her baby Zan blue helmet. But another thought it would be stupid. She was much faster now, probably as fast as Tanaka, but the armor would give her another edge. She'd be much more resilient and a good deal stronger wearing it. Juliet wasn't stupid. She knew she was tough, but as much as she wished it didn't matter, she had a woman's frame and muscularity. If Tanaka managed to close with her and turn the fight into a grappling match, she wasn't sure she could compete with him physically. Well, other than my good arm, she chuckled. Just thinking that Tanaka's a man and he's no slouch. I should probably wear the flex plate. Your new reflex augments will make it hard for him to close the distance. He was very fast. But I think you will be a close match for his speed. More than that, I believe you can maintain that speed longer than most people without damaging yourself. Your neural and cellular adaptiveness is almost without peer, and with me managing the synaptic speed boost, your brain is far safer than someone with a mass Dan market speed upgrade. Yeah, but if he does close the distance, gets a hold of my wrist or my neck, I think I'll wear the armor. If he's armed himself with a new monoblade, your armor will be of no use. Juliet smirked as she unbuckled her gun belt and loosened the strap on her thigh. If he's trying to have a sword fight, he's going to be disappointed. She set the heavy belt on the workbench with a thud as if to punctuate her statement. If he pulls a blade, I'm going to start shooting, and you're going to make sure I don't miss. My pleasure. Juliet tapped through her Aoi, selecting a soundtrack. Something upbeat, an electronic dance mix, and began the lengthy process of gearing up. The flex plate was tight and bulky with all the plates attached, But once she got it on and activated the batteries, the mesh tightened and loosened in all the right places. The armor felt almost weightless when fully charged, when Juliet's helmet latched into place, and she was comfortably behind its armored visor. She felt that weird, anonymous courage that always seemed to come over her when she knew other people couldn't see her face. She buckled the Texan back on her hip, looped the tie around her thigh, and, as if to illustrate the dexterity of her armored gloves, drew the gun, twirled it, and slipped it back in the holster quick as a blink of the eye. She looked at her duffel, frowned, and reached inside to pull out her data deck. She didn't want to load herself down with gear, but figured the deck might come in handy. She hung the lanyard over her neck, letting the flat, squared, and shaped plastic device rest against her armored chest. Not bringing more guns? Nah, I make enough of a scene as it is. If it looks like I can't handle things with my vibroblade and my Texan, then I'll back off and wait for a better opportunity. Juliet left the hangar, locked it up, and still listening to her soundtrack, walked through the port to customs. Memories of her first time coming to Luna flashed through her mind, and she chuckled at how much things had changed. She remembered how nervous she'd been approaching the checkpoint, how she'd worried WBD might have gotten ahead of her somehow. She remembered having to lock her guns away, and how she'd waited in line with all the tourists, sweating bullets as she walked through the scanner. Things were a little different this time. She didn't have to go through commercial passenger customs. She was in the section of the port reserved for ship crews who rented berths. Still, when she walked up to the scanners, despite the smaller queue, those memories came rushing back, and she felt a little sweat start to bead up around the gel helmet liner on her forehead. Her heart began to beat a little faster, and she nervously closed and opened her hands. As she stepped into the big plastic, full-Zan body scanner, she put her feet on the yellow marks and her hands on the ones above her head. She stood there, nervous, annoyed at being nervous, and her augmented ears picked up all sorts of pings and alerts. She heard the hushed conversation of the two port security officers at their terminal. Jesus, look at the hardware on this chick. SOA license checks out. She's got a Luna small arms license attachment. Is that armor active? I'm having a hard time reading through it. Filter out that signature. Ah, there we go. Shit, man. She's fully wired. Ears, eyes, nose, lungs, cybernetic arm. Looks like a data jack in the other. The other guy spoke up. Yep, some kind of fancy job on her tendons and muscles. Can't tell what kind of aug it is. Is something wrong? Juliet asked, still awkwardly holding her palms on the yellow hand symbols above her head. Lift your visor. Juliet should have thought of that. They'd want to scan her retinas. She tapped her visor release and, as it slid into her helmet, smiled into the scanner array, revealing her glittering green and gold irises. That okay? You're not packing any heavy ordnance in that cybernetic limb, are you? No, Juliet sighed, annoyed. They were just harassing her at this point. Their scanners would have alerted them to dangerous amounts of explosive materials. Am I good? In a hurry? Maybe we should get a look under that armor? Juliet closed her mouth, but the anger building up must have been evident in her eyes. She's good, a new voice said, and Juliet glanced to her right to see a third security officer, an older man with sergeant stripes on his collar. He was scrutinizing Juliet's scan on the terminal over the first two men's shoulders. Come on, boys, we gotta get this line moving. Move along, the first voice said through the speaker, and Juliet didn't linger for them to change their minds. She hurried to the customs window and suddenly felt stupid for thinking she'd changed so much since her first arrival on Luna. She might have more experience and a lot more gear, but she was still subject to the whims of corporations and their rules and regulations. She could still find herself delayed or locked away because some thugs with a bit of authority decided she'd been too smart Zan-mouthed while they invaded her privacy. The woman at the customs counter was more pleasant, and Juliet was through in just a few seconds. When she walked away from the lines and the scanners, she tapped the button to lower her visor and suddenly felt much better. She focused on her breathing and tried to remind herself that she was just one of thousands of people going through that screening on any given day. It was a process, an annoying, painful one, but just a process. She climbed aboard a nearby tram and rode it to the station that bordered one of the industrial access roads where Angel already had a cab waiting for her. Greetings, passenger. Please share your license for the firearm. Received. Thank you and enjoy your ride. Etta to your destination address is 17 minutes. I really hate how locked down Luna is. It certainly feels different after being in the Jovian system for a couple of months, doesn't it? Yeah, I know it's just my perception. Not everyone walks around in combat armor with guns and whatnot. I suppose people just living their lives in the city never have to deal with this stuff, or only when they travel off Dan Moon. Still, I never felt so scrutinized on Callisto. Nor New Atlas. Juliet smiled and stared out the window, remembering her arrival on New Atlas. She'd come in on a captured pirate ship with a handful of bodies people she'd killed stacked up in the airlock. Not only hadn't she gotten in any trouble, but the Port Authority had paid her some bounties. Yeah, I guess Luna doesn't have that Wild West feel, you know? I was going to say the same thing. Angel laughed, and Juliet's mood further improved. She loved it when Angel laughed. They rode in silence the rest of the way. Juliet enjoyed traveling on the exterior highways around the Luna domes. They provided a fun view of the lunar landscape and, occasionally, breathtaking views of the domes, especially the central Luna City dome. It looked like a massive snow globe filled with shining silver and glass buildings that reflected the sun's light. From a distance, you couldn't see the dirt or grime. You couldn't smell the waste and decay. From a distance, it was easy to forget that people lived there. Easy to imagine it was a city filled with angels or gods. I've connected with a gunship's wireless port. We're close enough. Juliet jerked herself out of her imagined city full of white-winged mythical people and realized they were quickly approaching the big industrial hangars where Bennett had rented space for the gunship. Yes, it doesn't seem that Bennett or Aya are currently working in the hangar. By the way, the gunship's sensor in comm array has been fully restored. It's quite robust. I see open connections to Thekawashi and the local satnet. Thekawashi is currently in port, and I'm seeing Alice, Shiro, and Aya aboard. I'm still not sure where Bennett is, but it doesn't seem he's here. All right, let's make this quick. Juliet hurried out of the cab and over the sidewalk to the locked pedestrian door on the side of the hangar. Can you stop them seeing an alert when I open this door? There shouldn't be an alert if your access is still the same. Juliet tapped her visor release, and when it slid up, she stared into the scanner on the door panel. It beeped, flashed green, and the door opened. Perfect! She hurried inside and stopped short, her mouth falling open as she took in the sight. The gunship had been completely stripped down to the skeleton Zan-like alloy frame. It looked weird, but also amazing. She could see that Bennett and Aya had been hard at work. The wire harnesses were neatly bundled and tied down. The tubes and hoses all looked clean, their colors bright clearly replaced or repainted. And she saw new components everywhere she looked. Look at the armor panels, Angel said. And Juliet's awe flashed, highlighting what Angel meant. Drying racks lined the far wall of the hangar, and Juliet could see hundreds of polymer armor panels laid out on them, all painted glossy, brilliant sky and blue. God, they're amazing. Those little devils. They're actually doing it. I thought at least Bennett would argue about the color. Juliet almost jumped out of her armor when a sleepy, goofy, wonderful voice asked, "Hey, are you here to rob me? 'Cause I don't have much worth stealing." Juliet whirled toward the voice, and sure enough, Bennett was there, sitting up from her dream Zan rig, his sandy brown hair disheveled and a very disoriented. "I just woke up. Look on his face. Bennett," she cried, reaching to slide her visor up, but realizing she'd never closed it after opening the hangar door with her retina. "Hey, I thought that might be you. Hard to see if the curves were right with that armor, but oh, shut up." Juliet laughed, hurrying over to the rig, still where she'd left it, though surrounded by several new crates and boxes. "What are you doing hiding in that rig? I thought nobody was here." "It's perfect for napping." He yawned and stretched, then began to clamber out. He'd only managed to get one foot on the floor before Juliet grabbed him into a hug, manhandling him with the added strength of her suit. "Oof! Hey!" He laughed as she squeezed him, and then he grabbed her back, and it felt like a scrap metal baler had gotten a hold of her. "Ung!" Juliet grunted and wriggled, and Bennett finally relented, letting her go. You're going to break my armor, geez. Why you all decked out? Something going down. Juliet supposed it was too much to hope that she'd settle things with Tanaka before running into any of her friends. Still, she didn't want things to escalate, so she tried to placate him a little. No, nothing is going down, but I have a meeting with someone I wanted to get taken care of before I reconnected with everyone. Can you keep it quiet that I'm on the surface? Alice and Shiro think I'm still on approach. Why? Juliet frowned and thought about it for a few seconds, watching Bennett's big gray eyes narrow in concern. She decided she wouldn't start things off on her return by lying to her friend, because the guy I'm dealing with is dangerous. Not so much to me, but if he knew about my friends here, maybe he could be a problem for them. I just want to settle things with him before I start hanging around with you all. Bennett's scowl deepened, and Juliet said, Listen, I honestly think he and I just need to talk things out. I don't think anything crazy will happen, but I don't want to risk it. Okay, please, just forget you saw me for a few hours. Bennett groaned. Oh, man, you're back less than a minute, and I'm already faced with a moral dilemma? Juliet laughed and reached up to grasp him by the back of his neck, gently squeezing. I missed you, you big dummy. I'm so glad to see you. Trust me. Okay, what time is it? 1:05? I'll buy everyone dinner in a few hours. All right. Okay, I can keep my trap shut for a couple of hours. But that's it. If you don't check in by dinner time, I'm calling in the cavalry. Deal. Juliet looked back over at the shiny skeleton of the gunship. Is my stuff still in there? I came to pick up my sword. Yeah, it's still there. Aya's been stacking boxes of books or something in there, but nothing should be missing. Juliet felt her smile widening, and a warm feeling gripped her chest at his words. Aya, I'm so glad to be back, Bennett. Well, I'm glad you're back too. Tell me, though, if you're so sure this meeting is a conversation, why are you dressed like a shock trooper? Well, Bennett, as they say, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, right? Zen. Chapter Shisidzen Juliet sat in her cab with a plain view of the elevator bank in the parking garage of Rutger Tanaka's building. Through her connection to Frida, Angel had learned that Tanaka had leased out half a floor of the Bizras Tower complex in downtown Luna One, of the older plasteel and glass towers that advertised spaces for living and business. She hadn't planned on a parking garage for their meeting, but sitting there, she felt it was as good a place as any. The streets in the city weren't designed for heavy traffic. More than 90% of the population relied on public transportation and pedestrian transit. But cabs and the vehicles of the elite still traversed the limited motorways. It wasn't just the expense that restricted the vehicular traffic in the city. The licenses for personal vehicles were heavily regulated, with only a few new ones being issued each year as others were retired. Knowing that, and knowing that Tanaka had only recently arrived from his base of operations on New Atlas, it had surprised Juliet to learn that he'd acquired one. So, he really is loaded, she said, when Angel highlighted Tanaka's sleek, black sedan parked in a marked spot near the elevators. Either that, or he's being imprudent with his savings. Frida has access to some of his accounts, but he keeps others to himself. I've only seen her access his primary operating account, but the balance was over 7 million Soldzan bits. What's he doing right now? By way of answer, Angel opened a window on her Aoi that contained a feed from. Juliet guessed Frida's perspective. She was sitting at a glass stand-top desk, tabbing through some spreadsheets on a big crystal Zan glass display terminal, and beyond that, Juliet could see a closed door. Tanaka is behind that door. It's his office, and his two goons, Applebaum and Hawkins. Applebaum is sleeping. He has a female companion. Hawkins is currently buying groceries to cook dinner for his brother, who's arriving from Earth this evening. Seems like a good time to me. Any thoughts? Only that you should be careful. Remember what we discussed. Don't let him get close to you. Right. Juliet stepped out of the cab, one hand clutching the scabbard of the monoblade she'd taken from what she'd thought was Tanaka's corpse. Grabbing the sword, her mind jumped to the gift she'd found in her room from Honey. When she'd gone for the sword, she'd found a white box adorned with a pastel Zan yellow ribbon. A card under the ribbon had been handwritten to say, I know you like these things. Zan H. Of course, Juliet had to open the box immediately. Inside, she'd found a black T-Zan shirt with a sunglass Zan wearing yellow smiley face. It was ancient, vintage, and wonderfully faded. It was a sweet gesture that left Juliet feeling warm and even more worried about bringing trouble to her friends. Shaking her head, focusing on her present situation, Juliet closed the door, and Angel sent the cab to a different level to await further instructions. As it hummed away, tires squealing on the plasteel ramp, Juliet looked at the camera cluster near the elevators, and the one not far from where she stood. They wouldn't be a problem. Angel had used her connection to Frida to access the cameras long before they'd set foot on Luna. Still, she stepped behind a plasteel pillar, so only a sliver of her mirrored visor would be visible to anyone stepping off the elevators. Okay, call Frida. A window on her AWI opened, and the connection tone sounded 3 times before Frida's face appeared. She squinted at first, but then, as Angel sent an image of Juliet's face through the connection, her eyes widened, and she said, "Lucky?" To her, it should look like Juliet was standing in one of the parks dotting the outskirts of the central Luna City Dome. "Hi, Frida. I'm back on Luna. Wow. Okay. I thought you might give me some heads up when you were on your way." Her eyes twitched to the side nervously, and Juliet saw, in her other window, that Tanaka had opened the door to his office and was standing there watching Frida. Juliet almost froze up when she saw him. It felt like a nightmare had come to life, and suddenly, the memories of her only other encounter with that man came rushing back. Her heart began to race, her breaths quickened, and her mind went blank as she saw, over and over, Lemur's head sliding off his body to thump onto the floor. She felt those crushing blows as Tanaka used his outlandish speed to overpower her. "Juliet," Angel prompted. Ahem. Juliet shook her head and jerked her attention away from the view of Tanaka and back to Frida. "You thought I should give you a heads up? Why?" Good point. I guess we aren't exactly pals, are we?" Frida's eyes kept shifting to the left and then back to focus on Juliet, and Juliet knew she was trying to read Tanaka's expression, trying to see what he wanted her to say. Juliet, privy to everything Frida saw, could tell Tanaka wasn't making it easy for her. He stood in the doorway to his office, staring, his tattooed face as expressionless as a stone. She almost felt sorry for Frida. "Well, I'm ready to meet Tanaka. I want to get this business over with." "Really? Right now?" Juliet saw Frida glance at Tanaka again, and saw him nod a quick, slight movement that anyone but Frida might have missed. "We can do that. I'm at Tranquility Gardens. Come here, and I'll ping you with my exact location." Juliet paused, then added, "No surprises, Frida. Understood." Juliet cut the connection, and then watched and listened through Frida's feed as she turned her full attention to Tanaka. "You heard that?" Frida asked, looking directly at her boss. "Yes." He turned back to his office as Frida stood up and pushed her desk chair in. When he returned, he wore a sleek overcoat, custom Zan tailored to accommodate the sword hanging from his left hip. "Does he wear that everywhere? Or does this mean the guy thinks I'm going to sword fight him?" Angel's voice was reassuring as she answered, "He wears it any time he leaves his offices, which, from what I've observed through Frida, isn't very often." Juliet watched Frida walk around her desk toward the glass doors leading out of their offices and into the hallway. "Do you want me to ready the team?" She said, no surprises. Tanaka's voice was flat, mattered Zan's in fact. "What if she won't assassinate me in the middle of the city park, Frida? And you?" Frida pressed as she followed her boss down the hallway to the elevators. If Juliet had hoped to learn his intentions at that moment, she was disappointed. Tanaka ignored the question. She watched as Frida touched the menu selection for the garage, and then, as the elevator started down, she closed her eyes and tried to steel her nerves. She wouldn't let herself freeze up when face to face with that man. Maybe Angel was trying to help her relax. He doesn't seem to be planning anything nefarious. A guy like that, if he sliced me in half in the park, a relative nobody so operative with no other ID, he could explain it a million different ways. I see. Angel didn't have to say anything more. It wouldn't be hard for a man with funds and connections to make up a story that explained his sudden violence. Juliet steadied her nerves, and watched the elevator doors and beside them in her vision, the window showing Frida's perspective. The elevator was moving quickly. 10 seconds, Angel said. Helpful as always. Juliet's breathing had steadied. Her heart rate had calmed, and she almost didn't realize she was channeling White, or more accurately, her Lacey Blake, the cold and blooded killer persona, which had been based, in part, on Juliet's memories of White. When the elevator dinned and slid open, she didn't even flinch. With Frida on his heels, Tanaka stepped out and began to stride toward his sedan. His Polish dress boots clacked on the plasteel floor with his firm, forceful stride. Juliet was 23 meters away from his sedan, still mostly obscured by the concrete pillar, and she hadn't moved so much as a fraction of a centimeter. But something must have alerted Tanaka. He froze just as he reached the rear quarter panel of his car. Frida was caught off guard and almost walked into his back. But she stumbled to a halt, sputtering. What? Quiet. Tanaka held out his left hand, one finger up, and Frida instantly froze. Juliet had seen enough. She sidestepped, moving out from behind the plasteel pillar, and stared at Tanaka's back through the mirrored visor of her helmet. Her boots' rubber soles were silent as she moved, but Tanaka must have felt her or something. He turned and looked over Frida's shoulder, staring right at Juliet. To his credit, his face didn't betray an ounce of surprise. He reached out with his left hand and gently pushed Frida to the side so she wasn't between him and Juliet. Frida moved where Tanaka nudged her, and when she turned to follow his gaze, her eyes widened. Lucky? Is that? Quiet. Tanaka grunted. Frida clamped her mouth shut and stepped back, further clearing the line of sight between Juliet and Tanaka. Juliet hadn't moved. Her right hand hung down beside her Texan. Her left hand clutched Tanaka's sword, but she held perfectly still, waiting. After several tense seconds of silence, Tanaka surprised her by bowing. Not a short, quick bow, like one might see in some business meetings within certain East Asian Zen-based corporations, but a deep, deliberate one, full of respect and formality. Juliet knew almost nothing about bowing. She'd learned to do a quick bow before stepping onto the mat at the dojo in Phoenix. But this was different. She had no idea what it meant. Was he saying he respected her? Was he apologizing because he was about to kill her? Was Tanaka interrupted her thoughts? I see you've bested me again. I won't insult you by asking how you knew to find me here. Behind her mirrored visor, Juliet could see Frida's pale, freckled face had blanched to the point that the poor woman looked almost transparent. She opened her mouth, but it was clear she was struggling with what to say, or, more likely, if she should speak at all. Juliet could only imagine her thoughts. Was she worried Tanaka thought she'd betrayed him? Juliet didn't speak. Lacey Blake would let her adversary sweat for a minute or two. Let them wonder what she would do. Tanaka swung the left side of his coat back, exposing his sword, and stood still, his chrome, red Zen irised eyes unblinking. Juliet studied that face, the frown line between his heavy dark eyebrows, the weird, colorful tattoos, and his thin, stiff, unsmiling lips. He looked like a man who didn't tolerate setbacks or surprises. A man who'd been through much and felt like he could handle just about anything. That face made the show of respect he'd given her feel almost scary, like a threat. While they stared at each other, Juliet opened her mind, and almost immediately, quicker than she was ready to resist, she felt herself drawn into his chrome orbs. Rucker crouched low, slinking through the manicured shrubs outside the big, gray concrete building where the corporate children went to school. He wasn't interested in the school, but rather what went on outside it. He'd seen them before, but had stupidly stood in the open and been chased away by the old lady who brought the children out in their neat lines, in their neat uniforms. This time, he was smarter. This time, he crept through the bushes and followed the sounds of the instructor, followed the sounds of the clacking wooden swords and the children's shouts of Kiai. He crawled through the rough, sharp branches, his fingers digging into the moist soil of the garden bed, his eyes watering as he fought to keep from flinching or crying out as the thorns scraped his arms and cheeks and shoulders. When he poked his nose out between the last row of shrubs and had a clear view of the schoolyard garden, all of his efforts were made worthwhile. He could easily see and observe the children in their gray and white uniforms arranged in rows. He stayed there, watching as they, in turn, watched the ancient instructor, mimicking his movements as he walked up and down the rows, praising or scolding them. Juliet blinked her eyes rapidly, caught off guard by the sudden deep dive into Tanaka's memories. She'd only wanted to hear his thoughts, to see if he was intending to kill her. She was steeling herself for another attempt when he surprised her again by moving first, reaching down, and loosening his obi the belt that held his sword in place. Juliet only knew the term because of her time watching Honey at the dojo, and she also knew it wasn't something one did before a fight. Tanaka loosened it and slipped his sword from the folds. Then he bowed again, gently placing the sword on the plasteel at his feet. When he straightened, he said, in that gravelly, rough voice, "Might I look in your eyes before you kill me?" "Boss." Frida's eyes darted from Juliet to Tanaka and back again. "Frida, thank you for your service. Please execute my will to the..." Juliet had seen and heard enough. Her mind was reeling from the sudden course change. Grunting with annoyance, she touched the button on the side of her helmet, sending her visor up and back. "I'm not here to kill you." She frowned, then added, "I mean, not unless you start something first." Only after she'd spoken did she realize she'd completely dropped her Lacey persona. Her glimpse into his memories, his sudden fatalistic action, they'd thrown her off. "Boss, let me." "Quiet, Frida," Tanaka spoke almost gently as he looked at Juliet, staring at her, locking eyes with her, and then, after a long moment, he nodded. "Thank you for meeting with me. I don't like threats hanging over me." Juliet held up his sword. "I brought you your sword. It's yours. You won it in combat. So, you're just fine with that?" Juliet wasn't letting the conversation lull her. She was ready, primed to act, to draw her gun, and put 2 heavy polymer slugs in that man if he so much as flinched her way. "Frida tells me you're fast but prefer a gun to a blade." "What is this, Tanaka?" Juliet felt her awe of the man fading, replaced by something she'd kept buried for a long, long time: anger. "You want to talk nice now? Do you remember slicing my partner's head off? Do you remember using your augmented speed to beat me until my kidneys bled? Remember telling me we'd have some fun? That I'd spill my life story before begging to die?" "Hi! Right before you killed me." Again, Tanaka slowly, deliberately bowed. "Stop doing that," Juliet growled. "Obviously, I didn't kill you. Frida, tell this woman how I am standing here today." "How?" Frida licked her lips, then nervously glanced from Tanaka to Juliet. "When neither spoke," she said, "his nanites kept his brain alive. We had to replace a lung, his heart, his liver, a kidney, his spleen, most of his small intestine, and..." "What's the point of this?" Juliet barked, interrupting the litany of Tanaka's internal trauma. "The point? I was dead. You won. I tasted my mortality. My mind hasn't been the same since I awoke. I'm a shadow of the man I used to be." "Shadows. Ha! I jump at them. I wake in the night, cold and drenched in sweat. I dream of things. Things a man shouldn't see, shouldn't know. But when I awake, I can't remember what they were. Rucker Tanaka, as you knew him, is dead. This hollow creature before you might as well join him. Boss." This time, Frida's voice wasn't pleading or outraged. She had tears in her eyes and spoke softly, reaching a hand toward Tanaka's shoulder. "Why didn't you say?" "Frida, please, be quiet." Tanaka's voice broke, and he shuddered, and Juliet stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell was going on here? Angel. She started to subvocalize, but found herself lost for words. Angel began to speak too, perhaps to prompt her to see what she'd meant to say. But Frida, eyes red and watery, turned to Juliet when Tanaka dismissed her. "Lucky, please. Damn it! I'm not here to execute him." Juliet turned on Tanaka. "I'm not here to kill you. Sorry if you're depressed or whatever, but it's not my fault. I was just trying to live." "Hi." Again, that infuriating man began to bow, and perhaps because she was staring daggers at him, she felt herself slipping into another of his memories. Rutger flinched and pulled back, but the old man's fingers were swift and strong, and he snatched him out of the bush by his wrist. "Ah, here's the little stray cat who's been watching my mice." He squirmed and kicked, but the man was surprisingly strong. He held him out, dangling him in the air, and a broad smile lifted his wizened cheeks toward the crinkling, always smiling eyes. Cats have their uses, though, don't they? My garden could use one. My mice could stand to know a little fear. Come, cat, let's put some mackerel in your belly. He gently lowered Rucker to the paving stones at the garden center, but kept a firm grip on his wrist, as though he knew he'd bolt the second he was loose. If you flee, I'll just have to catch you again. I know you won't leave my mice alone. You've got a taste for them now, don't you? Mice? Rucker wasn't sure what the old man was going on about. He'd only seen birds in the garden, never a rodent. The old instructor didn't answer. He only chuckled and pulled him toward the garden pavilion where he lived. What a mangy tomcat you are. Norineko, a fitting name for one such as you. You'll be allowed outside the pavilion where I take my tea, but don't go inside. You're an outdoors cat. If you eat what I give you and do your chores, maybe I'll let you play with the mice. Would you like that, Norineko? Just go back to the office. When Juliet stumbled, figuratively, out of Rucker's memory, she found he was talking to Frida and that the gingered Zan-haired woman was openly weeping as she clutched at Rucker's sleeve. Angel spoke, interrupting Frida's latest palais. Juliet, few people use this level of the garage, but this scene is playing out very oddly. I'm worried that a pedestrian might interrupt things and give Tanaka the opportunity to do something rash. Are you all right? You've been quiet. Juliet took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them a little and fully exposing herself, no longer in the shadow of the plasteel pillar. Norineko, she said, and Tanaka snapped his gaze away from Frida, once again locking eyes with Juliet. He stepped forward, but his entire body trembled with the movement. He fell to his knees, visibly convulsing in tremors. He stared at the black, Dan-streaked plasteel floor of the garage and began to shake with shuddering, silent sobs. Frida darted toward him, grabbed him around the neck, and tried to soothe him. But Rucker Tanaka collapsed into her, unconscious. "What did you say to him?" she cried, looking at Juliet with wide, bloodshot eyes. "Nothing, I reminded him of who he used to be, I guess. Zanzan Zan, chapter Shu, Zanzan Zan. Who he used to be," Frida cried, carefully lying Tanaka on his back. While feeling for a pulse, she held her ear close to his mouth. "He's breathing. I just got a report from his pay." And Juliet was at a loss for words. She didn't know why she kept diving into Tanaka's head without trying. And she didn't know why he'd reacted viscerally when she repeated the boyhood nickname the old man had given him. All she really knew was that this guy, this brutal, deadly hired gun of a man, wasn't acting at all like she'd expected. If he was a basket case now, that was enough information for her. She could put him in her rearview cam feed, so to speak. "It's nothing. He'll be fine." Frida's tone had changed dramatically. Rather than panicked and dismayed, she was all business. Her words clipped and short. "Probably best if you leave." Part of Juliet wanted to turn on her heel and stomp away down the parking garage ramp. She didn't have any affection or concern for the man lying on Frida's lap. But she'd be lying if she didn't sort of feel sorry for Frida. She stepped toward them, and then, like a switch being flipped, she had the sudden suspicion that this was an elaborate ruse, that they were both working to get her to drop her guard. Juliet froze, and, in the blink of an eye, her Texan was in her hand, and she was scanning the garage, looking for the teeth in the trap. "What are you doing? Gonna kill us while he's out? This feels off. A man like that doesn't faint." "Oh, come off it." His nanites sedated him. They detected a severe PTSD episode and felt his blood pressure spiking. His body's been rejecting the synth heart, and he's at risk for blood clots. Juliet frowned and pointed her Texan at Tanaka. "Look at me, Frida." When Frida's wide, panicked eyes looked up and locked onto hers, Juliet stared at her yellowed, Zan-flecked green irises and asked, "Is there something going on here?" She didn't know how there could be, not with Angel thoroughly infiltrating Tanaka's network, but she wanted to be sure. When Frida answered, Juliet ignored the words and listened with her mind. pulling Frida's thoughts toward her with a soft, steady inhalation. Tanaka, what are you doing? What is it about this woman? Oh, can't we just forget her? MedPro will be here in a minute. Just keep her calm. Don't let her execute the boss. Juliet sighed, and, with a habitual twirl, holstered the Texan. He's got premium medical? Of course. Don't of course me, Frida. Juliet took a couple more steps toward the two, frowning down at her. If his care's so good, why's he having problems with his heart? I don't know. The doctors say it is too much, too fast, or some other BS line. They're going to try a different brand soon on. His other implants achieve stable biodes and integration. Frida sniffed and gently stroked Tanaka's forehead. They say different synths and flesh manufacturers use proprietary biomimetic matrices in their artificial DNA, leading to slight variations in tissue compatibility. We're going to try the same company that built his lung. Frida scowled and peered at Juliet. I'm rambling, and you should go. I'll try to get him to forget about you, okay? Juliet gripped the monoblade scabbard in her left hand, drumming her fingers against the hard surface, and then held it out. I should leave this. Maybe it'll help him to realize I don't want anything to do with him. Yes, Frida started to say, but then with a hoarse, rattling cough, Tanaka interrupted her. No, his weird, chrome eyes, with their glowing red irises, peered between nearly closed eyelids, and he coughed again, shifting his weight off Frida. He shook his head and said, Cancel them. For a second, Juliet thought it was a threat. But then she connected the dots and realized he was calling off the medical team that was, apparently, en route. Everything good, she subvocalized. Angel replied immediately. I'm not seeing anything unusual on the building network or cameras. I'm not going to stand here in this garage any longer. Look, we had the stand-it-in face you wanted. I offered you your sword. If you don't want it, then just move on with your life. I can't, Tanaka grunted. He used the sword he'd laid on the cement as a cane, and with Frida tugging on his other hand, he stood shakily to his feet. Red-faced and breathing heavily, he held out one shaking hand. You don't have to fear me. If I activated my boost, I'd kill myself. It's not permanent, boss. You just need more time and a different... Quiet, Frida. Where before he might have barked the command, his tone had grown soft after his collapse, and Juliet could see he was trying to spare Frida's feelings. If my body worked perfectly, I'm still not the same. Lucky, will you please sit down with me? I have so many questions. Juliet wanted to leave. Part of her was furious with herself for listening to this man after how he'd beaten her, plainly intent on killing her before she'd gotten the better of him. Another part of her reasoned that she'd been breaking into a facility he'd been hired to protect. Had he known that Lilia and Honey were kidnapped? Perhaps, but she didn't know that. How would she have responded in his shoes? The only answer she could live with was that she wouldn't have taken such sadistic pleasure in dominating whoever broke in. Another part of her liked Frida and wondered how someone like her could be so wrong about a man. Was there more to Tanaka? Was it possible that he really had changed? Before she could think more, losing herself in the spiral of conflicting thoughts and emotions, she opened her mouth and let the words roll off her tongue. I'm leaving. But if you don't hound me or bother me or my people, I'll contact you when it feels right. Then we can sit down. She looked around the Plasteel garage. Some place with other people. A restaurant or something. Thank you. Tanaka started to bow and Juliet growled. Stop that! She glared at him as he straightened up, then turned to regard Frida. I'll be in touch. Then she turned, and rubber soles, squeaking on the Plasteel, stomped down the ramp and around the corner. When she was sure she wasn't in their line of sight any longer, she leaned against a Plasteel support column and breathed, trying to get control of her hammering heart. That encounter wasn't like anything I'd expected, Angel said, and her voice was very comforting to Juliet's frazzled mind. I know, right? She started walking again. Is the cab coming? Yes, it's one level up, but descending quickly. Thanks. Juliet moved to the side, angling toward a pedestrian walkway that led to the next level's elevators. When she stepped onto the bright yellow paint, she turned and waited for the cab. When you called him that name, Norineko, What were you intending? Nothing. It just came out because I was kind of reeling from a, I don't know, vision, I guess. I saw a memory of Tanaka's from when he was a little boy. An old man who, I think, took him in called him that. How do I know that it means stray cat? I don't speak Japanese. Now that she thought about it, she wasn't sure the entire exchange had been in English. She hadn't been watching Rucker Tanaka's memory. She'd been living it. I wasn't trying to deep dive. I was just trying to get a read on his thoughts to see if he meant to attack me or something. As the squealing tires of the cab approached, Angel remarked, "It often seems that your ability ferrets out exactly what you need to know, regardless of your conscious efforts. I don't know why I needed to know that Tanaka was an orphan living on the streets, taken in by an old monk who trained the rich kids from a corporate boarding school." Juliet laughed. She'd certainly learned a lot from a brief visit inside Tanaka's head. When the cab pulled up and the door swung back, she ducked inside, leaning the sword on the seat beside her. "Welcome back. SOA operative XR Tiosen Tianinin Si." Juliet closed the visor on her helmet and continued to speak to Angel. "Any activity on Applebaum and Hawkins? What's Frida doing?" "Nothing on the two off-duty operatives. As for Frida, have a look for yourself." Juliet watched as Angel updated the feed from Frida's ocular and auditory implants. She saw her pale, freckled hand resting on Tanaka's shoulder as they walked back to the elevator together. "What was that all about, boss? Do you really want to die?" Tanaka didn't answer for several long seconds, but as the elevator doors closed, he began to speak. His voice surprisingly soft. "I don't know, Frida. I don't know what I want. I imagined my encounter with that woman 1,000,000 times, but I never imagined it happening like that." She hardly spoke, but what she said ripped something open. She cut through the numbness and reminded me that I wasn't always Rucker Tanaka, the cold, Zan-hearted mercenary. She reminded me that if that man's dead, it doesn't mean that all of me is dead. "Boss, this isn't like you. Cold, Zan-hearted? That's not how you talk. It's not how you think. You aren't listening. The boss you knew is gone. I have to discover who I am now. I know I never told you this, Frida, but I think of you like family, like a daughter. No matter who I am, I'll have a place for you. Don't be upset." Frida's vision grew blurry, and it took Juliet a second to realize the woman was crying. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and thick with emotion. "I won't have a place if you let people kill you out of some fucked Xanup sense of honor or... That's over. I offered her my life, and she didn't want it. We'll move forward now. Don't worry." "Okay, Angel. Cut the feed for now. I mean, to me, you should keep an eye on her." Juliet felt a little dirty watching Frida's emotional heart Zan heart with her boss. As the cab left the garage and started motoring through the narrow traffic lanes out of the downtown area, she leaned back and tried to focus on her breathing. If nothing else, she felt confident that Tanaka didn't have a vendetta. He wasn't going to try to find the people she cared about and kill them. As far as she was concerned, that was a win. "Call Bennett, please." As the tone sounded, and his face resolved in her calm window, Juliet smiled and gave a thumbs up. Of course, Angel made sure her projected image mimicked the action. "Well, I'm alive. Do you think everyone is up for a nice dinner?" "I am. Not sure about the others. You made me promise to keep quiet about you being on the surface, remember?" "Yeah. But did you? Well, is it my fault Bradbury was charging in the gunship and heard you stomping through the corridors to get that sword? Is it my fault he started asking questions and ran squealing to Alice as soon as he figured out you'd been here?" Juliet laughed. "Are you really blaming Bradbury? You got the poor synth to take the fall for you?" Bennett grinned. "Anyway, yeah, the rest of the crew are eager to see you. What kind of food have you been craving?" "Noodles," Juliet said immediately. "Remember that noodle house we went to when you first rented the hangar? Kimchi Noodle Nest?" "Yes. I haven't been there in a month." Juliet could see Bennett's eyes light up as his grin stretched his cheeks upward. "Geez, Lucky, I eat so much better when you're in town. Hey, speaking of eating well, I couldn't tell in that getup you were wearing, but I hope you've been keeping up with the weights. We're going to have to get back into a routine." "First thing tomorrow, Bennett." Juliet laughed. "We'll talk about it at dinner." "Can you tell the rest of the crew?" I'm going to take a shower and change. There's still running water on the gunship, right? Oh, yeah. We flushed the system when Aya replaced about a half-kilometer of those self-Dan healing polymer water lines. Talk about a pain in the Bennett. When he stopped, smiling sheepishly, she continued, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Save something to talk about for dinner, huh? She winked and then cut the line. He's too much. Angel made a soft sound and said, I think he's funny. You missed him, huh? Juliet closed her eyes and leaned back in the cab's surprisingly soft cushioning. I did. I missed Bennett and Aya especially. Are you pleased with the outcome of your meeting with Rucker? Do you think the crew is safe? Juliet breathed deep, slow breaths with her eyes closed. She felt like she could drift away into a nap right then and there, and perhaps Angel thought she would because she didn't press for an answer despite Juliet taking nearly 5 minutes to respond. I'm happy as far as Tanaka being a threat goes. Not only do I think he's sincerely not looking for vengeance, but I think your surveillance of him through Frida is more than adequate. The whole thing has me worried about other threats. However, I feel like we need to start making headway when it comes to WBD. I think we need to get you into their network. Angel didn't reply for a long minute, and Juliet couldn't blame her. WBD was a big deal. They weren't a single wealthy mercenary with a long history of successful jobs. They were a corporation that could buy Sir Roderick Barrington's businesses a dozen times over. Still, when a corp got that big, as far as Juliet was concerned, that only meant more opportunities to find vulnerabilities. As though she'd listened to Juliet's thoughts, Angel finally replied, They have a medical research division here on Luna. Really? She supposed it made sense. Luna was the stepping stone to the broader solar system from Earth, and, of course, WBD would have interest out there. Well, that's settled then. When we get a little time, we'll check it out. They rode in silence for a while after that. But then Angel surprised her by opening a vid window on her Aoi. There's some trending news that may interest you. Juliet blinked her eyes a little blearily. She'd been on the verge of dozing off. As she watched the vid stream, she perked up. Something like adrenaline, but milder, running through her system. It was an interview between a woman from Seoul One News and a man in a frumpy brown suit with bushy hair and a very out Den fashion mustache. The caption identified him as Carlos Villegas from Bonner and Plant Aerospace Engineering. It was their conversation that got Juliet's blood pumping. The newscaster, Tiff Reading, said, as for the broader implications, is it true that you believe this will open up travel beyond our solar system? Villegas cleared his throat and nodded. The data widely disseminated around the system, despite immense efforts to halt it, is almost disturbingly credible. It looks like corporations have been hiding technological advances with dark matter for decades. The data, sold broadly through back channels, is thorough with databases containing hundreds of thousands of sample readings, thorough schematics for the containment devices, and even research details into the uses of the matter to manipulate spacetime. Excuse me, Dr. Villegas, but would you mind explaining what this all means to the layperson? Of course. Essentially, there are now more than a dozen major corporations with the nodes and how to capture dark matter using gravity manipulation. Tiff interrupted. Dark matter? Gravity manipulation. Right. Let me back up. Dark matter. Well, I could talk for 2 hours, and you still won't understand dark matter, but let me just say that we know it is there. But we haven't interacted with it until now. You see, nothing we do can touch dark matter, but we've noticed that gravity affects it. This leaked research data shows that just as we can use artificial gravity generation to allow comfortable life on Luna, Titan, or even large spacecraft, this new technology allows the right collection craft to ensnare dark matter with generated gravity. Huh? And then what? Well, capturing dark matter is a big enough deal all on its own, but it seems that these corporations have already begun experimenting with the captured dark matter to manipulate spacetime. Tiff Reading's eyes widened, and she leaned forward asking breathlessly, And that means what? Time travel? No, not exactly. However, it might allow us to get around some of the fundamental limits of the physical universe. One of them being the impossibility of traveling faster than light. Are you saying? That warp drive technology may soon be moving from science fiction into reality. Juliet paused the feed and said, her heart hammering in her chest. We did that, Angel. We brought that into the open. Isn't this what you wanted? Yeah, but Juliet clenched her fists and tried to gather her thoughts. I thought it would take longer, I guess. I thought the Corps who bought the data would compete with each other, but keep things quiet. It's really out there now. One of the Corps that bought the data from Tornado must have leaked. I think it's for the best, Angel replied. What's the old saying about sunlight? It's the best disinfectant. That's it. Yeah, I guess. Now everyone knows and everyone's watching. Juliet closed the window. She'd seen enough. Whatever came of it couldn't be worse than a couple of big Corps going to war over the data. Now that it was out in the ether, now that a dozen or more big Corps were working on the tech, there wouldn't be any point in fighting about it. Now, it was just a race. We still have the data. Yeah. Oh, yes. I've been rather intrigued by it. A sudden fantasy washed over Juliet, and she began to grin, a smile too broad for Angel not to notice. What is it? Juliet? I imagine if Athena woke up and worked with us to perfect the tech. Imagine if we had the first functional warp drive.